Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. We are in day 7. So welcome in. For those that are under a winter storm warning, hopefully you got all your preparations in place. If not yesterday, then today. It's looking nasty. We were talking about exploding trees, and it's a thing. I never heard of it. I grew up in cold temperatures, and I never heard of it. If it gets below, when temperatures reach below minus 20, there's a phenomenon known as frost cracking or cryoseismic booming, especially after milder weather. The southern temperature swing doesn't give trees time to acclimate when making the freezing more violent. So trees more vulnerable include higher moisture content like oak, maple, and fruit trees. The explosive cracks often happen late at night or early morning when temperatures reach their lowest point. While dramatic, exploding trees pose no minimal danger to people indoors. However, stay alert when walking near wooded areas as falling branches or split trunks can create hazards. So yeah, it's a thing. Exploding trees is a thing. So who knew? I grew up in cold climates and I never heard that phenomenon. So wow. So Hellrider, Lily Wayne, good morning, Sharon. Red Snap, good to see you. Green-Eyed Cat, Hector's mom. Nana, good to see you. Welcome in, everybody. Crazy Mary Jo, you're going to be lurking. Sounds good. Sharon, good morning. Sherry, hola, good morning. Thank you for joining us, Brenda. Sarah Morgan, good to see you. Let's see. Allison, hello. Welcome in. Iowa Backyard. It is cold. Mallory, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Deviant, good to see you. Let's see. Who is with us? Shirley Roth, good morning to you. Tammy, good morning. You ready for Old Man Winter? Yes, French toast. Good. Hey, Kimbers, good to see you. Linda, good morning to you. Kelly McGrath, good morning. Thank you for joining us, Teresa. Good to see you guys. Get comfortable. Make sure you're warm, you're safe. I know there's a lot of Lisa, good to see you. Pammy, good morning. Southern Bella, Squid Kid. Lynn in SC, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, it's going to be chilly, you guys. It's going to be chilly. There's talk that New Jersey's going to get anywhere between 3 or 4 inches up to 18 inches. So I think there's a pretty good chance that they are going to cancel court for Monday because it's supposed to hit Sunday for New Jersey. So I have a feeling they're going to cancel on Monday. So we'll see. All right, we have a feed. So let me get us over here. All right. Yeah. Hey, Bella. Good to see you. Jane, welcome in. Amanda, good to see you. Teresa, you brought a snow shovel last night just in case. JMS, good to see you. Yeah, Mallory, I think about that too. Birds and squirrels, deers and bunnies, they sort it out. I guess they sort it out, right? Pammy, you used to hear cracks and pops around your cabin, mostly on like flash-free weather events. There you go. So you've heard it before. Let's see. Jed Ziadax, you've heard of that. We've had it in the UK in your lifetime. At that temperature, your eyeballs start to freeze too. It's painful. I bet. Hey, Southern Bella. Your brother and I will be moving in with you temporarily. Nice. I know, Deviant. We're not even safe from the trees. Mother Nature is mad, Hellrider. Yeah. Terry, Trial Watcher, good morning to you. Kimbers, take a chill pill, Minneapolis. Or Minnesota, I should say, yeah. Yeah, just did I see what you said? I think I just read it. Yes, I think I just read it. All right, so the calm before the storm, literally, yeah. So it's going to be very cold, very dangerous conditions. I think it may have already started for a couple of you guys. I think Texas is supposed to start first. And then they're saying Friday, it's really going to ramp up around Arkansas, Oklahoma, spread over to Tennessee, and then make its way over to Iowa, Pennsylvania, Jersey, and then, of course, the Northeast. Kimbers, no, that was Mother Nature. Oh, okay. Oh, Mother Nature, MN, right. I gotcha. Mother Nature. Gotcha, Kimbers. Gotcha. Irene, hello. Nothing beats Mother Nature, right? Yes, Sharon, we are the ones guilty for the earth being mad. Oh, I totally agree with that. We are just fleas on the back of the earth. All the earth has to do is go and just shake like a dog, and off we go. So, yeah, so be safe. Make sure you got your supplies. And I'm leaning right now towards there will be no court on Monday for the au pair trial or for Caneiro. I think they're going to be closed. Even if they get 5 inches, 6 inches, who's going to want to try to get through that? And it's going to be like Sunday night into Monday. I just right now I would think they're going to call it, but because if they make everybody come in and then 1 or 2 jurors can't make it in for whatever reason, then they got to send everybody home. It's just like just cancel it, stay home. That's what I'm thinking right now. They're probably going to cancel, but all right, Brenda. Yeah, snowstorm starts Saturday for you guys in Ohio. Yeah, so it's Friday going to be, I think, Texas. Like I said, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Kansas, right in there. Then it's going to spread over, and it's going to be north as well. But then it's going to spread across to Tennessee, Alabama. I think northern Georgia is supposed to get in on it, Virginia for sure, and then of course everything north of that: Ohio, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Indiana, and then the Northeast is going to be on Sunday, which would include New Jersey. So right now, I would say, Jenny Lynn, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Right now, I would say that I'm leaning towards they're going to cancel Monday's trial. So we'll see. We will definitely have a show for you guys because we're not going to be affected by it. We may get some rain, maybe. But yeah, Bella, don't mess with Mother Nature, the margarine commercial. I remember that. So we'll have something for you guys. Oh, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do a snow day. Snow day with Squeegee. That's what we're going to do on Monday. If they cancel court, we're going to do a snow day with Squeegee. So we'll be live, and it'll be a party. It'll be like a hurricane party. So, yeah, Joy, chiffon, margarine. It's not nice to mess with Mother Nature. Let's see. Hold on. Nana, already Texas and North and South Carolina already in states of emergency. Wow. Crazy Mary Joe. Good to see you. Good to see you. Shirley, to us in Montreal, like the North Pole. That's funny. Alice, yeah, we'll do a snow day. We'll do a snow day. We were thinking about what to do, and I think we'll do like a party. Yeah, it'll be like a hurricane party, but it'll be a blizzard party. If you have electricity. Yes, if you have electricity. Ionine. Yes, a snow day party. Snow day with Squeegee, love it. Yes. Yeah, we were thinking about that last night. What are we going to do Monday? Because right now I think they're going to cancel. Terry, schools are already reporting to be prepared to make arrangements for your children. Monday schools may be closed. Yeah, say, Dream Horse, snuggled with your 4 dogs. Very good, very good. Barry, today it's going to get up into the 40s, and that's it until February. Yeah, this cold snap is supposed to last all week too. So not only are you going to get snow and ice, but then it's supposed to be like in the 20s, like all week. So, Cambridge, your electricity is always going out for some reason. Ooh, that's not good. That's definitely not good. Let me just make sure I'm live here. Okay, I am live. All right. There you go. Yep, Hellrider, bring snacks and drinks. Deviant, get your backup generators ready for sure. Hey, Gordon, good morning to you. We're just talking about this snowstorm that's about to hit, in effect, 180 million people from New Mexico. They said yesterday it's going to go from New Mexico all the way across to Boston and Maine, of course, New York and New Jersey. All right, sounds like they're coming in. Yeah, so no putting off shoveling and hoping it just melts. It's not. It's gonna be there for a while. It's gonna be there all week because it's only gonna be in the 20s all week for a lot of you guys. Jennifer, good morning to you. Good to see you. Thank you for joining. Lily Wayne, you're baking cookies. Oven will warm your house. There you go. Yeah, do all your cooking now if you guys need to cook, just in case you lose. And be safe, be safe, be safe. Take preparations. Always be safe. Make sure you have ventilation. If you have a generator, make sure it's ventilated properly. Listen to your local news for the local weather. Stay weather aware. And if you have to do any cooking, do it now, because if you do lose power, at least you'll have boiled eggs, pasta, rice, that kind of stuff. Make sure you are prepared. Meat, because it's not like it's going to go bad. You could always just put it outside if it's going to be in the 20s. Terry, we are ready as can be. Generator ready, side by side ready, food. So we sit and wait. Yep, that's all you can do. Just be prepared. All right, here we go.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Mark Lemieux presiding.
Good morning. Please be seated.
Hi, good morning.
So here's my question of the day. You guys ready? So in the mornings, when you guys get up, who gets up to an alarm? You guys get up to alarm? Who hits the snooze button? All right, so some of you. So when you hit the snooze button right now, are you having some derogatory words about me when you do that? No. Yeah, I'm not really sure about that. So, all kidding aside, I appreciate it. I know every morning, they're early mornings for you guys. I don't know what time your work schedule. Some of you may be up this early, some of you may not. So I just wanted to say thank you for what you're doing every day. And your guys have always been on time. We've had some weather issues, more on the way, it looks like. We'll deal with that as they come up. But I just want to say thank you. I was thinking about you guys this morning and thinking that you guys were probably cursing me out a little bit.
I was last week.
All right, so now you're definitely buying lunch. No, I'm all kidding aside. So I just want to confirm, there's not a lot of room in here. I just want to confirm we don't have any issues. Everyone would be able to see the witness. Juror number 8, are you having some concerns there? If we are, we can try to move that. We can move it over into here for a little bit. Mr. Decker, I don't know.
I'm happy to put it where.
And I know it's not your fault. It's not your fault. Why don't we take that?
What he's got to do is move this banker's box back. This one. Perfect. I'm good. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Decker? Come on up for a second. Just real fast. You're right in this general area. Yeah, good point. So we'll just turn it.
You can't see the judge.
So we'll just slide it back a little bit, and Mr. Decker will be able to get to it. And then we'll move it. Any objection to where that's located, counsel? Okay, I just want to make sure. I just want to get it out of the way. All right. All right, we're on the record. This is State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-02-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good morning.
Judge Chris Decker for the state.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Monica Mastalone on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, who's present in court.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge Angie Murray for Mr. Caneiro.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Caneiro.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. So, Lieutenant, do you want to come back up?
Judge, as he's coming up, could we just be heard very
Sure, of
briefly?
course.
That judge is so funny. Hey, lazy boys, how are you? We were just talking about the weather in your neck of the woods. So, yeah, Judge Lemieux, he is The longer this trial goes on, the more comfortable he is with his jury, and he's just like cracking wise.
Prosecutor, when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning, sir.
Now, I think where we stopped is, we just about to begin talking about the next day, Wednesday, November 21st, 2018. Do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you recall, where you first went investigatively on that day?
I believe initially to the Ocean Township Police Department.
Okay. And what was the purpose of your response to Ocean Police Department that day?
Waiting on search warrants for a car that Mr. Caneiro drove to the Ocean Township Police Department the night before.
Now, was there, ultimately that day, was there a specific vehicle that you searched at the Ocean Township Police Department?
Yes.
And which vehicle was that?
It was a Porsche Cayenne.
Okay. And did you learn prior to that where the vehicle had been located, at the time of the fire?
Yes.
Where was that?
It was in the, the westernmost garage at 27 Tilton. And at some point during the fire, Mr. Caneiro removed it from the garage and parked it on Tilton Drive.
And where was the vehicle located upon your arrival at the Ocean Township Police Department?
It was parked in their sally port.
And as far as the search goes, can you tell us how that's conducted?
It begins with a series of overall photographs of the exterior of the car, then overall photographs of the interior of the car, and then starting at one side, systematically searching the entire car.
Can I have the back table, please? I'm going to go to what's previously been marked as S1A. Can I have slide 135, please? Now, can you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what's that show?
That's the Porsche Macan inside the Cayenne parked inside the Ocean Township Police Department sally port.
And who took that photo?
I did.
Okay. Can I have slide 136, please? And what's that show?
So that's one of the series of overall photographs where it began. It's at the front driver's side corner of the car.
And slide 137. What's that show?
It's the open cargo area of the Cayenne.
Okay, and generally speaking, what do we see in that photo?
You'll see two bags. One on the left is it's a pillowcase that I had filled with Mr. Caneiro's medication. The day before, it was asked that we collect some medication for him. I went in the house, collected that, put it in that bag, brought it to him and his family. The night of the 20th, I took it and secured it in the car pending the search warrant. And then the bag to the left is a book bag that was in the back of the car.
Okay. Can I have slide 138, please? And what's that again?
That's just a close-up photograph of the bag.
Now, once the vehicle was photographed, did you ultimately examine the contents of that bag?
Yes.
Okay. Lieutenant, I'm showing you what's been marked as S159 for identification. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what is this?
It's the book bag, that black book bag from that photo.
Okay. The book bag's inside this packaging?
Yes.
Just want to talk a little bit about, and you can, if you don't mind, you can leave the PowerPoint up for ease, and we can always go back to the home screen if it's too long. I just want to show you slide 140. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is it?
It's an automatic knife that I found in the book bag.
Okay. I have slide 141. And what's that?
That's just the opposite side of that knife.
And then I'm going to show you slide 142. You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
That's the knife with the blade extended.
Yeah. Have slide 143. What's that, Chip?
That's a FLIR,
What's a FLIR?
forward-looking infrared radar. Basically, it's like it detects heat signatures. It attaches to, in this particular case, an iPhone at the bottom.
And slide 144. What's that?
Those are an assortment of keys that were located in the book bag.
Now, the photos we just looked at, where were they taken?
They were taken at the Ocean Township Police Department. You'll see the plastic underneath. That's the cargo area of the kayak.
And can I have slide 145, please? You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a piece of paper with writing and numbers.
Okay, and
Looks like dates.
okay, you said there's dates?
I believe those are dates on the right-hand side.
Are there universities listed on there?
Yes, there are.
And you said these were all photographed at the Ocean Township Police Department. Was that during the course of the search?
Yes.
And these items that we've discussed thus far, where were they located?
In the book bag.
Can I have slide 148, please? What do we see there?
The passport, United States.
Slide 149. What's that?
That's who the passport was issued to, Paul J. Caneiro.
Now I want to show you slide 150. That's what that is?
Yes, I do.
What's that?
That's a pinch and seal, like a Ziploc bag.
Okay. And did you ultimately open that?
Yes.
Okay. What was inside that?
Paper towels, and inside the paper towels was a barrel of a gun, and at the time, an unknown, what I described as an unknown firearm part.
Can I have slide 151, please? What is that, Chip?
So that, in the front of it, I'm sorry, if you're looking at it, it's going to be to your left on the bottom is the gun barrel, and then to the right would be those unknown firearm parts.
Yeah. I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked as S162 for identification. May I ask if you recognize?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
This is that automatic knife.
Okay. And can you open up that package? Are you able to hold up that knife to show what it looks like? And how does that operate?
The back side.
Can everyone see? Yes.
So you just push this upwards, extend it, and then to retract it, it doesn't go. You just have to pull it down.
I'm gonna look forward to showing you what's been marked as S-160 for identification. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's $168 that I found in that bag.
And I'm gonna show you S-161.
The white foil child-resistant pitch and slide bag with that held a 9mm barrel and the unknown possible firearm.
Okay, can I have slide 150? And what is that again?
That's the pinch and seal, pitch and slide Ziploc style bag.
I'll show you what's been marked as S-176 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is,
That's the 9mm Paris Sig gun barrel from the foil bag.
are you able to open that?
Yes.
Okay, can you possibly display that for purposes of your being able to see?
Right now, it's in a little Ziploc bag that was, the barrel was put into it by the state police when they examined it. I'm gonna take it out so we can. Yeah.
Now, I think you said that ultimately was examined by the New Jersey State Police?
Yes.
And which division of the state police?
The ballistics lab.
Okay. And you got later returned to you, or did you pick that up?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of that barrel? What does it do?
Well, just generally speaking, the barrel of a handgun or any type of gun, it's how a bullet is or expired out of a handgun. Once you pull the trigger, the bullet goes down the barrel. It's got rifling in it. It helps with accuracy. The bullet then spins outside the front of it. This particular barrel has at the end of it a thread, which allows certain muzzle devices to be attached to it.
Now, I want to show you first what's been marked as S-163 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
I described it as a gorlish mesh and canvas bag containing miscellaneous wires and accessories from the black book bag.
Like phone wires and cords and things?
Yes.
Now, let me show you S-164. You recognize that?
Yes.
What's in there?
It's an Audi key from the black book bag.
You locate an Audi vehicle at the property at 27 Token Drive?
No, I did not.
I just want to show you S-177. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the unknown possible firearm parts that were in that pinch and slide bag.
Okay. Can you open that up?
Sure.
Can you show us what's in that box? What is that again?
This was the unknown firearm part.
Okay. Was that ultimately sent to the New Jersey State Police to us that she did as well?
Sorry, yes, it was.
And was it-
It was sent as is. When I found it, it was in those separate parts, and this is how it was returned.
Okay, again, slide 150 is on the screen.
Yeah.
Is that where that item was located?
Yes,
Okay. And just,
wrapped in the paper towels.
can I have slide 152, please? And just going back to the barrel, is that present in that photo?
Yes,
What else is present?
paper towels.
And then slide 153. What do we have here?
The unknown parts, as I found it in the three separate parts.
You can go back to the home. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 165. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
it's a key ring with the nest fob and dollar fob, and then the serial number, and two master lock keys from the black book bag.
Did we look at a photo of that earlier?
I believe we did.
Can I have slide 154? I'm sorry, 144, sorry. And is that what's what's depicted on the screen in 144? What was
Want me
described?
to circle? Or, it's the set of keys at the top right-hand corner with the, I guess, that little blue rectangle device on it.
And is there another key that's depicted that we already discussed?
Yes,
Which key is that?
that would be the Audi key. That's the car key to the left.
Now, within that bag, did you locate any, like a wallet or credit cards or anything along those lines?
Yes,
Can I have slide 139? You recognize that?
yes, I do.
And what is that?
That's a black leather-like wallet that I found in the book bag.
Okay. And ultimately, in preparation for your testimony, were the items within that wallet and the wallet itself, were they displayed for court presentation?
Yes,
I'll show you what's been marked as 168. Do you recognize that?
yes, I do, sir.
What is it?
That's the black leather-like wallet, and then all the cards that were found inside of it.
On 168, do you see any names on any of those cards?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and the majority of them have whose name?
Paul Caneiro.
Okay. Now, is there a Macy's card?
Yes, there is.
And what's the name of that?
Yazel Restrevo?
Okay, and is there a Mr. Caneiro's license?
Yes.
I'm going to show you S166. You recognize it?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's an Anchor PowerPort 1300 in a hermit shell case from the box bag.
S166, that's the Anchor power card?
Yes.
Okay. I want to show you what's been marked as S175. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
It's miscellaneous family mail and papers and financial documents from the black book bag.
were generally belonging to?
Mr. Caneiro.
When you say Mr. Caneiro, can you just be more specific?
Paul Caneiro, sir.
Did you find other personal items, financial documents and the like?
Yes, sir.
Just going to show you what's been marked as S-174. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's an envelope containing 17 U.S. savings bonds.
Savings bond?
Yes.
In whose names, if you recall?
Caitlin Caneiro and Marissa Caneiro.
Are they in all the same denominations or different denominations?
If I remember correctly, I'm gonna look at the different denominations.
Show you what's been marked as S-172. Yeah, she can recognize what's in there.
Yes.
What's that?
It's an envelope with various credit cards and a leather case with a Colombian currency, Canadian coins, and other assorted cards.
Colombian currencies, that was it?
Yes.
Show you what's been marked as 173 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's that?
The T-Mobile SIM card that went down in the book bag.
And S-169.
It's a leather passport, a holder with a U.S. passport for Mr. Caneiro, Paul Caneiro.
And is that the same passport that we saw on that on the screen just a little while earlier?
Yes.
I just also want to show you, I think it's two items from the background. That's 170 first. You recognize what that is?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
It's a FLIR 1 Pro thermal camera for iOS.
Was that what we saw earlier on the screen?
Yeah.
No, that's 143, or slide 143 of S1A. Is that what's depicted in that envelope?
Yes.
And lastly, S171. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
The Mantis X firearms training system from the book bag.
What is a Mantis X firearm system, if you know?
It's a device that you attach to a firearm that you can dry fire, meaning to pull the trigger of a firearm without ammunition in it. It records data from that, such as the angle of the gun, the barrel, all that stuff, and it sends that information to an app.
Sorry about that. Now, the items that you just identified and described, were they all found within that backpack?
Yes.
Now, the items within the backpack, were they ultimately seized and secured?
Yes, they were.
And how does that happen?
So after the photographic documentation, they're inventoried at some point on a evidence property receipt to generate a chain of custody. Then they're secured in my vehicle and then ultimately transported to our office where we have a secure area. It's a temporary evidence vault. It's enhanced security on it and it's stored there pending either processing, should the evidence dictate that, or submission to a lab for further analysis, or put into our main evidence vault for long-term storage.
Now, as part of your job responsibilities as a crime scene detective, are you often tasked with delivering items to labs like the New Jersey State Police Laboratory?
Yes.
And does that include physical evidence?
Yes.
Does that also include at times like ballistic evidence?
Yeah, that's all physical. Yeah.
Now, after the search of the Porsche Cayenne and the backpack were completed, did you return anywhere?
Yes.
Where'd you go?
27 Tilton Drive,
Okay. And what was the purpose of you going back there?
to execute search warrant at that residence.
We're talking about which date now, just to be clear.
The following day, the 21st.
Now, upon return to 27 Tilton, like what was the plan? What was the purpose at the location now?
So it was to conduct a systematic and thorough search of the home and the vehicles that are on the property.
Now, fair to say you photographically documented and kind of surveyed the location pretty thoroughly the day before?
That's fair to say, yes.
So is there a point in time on Wednesday, November 21st, that you were going to now look for items specifically of potential evidential value?
That's correct.
And can you tell us how you started doing that on the 21st?
So my plan that day was to grab another detective from my unit, Detective Robert Flanagan. Him and I were going to start on the top floor, pick one room, we picked the master bedroom, and then we would systematically go from bedroom to bedroom, searching. Second floor, first floor, and then end in the basement. And there was a second search team comprised of members of the Ocean Township Police Department and the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office, who would then follow us and conduct a secondary search after that.
Who touches items of evidence? Who touched items of evidence on that date?
Myself, and then during the secondary search, I believe there was a couple other items that were located that members of the Ocean Township or the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office located.
Now,
Ultimately, when they found those items, when they found those items, they would notify me, I would go photograph it and actually collect it at that point.
Now, do you recall where you started locationally or physically within the home that day?
I believe it was the master bedroom, second floor.
Can I have slide 72, please? Recognize that?
Yes,
What's that show?
that's the master bedroom.
Okay. Slide 78. You recognize that?
Yes.
What's that show?
So that was with the mattress and box spring of the bed in that master bedroom removed to show the articles that were underneath the bed.
Slide 79, please. What's that?
That's a Pelican Storm case that has a padlock on the lower left side of the case.
Okay, was that ultimately opened as a result of your search?
Yes.
Next slide 81. And that showed what?
That's the bottom of the case. It had an identifier, Paul Caneiro, 27 Tilton Drive, Wayside, New Jersey, 07712, and the phone number. So Wayside is a section of Ocean Township.
Okay. And slide 80, please. What does that show?
That's with the case open. You'll see on the left-hand side a flashlight, and to the right is a magazine, what appears to have a bullet in it. Just above that are pieces of grips that you can attach to the firearm. To the top left is a knife. To the right is a box of ammunition. And then to the far right is a Walther PPS 9mm semi-automatic handgun.
Okay, was that weapon there, was that ultimately taken to the State Police Ballistics Unit?
Yes.
Was it tested?
Yes, it was.
Just going to show you first what's been marked as S-178 for identification. Recognize what that is.
Yes, I do.
Can you open it up? Can you show us what that is? And does that contain the entirety of the contents as slide 80 at this point in time?
No,
Okay, why not?
the handgun was removed for submission to the state police lab for testing.
Let me show you.
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Lieutenant, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S-179. Can you tell us what it is before you open it up or show it to anyone?
Walther PPS 9mm handgun, serial number AE0967 with magazine.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're now going to be shown a handgun. I want you to know prior to the handgun being shown here today, it's been checked by law enforcement, both from the Sheriff's Department and by the Prosecutor's Office. So you should not have any concerns about that. But I want to make sure you knew that before we show it to you today. Okay. Go ahead.
Can you open it up, Lieutenant? Are you able to take it out of the box? Display it? What are we looking at?
This is the Walther PPS 9mm handgun.
And along the lines of what the judge was just telling the jury, there's something here, correct?
Yes,
And what is that?
it's a gun lock, cable lock,
What's the purpose of that?
to prevent it from being charged, being put ammunition in and firing.
And is the gun otherwise safe for any other reasons?
Yes,
Why is that?
it does not have any ammunition in it.
Okay. Take that back. And again, the gun that you just displayed, it's the gun that was found in that case there?
Yes.
You can go back. Now, can I have slide 82 of S1A? Now, Lieutenant, can you tell us what that photo depicts?
Two holsters, one's a handgun holster, the one on the right, and the one on the left is a magazine holster.
Now, can I have slide 66, please? I'm going to show you what's been marked as S180. You recognize what's in that bag?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
Two holsters from the master bedroom. They were just in the photo we just saw.
Okay. You said it was, that's what was in the photo we just saw?
Yes.
I just have slide 82 real quick. So instead of opening it, what's in the bag, exactly what's depicted in slide 82?
Yes.
Now, going back to slide 66. Did you continue your search of the second floor of 2017?
Yes.
Okay, and slide 66, do you recognize it?
Yes.
And what is it?
That's the room that was identified as Mr. Paul Caneiro's bedroom.
What, ultimately, did you conduct the search of that bedroom?
Yes.
Okay. Was anything recovered from there?
Yes.
What was recovered, if you recall?
Another handgun and a laser training tool.
I have slide 68. What is that there?
That's a laser light laser training switch kit for a 9mm handgun.
And can I have slide 69? What is that?
The laser target.
Now, what is the purpose of that, if you know?
So again, it's another dry fire training device, but depending on the model, you either insert a laser into the barrel of a firearm where you can shoot it, pull the trigger without discharging any live ammunition at the target, and it records where it would hit on the target. Some of them have a specific handgun, plastic handgun that does that same thing, but depending on the model, it's all the same principle though.
I'm pretty sure you look for one of these S182 first.
And you recognize that? Yes.
What's that?
That's the laser light laser training switch kit.
S183.
This is the laser light target TLB-1, which is this picture right here.
So does the slide 69, does it accurately depict what's located in that the bag in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And again, that would be the laser target S183, is that correct?
Yes. 183, yes.
Can I ask you to open that, please? Can you hold that up to see what's here? And just to be clear, can that be utilized with a actual firearm?
You could shoot it with a regular firearm, but it'll destroy it. But no, it's designed specifically to use that laser to record where you're hitting the target.
Now, can I have slide 66 again, please? That's still Mr. Caneiro's bedroom, correct? Paul Caneiro's bedroom?
Yes.
And you talked about something else that was located there, correct?
Yes.
And what was that?
Another handgun? I thought it was.
Let me show you S181.
Can we just approach for
Sure.
So, yeah, nothing. So he had handguns, firearms. Let's see how this reflects back to Keith. So, they tested it. They tested the firearm. They tested the casings, the bullet, all that stuff. So, does this tie back to Keith? Let's see. I mean, you're allowed to have firearms. That doesn't mean he's guilty. But let's see how this ties back to Keith. If the bullets match the gun, then yeah, he's toast. We'll see. So, hey, Allison, welcome in. Kathy, in your 20s, you sat on a log and shot a rifle at a tree, rolled backwards off the log like a cartoon, bruised shoulder. My sister dated this one guy. He had a .357 Magnum, and I shot it. And I remember, no exaggeration, I swear to God, that a flame shot out of that. Just insane. Yeah, needless to say, I don't think my dad was happy with my sister dating someone who had a .357. But she dated him for a summer. So yeah, and I grew up with, my dad had a .22 rifle. Of course, we had BB guns. And then my brother had a shotgun. So I've fired all of them. But that's been a long time. That's been a long time. Long time ago. Another lifetime ago. Saudi girl, good morning. So we're at a little break here. Oh, here we go.
Now, Lieutenant, I showed you what's marked as 181, correct?
Yes.
And what is this again?
It's a 6-hour P228 semi-automatic handgun from the drawer in the built-in front center bedroom to Mr. Paul Caneiro's bedroom.
Okay, what's the type of vehicle? Weapon?
It's a 6-hour P228.
Okay. Now, can you open that? Can you possibly hold that? And Lieutenant, has that been made safe previously?
Yeah.
And there's no magazine in there, correct?
No, there's not.
It's not loaded.
Yes.
Is that fairly and accurately restricted? Is that the gun that you recovered from the drawer in Mr. Caneiro's bedroom as depicted in the slide that we looked at?
Yes.
I don't think we looked at a slide.
Paul, can I have slide 66? Slide 67, I'm sorry. We didn't look at that. Now, what's depicted in that photograph?
That would be the handgun that I just displayed.
And that is found where?
In the Mr. Paul Caneiro's bedroom in a drawer, in a built-in.
Go to the homepage, sorry. Ultimately, did that conclude the seizure of evidence on November 21st in the second floor of the 27 Tilton house?
Yes.
Okay. And did you then proceed to another location? And where was that?
I believe it was the basement.
Now, I'm not going to belabor this. I know we've seen many of these, but can I have slide 85? You recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. And what does that just show right there?
That's the basement stairs. They're leading upstairs. You're in the basement. To the right would be the unfinished portion of the basement, and then to the left would be the partially finished portion.
Can I have slide 91, please? What are we looking at there?
So that's the unfinished portion of the basement where I'm standing towards the front of it, where that entrance was I was just describing.
Okay, and just with respect to what we looked at previously, did you conduct a search on the finished side of the basement?
Yes.
Were any items of evidential value were they seized, located and seized there?
Yes.
And what was that?
I believe there were some financial records.
Okay. Now, with respect to the unfinished side that we're looking at here in slide 91, did you conduct a search of the entirety of that unfinished side?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, I guess let me just show slide number 92. What is this area?
So this is, I guess in the foreground of it is the top of a workbench, and then that's the slotted board that's on the wall directly behind it.
Okay. Can I have slide 95, please? What do we see here, Lieutenant?
So those would be assorted rifles and magazines against the wall, and that would be located to the right of that workbench. To the left in this photo were ultrasonic gun cleaners, then the workbench would be right to the other side of that, to the left of that.
What's an ultrasonic gun cleaner?
So it's a device used to clean firearms. It's filled with solution. The firearms are placed inside of it, and then through sound waves, they're ultrasonically cleaned through cavitation, so that solution will permeate the handgun in places that like a brush can't traditionally get to and clean it.
Okay. And up in the, if you're looking at the photo, up in the right-hand corner, there's like an area, something that appears to be black.
Yes.
What's that?
I described it as a flak jacket or a bulletproof vest.
And just next to it, what are those?
Those are to the left, sir.
Yes.
Above are what I described as long guns.
Right.
So they're rifles, shotguns, and the sort like that.
And above the rifles and shotguns, like what are those things?
Those are various magazines.
Okay.
So those would hold ammunition.
Now, in slide 95, next to what you describe as the flak jacket and the bulletproof vest, I'm pointing at something. What is that?
Those are paper targets.
Okay. And what are paper targets?
So those are used in at a shooting range, so you can shoot them.
You can shoot.
Yeah.
Just a target that you shoot.
Just target you shoot.
Can I have slide 119? What are we looking at?
It's just a close-up photograph of all the magazines and some of the long guns.
Slide 93. What do we see here?
It's a partially burnt box of nitrile gloves,
What color were they?
black.
Can I have slide 94? What are we looking at in this photo?
A partially burnt nitrile gloves
Okay. Where are they located?
on the workbench.
Have slide 9. Just show you what's been marked as S194. Do you recognize this?
Yes, it is. It's a large mass of nitrile gloves from the basement workbench at 27 Tilton Drive.
Is that displayed just so that it can be seen?
So they can be seen without actually handling them. There's, some of them have some heat damage to them.
Now I'm going to show you S185. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What are those?
It's a partially burnt box of gloves plus black nitrile large gloves from the workbench.
Is that, what's in that bag there? Is that the same thing that we saw in that slide, I think it was 93, just previous?
It was 93, yes. We just saw it. Yes.
That slide 93 right there.
Yes.
And then I'm going to show you what we marked as S186.
Yes.
What is that?
The nitrile gloves from the basement workbench. Again, packaged so everybody can see it without handling it.
Slide 91, please. I think we've looked at this. Was there anything physically within this photograph that ultimately became significant or was searched by you at that time?
Yes.
And what was that?
It would be a gray metal locker.
Now, when you encountered that gray metal locker, was it secured in any way?
Yes, it was.
And how was it secured?
By a shrouded padlock.
Okay. And what's a shrouded padlock?
So it's a padlock with the extra security. The shackle part, the loop, is protected by extra metal. It helps prevent tampering and makes it very difficult to break in.
Were you able to get into it?
Eventually, yes.
How'd you do that?
Bolt cutters.
Can you slide 98, please? What do we see here in slide 98?
So that's that metal locker opened, and that's the contents of one of the shelves.
And what do we see in there?
Directly in front, you'll see 1, 2, 3. It's like 7 handguns that are attached to the back wall. A blue training pistol in the foreground, some holsters, magazines with ammunition, and other assorted ammunition above it. The red boxes. Then you'll have ammo cans, metal cans at the top shelf on the left, and then underneath that, the bottom shelf there's another assorted metal ammunition cans.
Sounds stupid, but what goes into the metal ammunition cans?
In this particular case, ammunition.
Boxes or assorted rounds?
Some of them were boxes, I believe. Some of them were just assorted loose ammunition.
Have slide 99. What do we see here?
That's that shelf directly below all the firearms, and then you'll see 4 ammunition cans, and they're all labeled. On the left is 45 ACP. Now moving to the right, the next one over is 9mm. The next one over that to the right says 9mm at the bottom, and then above it, it says 124 green, and then all the way to the right, 9mm, and then above that subsonic, and then in this picture, I can't read the 2 labels underneath the 9mm.
Okay. What is subsonic? You know?
I don't know.
Okay. Does it relate to the ammunition that's inside?
I believe so.
Okay. Slide 100. What do we see here?
And that's the shelf directly below that. You'll see, it looks like 4 ammo cans in this picture, but there are more behind it. The one on the left is .223 Remington, REM. The next one is partially obscured. It looks like MK262 Mod 1. The one to the right of that is XM855, and then again repeating to the ammo can to the right of that is XM855. And then below that you'll have 2 larger ammunition cans. One says 7.62 by 51, and then the one to the right is 9mm.
Thank you. Now, were any of the handguns or the firearms that you located in the basement of 2017, were they seized?
Yes, they were.
What ultimately was done with the handgun?
They were packaged and then sent to the New Jersey State Police Ballistics Lab for testing.
Just want to show you S187. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a black semi-automatic Glock 19 handgun, 9mm.
Okay. And has it been made safe?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Can we open it? Is that a fair representation of what was located, one of the guns that was located in the basement of 27 Tilton Drive?
Yes.
And again, this gun has been made safe, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there S-188 in front of you?
Yes.
And what's that?
That would be a Glock 17 9mm handgun, semi-automatic handgun.
What's Glock?
But it's a brand of firearm.
Okay. And with respect to the last item and this item, is there any visible damage to these weapons?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that, if you know?
It's looks like rust and heat damage.
Okay. And that locker wasn't completely enclosed, correct?
No, it was not.
Let me show you what the marked as S-189 identification. You recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a Springfield Armory Model 1911 A1 handgun, semi-automatic.
What's in the box, is that what you ultimately recovered from 27 Tilton in the basement?
Yes.
And from that gun locker?
Yes.
Okay. And again, has this weapon been made safe?
Yes, it has.
Just what's in the box is the way that you found it?
Yes.
Okay. Show you S-190 identification. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a unknown model or serial number wood handgun with wooden grips.
Yes, please. Can you just hold that up?
I'm trying not to. It's unsettling.
And it's unloaded, doesn't have a magazine, correct?
That's correct.
And I'm going to show you S-191. If you can tell us what that is.
It's a Colt handgun with black grips, Colt +2, unknown serial number or caliber.
That's all. This Colt semi-automatic handgun again, safe, correct?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you whether or not you seized two separate 6-hour Pete 228 and 229 handguns from that locker.
Yes.
First, show you what's been marked. S-192. You recognize it?
Yes, I did.
What is it?
6-hour P229 semi-automatic handgun.
Okay, and seized from where?
The basement of 27 Tilton Drive.
Can you open it up and just show us what it looks like? Again, is that safe?
It is safe.
No magazine?
No, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as S-193.
Yes, sir.
You recognize what that is?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
That's the 6-hour P228 semi-automatic handgun recovered from the basement.
And does that box indicate whether or not you located a serial number?
Yes.
And what is the serial number?
Serial number was recorded as B as in Bravo, 233959.
Now, that weapon, as well as all the other handguns that you discussed, were they sent to the state police for examination?
Yes.
Can you just show us what that gun looks like? just want to be clear. The weapons that you took from the gun locker, were they lawfully owned?
I believe they were.
Trade at 194. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's an ammo can labeled subsonic containing, at the time of collection, 13 boxes of Fiocchi 9mm Luger 158 grain full metal jacket center fired cartridges.
Now, what's in this container, is it consistent with what we see in slide 100 that's in front of you?
No. This is,
Okay.
we gotta go back.
Slide 99. Is it consistent with anything we see in slide 99?
Yes,
Okay, which one?
the far right one.
Okay.
It says subsonic 9mm.
Can you just open that up, and I'm not gonna bring up any more. Can you possibly hold that up?
Sorry to stand up? Sure.
Are you able to open that? What's in it?
Right now, 12 boxes of Fiocchi ammunition.
Now, was there always 12 in there?
No.
And why not?
At the time of collection, there were 13. Later on a different day, we received a request from the State Police Ballistics Unit to provide them with a sample ammunition, specifically a Fiocchi 9mm. So I took one box, took the cartridges out, and sent that to the lab for their testing.
Just for purposes of clarity, let me show you what the mark is S351. You recognize the guy?
Yeah. Sir, put it away.
Yes.
Pardon my back.
Now, can I have slide 95, please? Now, I just want to be clear with respect to 95. I know you testified about this, but did you ultimately seize the weapons that are depicted in slide 95?
Yes,
And were they placed in evidence?
they were.
Do they remain in evidence?
Yes, they do.
Now, without actually going through them, did you document in your report the weapons that were seized?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S-129 for identification. You recognize what this is?
Yes, I did.
What is it?
My technical report?
Okay. And did you list all the weapons that were seized from that area?
Yes,
Okay. And did you also put them on something else when you took them from the property?
yes.
And what would that be?
An evidence property receipt?
Could you just generally provide us with what those weapons were?
Sure. The long guns?
Yes.
They were ultimately identified as one of them being a precision firearms model PF-15B multi-caliber rifle. And then the serial numbers and assorted accessories with them. A Savage Arms Rascal 22 SL and LR caliber rifle. A Strom Ruger and Company Ranch rifle 2-3 caliber. A Gamo air rifle. A wooden stock rifle with bayonet and Savage leather strap. A Browning BBR 30-06 rifle. A Benelli Supernova 12-gauge shotgun. Ruger Model 10/22 22 caliber rifle. A Colt AR-15 A2 Sporter 2 22-3 caliber rifle. Action Arms Uzi Model 45 ACP caliber semi-automatic rifle. A black AR-15 type rifle with a palmetto bolt. A black AR-15 type rifle with a L3 EOTech sight foregrip and Streamlight TRL3 weapon mounted light. A black AR-15 type rifle with Trijicon ACOG sights, Streamlight TRL1 weapon mounted light and fore and end grip. A short AR-15 type rifle with a 6-hour Romeo 5 sight. A taupe colored AR-15 type rifle with L3 EOTech sights, and a black AR-15 type rifle, no make, model, serial number, or caliber visible. And that would be it.
Now, did you also seize, the handgun magazines and the like?
Yes.
And did you also seize, you can keep the report. If you need it, just please let us know.
Yes, sir.
Did you seize all the other firearm-related accessories
Yes.
in that area?
Yes, I did, sir.
That include ammunition
Yes.
and magazines?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you locate any other weapons in the area of the basement?
Yes, I did.
And can you just describe what that would be?
In one of the drawers of the workbench, there was various knives located in there.
Can I have slide 104, please? And what's in that photograph?
The various knives I was just describing.
Okay, what did you do with that?
I collected them all. For convenience purposes, I just repurposed whatever I could find in the basement, as far as bags, bins, things like that, to collect everything and then bring it all out and eventually transport it to our office to really inventory and thoroughly search in a controlled environment.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S214 for identification. You recognize what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
So that's a bag that I repurposed that I found in the basement to put all of the contents of that drawer in.
Okay, so what's in the bag here, S214, is all depicted in slide 104?
Yes.
And this is, what's this?
That's just a tag I placed on it, one to ensure that nobody goes into it without me knowing. So it's a red tag through the zippers. Also on it is my identification of the case number and the inventory control number that it's assigned. There's also a tag, a manila tag that's attached to the straps of the bag, and it's got my evidence label and my handwriting with the case number, inventory number on it.
Let's approach and show you what the mark S-195 right there. You recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's one box of Fiocchi 9mm Luger, 158 grain full metal jacket centerfire cartridges from the ammo can.
And then S-196,
Yes.
what's that?
It's one box of Fiocchi 9mm Luger, 158 grain full metal jacket centerfire cartridges, partially burnt and melted with missing cartridges from the basement.
Okay. Now, S-195 that you just previously described, you talked about that being a box of Fiocchi ammunition, correct?
Yes.
Now, there's a yellow sticker on there, correct?
Yes.
What does that represent?
That's a label given by the state police lab.
Okay. And does it have a New Jersey State Police case number?
Yes, it does.
Does it have a New Jersey State Ballistics item number?
Yes.
Okay, what's the item number?
Item number 21.
Is this what you gave to the ballistics unit for purposes of test fire?
Yes.
Okay, and you said that previously, correct?
Yes, it did.
Nice. We're talking about those last items. Can I see slide 102? What do we see here?
So that's that ammo can I spoke about previously, with it opened, and one of the boxes of ammunition opened up, so we could see the head stamps on the cartridges inside.
Okay, slide 103. What do we see here?
That's a close-up photograph of the head stamps that are on the cartridges.
Okay, when you say head stamp, what's a head stamp?
So it's a mark given by the manufacturer to identify, generally speaking, the manufacturer and the caliber.
And can you make out the head stamp of the ammunition that's depicted in slide 103?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's a GFL, G period, F period, L period, and then 10, and then 9x19.
Now, as far as ammunition goes, I'm not going to show you all the ammunition from the basement, but are you able to estimate the amount or the number of rounds that were located?
Yeah, generally, yeah.
And how would you do that?
Well, in this particular can, each box contains 50 cartridges, so there's 12 of them, originally 13, so that's 650, and then you multiply, then you can do the math that way, multiply it by the number of cans and the sizes, so I would estimate over a couple thousand. It's hard to really quantify with all the loose ammunition that was located as well, so.
I'm just going to approach and show you what's been marked as S-225 for identification. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
That was a flak jacket that I found in the basement, that I described as a flak jacket.
What's the purpose of it?
It's a bulletproof vest.
Let me show you what's been marked as S-222 for identification. Recognize what that is?
A small plastic bin with 6 magazines and 11 unfinished lowers from the basement of 1270 Drive.
And some of what's contained in here, has it been contained in photographs that we've seen thus far?
Yes.
Okay. And S-226?
It's a blue bin labeled spare phones with 2 cell phones, 2 cases, battery, USB cord, a Nokia manual from the basement of 27
Did- Now, ultimately, did you identify, was there a point in time where you had identified and located as well as seized items of potential evidential value in the basement? Is there a point in time when that concluded at least for that period of time?
Yes.
Was there, were you asked at any point in time, or did you choose at any point in time to document something about the Porsche Macan?
Yes.
Okay, when was that done, if you recall?
I don't recall. Later on, I started multiple times actually throughout the course of the day. I was going to execute the search warrant of the car, and then I paused it. I began it, paused it, and then later on that evening, I reinitiated the search again.
Okay. And did you ultimately document the Macan in nighttime conditions?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how'd you document that?
With the photograph.
Can I have slide 122, please? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What does that show?
That's the rear of the Porsche Macan in the driveway of 27 Tilton, parked as it was when I left it the day before. In this particular case, the lights are on along with the fog light.
Did you know anything about the license plate?
Yes.
What was that?
It's a dealer plate, car dealer plate.
Slide 123. Recognize that?
Yeah.
What's that show?
It's the same photograph, not the exact same photograph, but it's the same subject of the photograph, just with different settings on the camera to better illustrate it.
And then finally, slide 124 of S1A. Is that essentially the same picture?
Essentially, yes.
And was there a reason you were documenting the rear lights?
Yes.
Why was that?
Mainly because I was asked to. I believe it has something to do with relation to video.
Now, during the course of efforts to search that vehicle, I know we talked about it yesterday, but did you seize anything on November 20th?
From the vehicle?
From the vehicle?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, on November 21st, 2008, did you actually search the vehicle?
Yes.
Was there a point in time that you located an item of evidential value in the rear of the vehicle?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as 419. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
So that's a photograph of a piece of black nitrile glove that I found on the floor of the rear passenger compartment behind the driver's door. Behind the driver's seat.
Behind the driver's seat, driver's side, but in the back.
Driver's side, on the back, on the floor.
Now, I want to draw your attention to Friday, November 23rd, 2018.
Yes,
That was the day after Thanksgiving.
yes, sir.
Now, was there a point in time when you ultimately found yourself led to a certain area in the basement?
Yeah.
Okay. And as a result of that search and those efforts to that area, did you locate potential items of evidential value?
Yes.
And where was that we're talking about?
So it would be near the, if you recall, the basement, that unfinished area along the back wall where the window well was, there's a dresser. Just in front of that dresser, there was a chair with the sort of debris and feathers and the like. So I was directed, started searching that area.
Now, can I have slide 105 of this one? What is that show?
That was just what I was describing. You'll see the window well with the fire hoses coming out of it. Coming into it, I should say, the dresser. And then if you go look towards the ground and then just towards the forward, you'll see the pile of feathers. That's where I'm talking about there.
I have slide 106, please. What do we see here?
That's charring of the floor joists above and then the basement window well.
Okay, so 107, please. Same area?
Same area.
108? Okay. Now, could you just circle for us the area of interest that you focused on Friday, November 23rd? We preserve that, please.
Yeah, that's slide 108.1.
Thank you, Bill. I have slide, I think you can undo that. I think that's appropriate. 112, please. What are we looking at here?
So this is as I'm searching that pile. How I did that was whatever was loose, I looked through, examined it, moved it to the side, and then as we started getting through that pile itself, things were either melted or frozen together. Up until that point, the electricity and the gas was shut off to the home. It had a lot of water still from the firefighting efforts, and the temperatures over those last few days, especially overnight, were at or below freezing. So a lot of this was frozen, this area.
Okay. So you had you seen this area or had you been in this area prior to Friday, November 23rd?
Just to do my overall photographs.
Now you focus on this area.
I should back up. On the that night of the 22nd, when we were doing the search, we did not get all the way through that section. We did it systematically, starting from the left as soon as you walked in and went around. So we, in essence, haven't gotten to that point yet.
Okay.
And then we stopped Thanksgiving, and then we resumed on the Friday.
Okay. So I guess slide 110. Now, that photo, is that essentially the way you encountered the pile originally?
Originally, yes.
Can you just, I know you started to say it, but can you tell us exactly like how you went about searching that area?
But that particular pile,
area.
or just that area, it was just a systematic search, layer by layer, starting from the top, the outermost, and then slowly working our way through it. We would pull a piece off, examine it. If it didn't have anything of evidentiary value, we would move it to the side and just continue that way through that pile, slowly and systematically.
Now, I think you said at some point you encountered some items that were frozen. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, at some point, did you decide to potentially move what was there to somewhere else?
Yes.
And why was that?
Just the condition of the basement. It was dark, cold, really a lack of light. I wanted to take it somewhere where I had a little bit more room to separate it out. So what I did was I put it in a very large evidence bag. I brought it into the driveway to let it get some sunlight while it was still in the bag, hopefully speed up the thawing process so I continued to search. And then I went and did some more searching down in the basement. After about 20 minutes, I went back to it, brought it into the garage, laid out some paper on the garage floor, and then I resumed searching through it.
And at some point in time, did you locate anything that you potentially deemed to be evidential?
Yes.
And what was that first observation?
It was a pair of jeans, and it had a reddish-brown staining, which I initially thought was blood. And then there were some rubber gloves also I saw in there.
Okay, and at that point in time, you said you thought it was blood, correct?
Yes.
Now, you don't make that ultimate determination, correct?
No.
Okay, now, that item or any item with blood on it would ultimately go somewhere, right?
Yes.
And where would that be?
The New Jersey State Police lab.
I mean, did that item ultimately go there in this case?
Yes.
Now, you locate the jeans, you make your observations, do you continue to search? How's that work?
In this particular case with this item, I just stopped my search at that point. Because of the condition of everything, I felt it was best and prudent to just package it the way it was and then send it to the lab.
Just want to look at slide 114, please. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That's what I just described, some gloves in the center of that photograph. To the left would be the jeans, and then to the right of the gloves was what turned out to be a gray t-shirt.
Can you put an S on the t-shirt? Can you put an S for shirt on the t-shirt? Can you put a G on the gloves? Then can you put a J on the jeans? Now, the observation here, the photograph you take was that from the garage?
No, I misspoke. I initially saw this while it was still in the basement.
Okay.
And that was one of the determining factors I needed to bring it upstairs.
Okay. So you then brought it up, you
Yes.
brought it outside, then you ultimately brought it to the garage.
Yes.
And what's it laid out on in the garage?
They didn't have lab paper with me, so I took a bunch of evidence bags that were unused, and I laid them out on the garage for protection.
We want to go to slide 115, please. I'm sorry. Thank you. You know, you can,
So that would be 114.1.
slide 115. What are we looking at here?
So this is now back at our lab at the prosecutor's office, controlled environment, where I was able to separate a little bit more so I could take additional photographs.
Now, so was there a point in time when you may have said it, but that you kind of stopped separating and searching?
Yes, that's correct.
And why was that again?
I felt it was more prudent with the condition of the articles that it be done at the lab.
Now, so the black nitrile gloves that you're talking about in the photos we just looked at, did you do anything to determine, at least visually, like, did they appear to be consistent with other gloves that were found in the basement?
To me, they did, yes.
And we discussed previously for instance, S184 you identified previously as like a mass of nitrile gloves.
Yes.
Found where?
In the basement at 27.
The gloves that were in the pile, did they appear visually to be consistent with these?
Yes, they did.
Can I just have slide 116? And again, can you tell us what that is?
Yeah, so those are the jeans at the top. In the center would be the gloves, and then below that would be a gray t-shirt.
Now, I just want to show you what's been marked as 273 for identification. You recognize what that is?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the picture of the whole thing.
Generally, is that an email?
Yes, it is.
Now, the picture, do you recognize a picture that's depicted in that email?
Yes.
Okay, what does that show?
So that shows the basement facing south. To the right in this photograph are the French doors leading into the unfinished area at the bottom of the stairs. And then as you continue to the left in the photograph is metal shelving, a pile of what looks like blankets, and then all the way to the left would be a wooden dresser.
Can we publish S273 again? Now, Lieutenant, is that what we just talked about? What's on the screen?
Yes,
S273?
yes,
Okay, and again, we talked about that photograph, correct?
yes,
Is that the same photograph on the screen that you just looked at?
yes, sir.
Okay. And you indicated that you recognize that area?
Yes,
And is that in the area of that basement window?
yes.
I just have slide 110, sorry. And you identified that photo previously, correct?
Yes, sir.
You took it, right?
Yes, I did.
Now, can you explain the correlation between that photo and the picture from the email we just looked at?
Yes, to the right would be the door frame. You see the doors. Directly ahead would be that pile of blanketing. Behind that would be the metal shelving. And then to the left, you'll see on the floor level like a yellow bin lid. That's resting up against the wooden dresser.
Just want to also show you slide 91. And again, you took that photo, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you talk about that?
Yes.
And what do we see in the photo, just generally?
Generally, it's pretty much standing where it was at the previous picture, but just looking north now, an overall photograph of the unfinished side of the basement.
What is on the left of the photo if you're looking at it?
Would be the workbench to the left, and then beyond that would be those ultrasonic gun cleaners I spoke about, and then to the right of that, the tall gray metal locker.
I'm going to show you S274. Is that another email?
Yes,
Do you recognize it?
yes, I do.
Have you seen it before?
Yes, I have.
Is there a photo in there?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Let's publish S274. That's it. Oh, there we go. Do you recognize what's on the screen right now?
Yes.
What does that show?
So that shows on the
I'm
left
sorry.
hand.
Go straight to, does it show a person?
Yes.
Can you describe the area?
The area to the left would be the workbench. A little bit beyond that, towards the top of the photograph, are those two ultrasonic gun cleaners. And then to the right, you'll see the bottom portion of that metal locker with that lattice pattern in the front.
Go back to the home screen. Now, Lieutenant, when we were talking about different days and different efforts on different days at 27 Tilton, how was the scene kept when you and others left for the night?
So from the time we left on the very first day, the 20th, it remained in the custody of the Ocean Township Police Department. They maintained scene security until the scene was ultimately released on Saturday. I don't know the exact date of that, but that's Saturday.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do, Mr. Decker, we're going to take our 15-minute break at this point in time. I'm going to give you 20 minutes just to make sure that, because we keep changing your eyesight with dark light, extra minute or two may be helpful. So why don't you enjoy your break, please. Don't discuss this case, don't do any research. We'll bring you back out at 10:30. Thank you.
During the presentation, and I didn't want to interrupt, was just that for purposes of the record, there was a total, I think it was 6 guns actually displayed to the jury. Some of them were in boxes, and when Mr. Decker was saying to the witness, is this, to be clear, it was in a box. Some of them were in a box and they were displayed to the jury inside of the box, but held up for the jury to see, and others were taken out of the box. That's all.
Okay. We discussed that at sidebar, and the objection is still noted throughout all of the testimony as it relates to the guns. All right, everybody have a good break. We'll see you back here. Please be in your seat at 10:30. Lieutenant, if you don't mind, just be back in this seat at 10:30, okay, sir? All right, thank you. So you're still under oath. Please don't speak to anyone, okay? All right, thank you.
So she's objecting to some of the firearms are being pulled out of the box and some of them aren't. That's what she's objecting to. Yes, I know. There's a squirrel out there. There's a squirrel outside, and these guys are... I know. Little Houdini back there wants to go chase the squirrels. Do you see a squirrel? You see a squirrel? All right. All right, let's go through. I lost count of how many weapons he had, to be quite honest. I was kind of keeping track, but all right, judge starts it off with question of the day. Who gets up to an alarm? Who hits the snooze button? And do you have derogatory words for me? So Aaron just made a short of that, so that's pretty funny. All right, so... Lieutenant Nick Catalone is back on the stand, and he starts with searching of the Porsche Carrera, and there was a pillowcase containing some medication, and that was pretty big. That pillowcase was filled. I'm not going to judge. I'm just saying it was full. It was full. That pillowcase was full. There was also a book bag in the trunk. They found a knife, was found in the book bag. There was a paper with the university price and then dates. So I'm guessing that was for Yisel Restrepo's daughter. Remember, she was on the stand and she talked about Paul helped pay for applications. So maybe it was that. Paul's passport, we now know that he was born December 30th. I thought it was December 1st, but December 30th of 1966. So he will be 60. He'll be 60 at the end of this year. And then there was a pinch and seal plastic bag that had a firearm barrel, and unknown parts. There was $168 in cash. There was a key to an Audi, and we know that that was Miss Restrepo's car. There were, a wallet had 3 American Express cards, and then they showed there was 20 cards inside his wallet. There was a Macy's card with, again, Yusel Restrepo's name on it. Then they go through Paul's house. So there was a case under a mattress in the master bedroom that contained a 9mm and some ammo. So that's one firearm. Then there were 2 holsters that were found. Then they talk about this laser sighting item, I guess, piece of equipment, and a target for dry firing in practice. So you don't have to go and shoot live rounds. Then there was another handgun in the bedroom that was a semi-automatic from a drawer. So that's 2 now. That's 2 firearms. Then they go downstairs. There was a ultrasonic gun cleaner. There was a wall full of magazines with ammo. So this is just a wall. This isn't even the locker. This isn't even the weapons locker. This is just a wall full of magazines. And there was probably I think he counted them. There was 12. No, that was in the locker room. So the wall had I think at least 10 magazines. Black nitro gloves. Okay, then this metal locker. So in there were 7 handguns. So that's 9 right there. 9, a blue training pistol, and then magazines and ammo. The ammo, the boxes of ammo is just amazing. Just amazing. There was 45, 9mm times 3, a 223, which is the Glock. Then there was a Glock firearm. So that's, what are we up to, 3? Then he names at least 7 rifles, a shotgun. He had a Uzi. He names a bunch of AR, 3 or 4 AR-15s, another AR 223, which is this, which would, what is AR? What's the other AR? Anyway, so quite honestly, I lost track. I lost count. I'm saying he had at least 15 rifles, 12 rifles. The Uzi, anyway, and at least 10 pistols. And then various knives were found in the workbench. And each ammo box had 50 cartridges, and there were 12 cans plus all kinds of loose ammo. And then he estimated a couple thousands of rounds of ammunition. Then there was a flak jacket, right? He had a flak jacket. And then the day after Thanksgiving, which in this case was, I guess the 23rd, so Thanksgiving was the 22nd. There was a pile underneath some feathers and just some stuff, because this is where the fire started, well, we're not quite sure where it started, but it seems like it started because this is where the most damage was, and this is that was it, whatever, the southeast corner, I think they were saying. Anyway, it was the corner of the house. Pair of jeans. We've been waiting for this. A pair of jeans with reddish brown staining. Thought it was blood, and some rubber gloves. Now I took a picture or screenshot. I've got the jeans. So here's the jeans. Were some of the guns, what's Jane saying? Were some of those, and try to misspell GUNS, guys, just put an asterisk in there. Were some of those zip ties down in the box? I've seen those before. I don't remember. If they were zip tied. I thought they were just snugly, it's a cutout. I think it was just a cutout of the foam. So here's the infamous jeans. So here's the jeans we've been waiting for. All right. So they're not, I guess they're kind of burnt. Yeah. So those are the genes. So widespread, I think you asked, do we know if there was gas or any kind of lighter fluid on there? We don't know that yet because it was sent out for testing. So I'm sure we'll hear that. We have a lot of testimony to go still. I mean, there's a lot of testimony. We've got the DNA, digital data still we have to hear from. The medical examiner, of course, this testing, all the firearms, we're going to have the testing from the bullets that were found from the scene. Remember, there was a live bullet that was found. They're going to, we still have a lot. We still have a lot to go. A lot of testimony still to come. This was sent out to a lab for testing. DNA, was there gas on here? All that stuff. So, Kelly, you counted 20. Yeah, I quite honestly, I lost track. I could get at least 9 handguns. Then he had an Uzi, which I guess could be kind of considered a handgun. But then he had rifles. He had at least 10 rifles, and then a shotgun, and then the AR-15, and then the AR-223. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot. For sure. Silver Fox, you have a friend who used to be a gunsmith. I never cared about the types of weapons, even when he talked about it, but I did practice with him shooting. Yeah. Chris, ownership doesn't make you a criminal. You're 68 with 3. Some people are collectors. I agree. I'm not saying, I said that in chat earlier, just because you have firearms doesn't mean you are a criminal. I totally agree with that. So now what we have to find out is, did the live bullet that was found at Keith's house, and of course the bullets that were found, within Keith and Jennifer, she was shot too, I believe, and stabbed. Any spent casings, bullets, whatever found at the scene, do they match? Paul, I'm going to go out on a limb and say yes, they do. So then that's where. But I agree, Chris. That's absolutely true. Just because you have, he had a lot in this case. You have 3. He's got like 20. So it's a lot. That's just a lot. Yeah, you can do pew pew as well. That's fine, Kimbers. Yeah, guys, just misspell it. Just misspell it. That's all. You could. I think even firearm is okay. I think firearm is okay. Widespread. Yes, if he intended for those things to burn, I'm wondering if there was an accelerant on them. Yeah, it still has to be tested. They sent it out for testing. So that's where the DNA is going to come from. I'm hoping that they say if there was an accelerant for sure. Gina, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you coming in. So let's see what else. Yes, nugs, pews, bugs, firearm, weapon. I think that all works. Yeah, that all works. Thank you, Pammy. Yeah. Siggy, heavy snowfall here starting, waiting on -40. Oof. Yeah, it's not going to be fun for you guys. I understand it might be shifting south. It might be shifting a little bit further south, which is going to be more ice further south, which would be Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, Georgia. I understand that this storm might be shifting a little south, which again means more cold air will be coming further south, which means more ice for states that cannot handle ice. So make sure you guys have supplies, because there will be power outages. I don't think it's a matter of if. There's definitely going to be power outages. Crystal, your husband used to teach hunter safety here in Wisconsin, so we are lovers and educators. Too bad you aren't close to me. We have a gun. Oh, we have a range on your land. Yeah, I mean, in and of itself, it's not a bad thing. I mean, it is the Second Amendment after all, but it's just what you do with it. Again, it's anything could be used as a weapon, right? I always go back to this. You could build a house with a hammer, and you could take somebody's life with a hammer. The internet is a perfect example. There's so many wonderful, beautiful things that come out of the internet. Look at us. We're connected via browsers and technology, but then you have the dark side of it too. So it's all how you use it. Aussie, what's the weather in Canberra? Let's see, what is it? 13 Celsius, 55 Fahrenheit. Overcast, wind is blowing. Tosh, they're calling for 6 to 12 in New York City. That's why I don't think there's going to be trial on Monday. I think they're going to cancel. The au pair trial as well, if that's still going. I think they're going to cancel. Kelly says 12 inches for you. If we have donuts, you're good. Yeah. I think that, let's see, Sharon's pulling out Mexico City. Where are you? Mexico City, 27 Celsius, 81 Fahrenheit. That's not bad. JMS, yes, a knife was also used. Yeah, those poor kids, and Jennifer too. Everybody was stabbed, and then Jennifer and Keith were shot. So it's sad. Try knocking a nail in with a, yeah. No, I mean it's all how it's used, Gordon. That's my point. It could be used as a deterrent. It could be used as a protector for yourself. It could be used to, hunt for food. But unfortunately, sometimes, a lot of times, people don't use it for that. They use it for other reasons, unfortunately. So we're not going to get into a gun debate here, but it is what it is. So we'll just focus on the trial. So I don't think there's going to be. Thank you, Red Snap. I don't think there's going to be trial. I don't think there's going to be court on Monday. I think they're going to cancel it. This isn't supposed to. Well, it's supposed to start Friday for Texas and Oklahoma and Arkansas, and then spread across the to the eastern United States, which would include Tennessee, Virginia, and then up into New Jersey, Maryland, New Jersey, New York, Boston, etc., into New England. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say they are not going to have trial. So what we are going to do is we are going to do snow day with squeegee. We will be here because we're only going to get rain, if that. And you're near the mountains, Sharon? Very cool. Your home is not near the center of Mexico City where it's much warmer. Okay. So you're near the mountains. So we're going to do snow day with squeegee. So what we're going to do is try and find, we'll just have a party. We're just going to have a party and we'll hang out with you guys. And I want you to send us your pictures and videos. You can email us and then I'll pull them up and we'll chat from around the country and around the world what's going on in your backyard and your neck of the woods. So for those that want to join us for snow day with squeegee, that's going to be Monday. We're already planning it because I don't think court's going to be open. Send us your videos and your pictures from where you are, and we'll document it, and we'll hang out with each other. McCormick family, hello. Thank you, Trial TV, for keeping me company during hours a day of studying. You are saving me lately. That's cool. Glad that we're helping you out in your studying. I know what are you studying for? I forget now. Remind me. Lorenzo, North Florida doesn't want it. No. Yeah. It'll probably, I don't even think it's going to hit southeastern Georgia. I think it's going to stay from Atlanta north. That's what we're seeing right now. Lorenzo says, we had 2 inches of ice that stuck for a week last year and it shut us down. Yeah, 2 inches, even an inch is enough to cripple south. Atlanta for sure. Tallahassee, yeah. Pensacola, anything. Yeah, Mobile, Alabama. Yeah, all of that. Let's hope power stays home. Wait, let's hope our power stays home so Squeegee will not be talking to himself on Monday. Yes. Yes, that's yes. Yeah. Yes, everybody come to our house on Monday. We're going to nursing school. Okay, nursing school, McCormick family. You're in nursing school. All right. I kind of thought that, but I didn't want to assume that, but I remember you saying that before. Widespread, it's supposed to just graze us in southern Atlanta. Yeah. It's bad, Sherry, if we lose power, I'll be there watching on Monday, all bundled up, but I'll be here. Yeah, make sure you're all powered up. Make sure you got batteries, water, bread. What Aaron and I do is we cook as much as we can. We boil eggs, get peanut butter. We make pasta. We make pasta. Did I say that? We make rice. We make pasta dishes, tortellini, and just make sure you have a lot of liquids and enough to flush your toilet as well. Because if you're on a well, you lose power, you can't flush your toilet. Now, if you're on city or town water, we used to fill up our bathtubs with water because that helps. That helps for washing clothes. Washing dishes. So just make sure you guys are prepared. Stay weather aware. Be safe. Be prepared. Austin, you're going to be in a heat wave tomorrow night, right? Isn't that weird how, it's just, And TP, yep, Ambi, don't forget TP for sure. There you go. Chicken and dumplings, absolutely, yeah. Pammy, just make sure you got enough for like at least 4 days, 3 or 4 days, Just make sure you have. All right. Hey, Suzanne. Shout out Pensacola. Whoop, whoop. Absolutely. Yep. All right, seems like they're coming back. Green Eyed Cat, excited with Snow Day with Squeegee? Yeah. Now, if there is court, we'll be covering it. I don't think there's going to be court, but especially if they get like 8, 9, 10 inches, 12 inches, a foot of snow. If I was a juror, I wouldn't want to be going into trial. No way. Robin, freeze a cup of water, then place a quarter on top of power outage for long if coin sinks throughout food. All right, that's good. Yeah, hard-boiled eggs. Crazy Mary Jo. Yeah, because eggs last. Eggs will last. Yeah, boil go get a dozen of eggs and boil them up, and then, you'll be good. Or however many. You get 6 eggs, have one a day. That's, at least you have a meal for 6 days. Potato soup. There you go, Sherry. Big pot of potato soup. Chili, yep, there you go. Chicken pot pie. I'm making all the comfort foods. Yeah, no, this is all good. And don't forget the donuts. They don't need cooking. That's true. Well, that's where the bread comes in. Make sure you have bread. So whether it's donuts or, sandwich rolls, hamburger buns, whatever it is, yeah. Because then you could, and peanut butter. I'm a big fan of peanut butter. So bread and peanut butter I could eat that like all day, every day. Because it gives you protein, it gives you carbs, fills you up. And rice as well. Rice fills you up. Have a cup of rice with some peanut butter and a little soy sauce and honey. You're good to go. Oatmeal, all that stuff. Rice is a slow burn, so you could have a bowl of rice and be full for the entire day. That's right, Sherry. You did the pickling, right? You boiled 24 eggs the other day and they are pickling, so you're set. Yes. I remember that. Joe Schmo, I picked the perfect time to visit SoCal. Yeah. Chilly. 60 versus 6. Yeah. Good job for you, Joe. Enjoy it. was a lot easier when they had my name as Alicia the Armchair Detective rather than A. Lorenzo. You can change it. If you go to your studio, you can change it. You can change your handle. You can change your name. You can do that. It is possible. Crystal, it's only going to get worse here tomorrow. Called your kids out of school, -40. You called your kids out. I would say, the school district should do that. -40 to 50 wind chill. Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. All right, here comes the
Court's
judge.
back in session.
Thank you. Could be seated. I apologize. I had a court-related issue I had to deal with, so didn't mean to make you sit here. All right, prosecutor, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Ken, we were talking about the potential separation of items found in that corner of the basement, correct?
Yes, sir.
Ultimately, I think, just to recap, you ultimately let the lab take care of the separation of items. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, did you, I think we started to say, but how did you package items that were originally located in that area?
Originally, as one item, wrapped in paper, butcher paper or lab paper, and then placed in a large paper evidence bag, sealed, and then marked.
Now, you said that at some point, the evidence taken from that area was sent to the New Jersey State Police Lab. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Just approach and show you what you marked. That's 417 for identification. You recognize what that is? What is it?
It's a evidence delivery receipt to the Central Region Lab, New Jersey State Police in Hamilton.
Okay, does it contain any of the evidence that we were discussing?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically, does it have your item number and potentially the state police item number?
Yes.
Okay, and what items are we looking at on that receipt?
This one, the item number, state police item number is 40. My department item number is 12-1. And then it has a code for where it was recovered from. And then the description is one envelope containing biological specimens, question, label located on the interior waistband of jeans, NJSP sub-item number 6-1 from pile of charred articles with biological staining from the basement of 27 Tilton Drive. And then it originally came from my item number 18-0861-1-6, previously part of lab item number 6. And then the other two items, do you want me to describe as well?
Sure, just briefly.
Briefly. State police item number 41. My department item is 14-1. One paper bag containing biological specimens. Question, long sleeve Eddie Bauer thermal shirt, dark gray, size tall XL. And then item number 42. My item is 14-6. And then it's a biological specimen questioned, black and gray sock with gold toe and melted yellow plastic, separated from item number 18-861-1-5.
Does it indicate who took that evidence to the lab?
Yes.
And who did that?
It was delivered by Detective Stephen Vogt from the prosecutor's office.
Okay, and is he someone that you work with?
Yes.
Okay, was he involved in this investigation?
As far as 27 Tilton, no. He was assigned to handle 15 Wilbur.
Okay, I'm just going to show you S411 for identification. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's again, New Jersey State Police evidence receipt to the delivering evidence to the Central Regional Lab in Hamilton.
Okay. And does it talk about any of the items that we discussed from that southeast corner of the basement?
Yes.
And what items are we talking about?
Item number 5, New Jersey State Police item number 5, and my department item number 5. One paper bag containing biological specimens questioned, pile of charred clothing with potential biological staining. And then item number 6, state police item number 6, my item number 6, one paper bag containing a pile of charred articles with biological staining.
Lieutenant, what was the number on that?
The exhibit number?
Yes, please.
S411.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'm going to show you first what's been marked as 231B. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
So that was part of that initial pile I was talking about. It's got my evidence label on it, pile of charred articles with biological staining from the basement of 22nd Tilton.
So one of the items sent to the state police was a pile, you described as a pile of charred articles?
Yeah, I couldn't really describe without separating everything. So since I didn't separate everything, I just kind of kept it very general as that.
Just going to show you what's been marked as S231C. Do you recognize what this is?
Yes.
And what is this?
This was a part of that pile initially, after it came back from the state police lab. They were in parts, so this is one of the parts. What's in it is part of the bedding, blankets, some paper towels, other melted plastic parts of jeans that are adhered to it.
And we see some, you said paper towels, correct?
Yes,
And then we see some yellow material in here.
yes,
Did you draw any conclusions, at least in your head, as to what those represented?
yes.
And what was that?
The melted lid?
The yellow lid that we just discussed?
Yes. And for display purposes here, they were all sent back, and then because they were all loose, we packaged them each individually in, I guess, 5 separate packages for display purposes.
Going to show you S231. You recognize what that is?
Yes,
And what is that?
that's the evidence bag that I packaged everything in to send to the lab for that specific item.
And then S231B,
Would be all the lab paper that the articles were wrapped in, either by me or the one that came back from the state police lab. It's got their lab numbers on it, initials where the seals were placed, and the lab sticker identifying the number.
and this yellow sticker's what?
It's the lab barcode,
Okay, which lab?
the New Jersey State Police.
I'm going to show you S235. You recognize what this is?
Yes.
What is it?
So it's an evidence bag for my item number 1-5. On it's got my evidence label, my markings for the case number, lab item number, and then it's going to have at the very bottom here, it's the debris that was left over, and then the wrapping, the butcher paper that, the lab paper that was wrapped in.
And this would be from the pile of charred clothing.
1-5 specifically is going to be a pile of charred clothing with potential biological stainings, yes. It's referring to S411, the records.
Now, you talked about jeans that were located, correct?
Yes.
And were these, I think you said, were they part of what was sent to the New Jersey State Police lab?
Yes.
Okay, for purposes of testing?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as 232. You recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Okay, are there,
There's a lot here.
so there's a lot here. Could you explain what a lot here is?
At the very bottom, it's going to be my evidence bag. Once it was returned from the state police, we had to account for it because it was a separate item. So I put it in its own evidence bag. And in that evidence bag, the jeans were in butcher paper with subsamples. And then throughout the course of this investigation over the months, they were opened, photographed, repackaged, things like that. And in preparation of the trial, they were mounted on this display board.
Now, there's some white tags on the jeans, correct?
Yes.
And what are those represented, if you know?
Those are areas of testing that were done by the New Jersey State Police.
Okay. So you didn't create those, correct?
No.
Now, again, this is heat sealed, correct?
Yes.
And this is, the presentation as it stands today is for purposes of, so people could see it, is that it? Now, was there a point in time that you were provided with information that the lab located something in these jeans?
Yeah.
And what was that?
Live cartridge, unfired cartridge. Bullet.
Bullet?
Yes.
Just let me show you what's been marked with SQ41. This could be recognized coverage.
Yes.
What is it?
So I have it described as a NJSP lab item number 6-4, which was the live round from the jeans.
A t-shirt earlier, correct?
Yes.
In one of the photographs that we saw.
Yes.
Was that something that went to the lab?
Yes, it did.
Let me show you what's been marked as S231E. You recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it?
That's the Eddie Bauer gray short sleeve t-shirt.
Is this the item that part of what you delivered to the lab?
Yes.
Okay.
And all of this packaging is consistent with everything else. My own evidence bag, the lab paper from the lab with the seals, and then mounted on the display board and heat sealed for presentation purposes.
And again, there's also some other tags that are on this shirt, correct?
Yes.
And they came from where?
The New Jersey State Police.
Do they reference any case, item numbers and/or item sub numbers?
Yes.
Okay, and they came from where?
The New Jersey State Police Lab.
You referenced some gloves that were located in the pile, correct?
Yes.
Did you specifically itemize the gloves or did you do something else?
At the time, kept with the pile and sent to the lab.
Just going to approach and show you what the mark is S233 for identification. You recognize this?
Yeah.
And how do you recognize it?
got the lab number on it. Yeah, so the lab number.
Okay. Do you see any markings on these items?
Yes, I do.
And what are those again?
Those are areas of interest that were marked on them by the lab, New Jersey State Police lab.
So these markings, here we got a circular tab, we got a square with some writing in another circle?
Yes,
And those came from,
the State Police lab.
okay.
On these other labels, I just noticed that it's got my case number on it as well.
To be clear, what is your case number, just to make?
And well, we had two separate case numbers. This one is MCP 18-00780. We also had case number MCP 18-00782. Initially, our first submission, I submitted everything under 782 case number. And then the Colts Neck end of it was submitted under 780 until they were scientifically linked. We kept everything separate.
When you say scientifically linked, is it fair to say that there were items from Colts Neck and from Ocean that were compared to one another?
At some point, yes, they were.
Let me show you what's been marked with S234. See that?
Yes, sir.
And what is this?
Those are additional gloves
Okay. Found where?
inside that pile.
Okay. And is there a variety of case delineating information here?
Yes.
From whom?
From the New Jersey State Police lab?
Okay. Does it have your case number on it?
Yes, it does.
Great.
It's 780, I believe 780.
And these gloves here, they were sent to the state police for potential DNA testing?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll show you what the marks to S236. You recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
So that's a like a long sleeve Eddie Bauer thermal shirt.
Okay. And is there an associated, some other bags that are associated with the shirt?
Yes.
Okay, and they represent what?
Just like the other ones. My bag with my case identifiers on it, lab paper from the state police lab or mine. Both of them were from the state police lab. There's a subsample on that package, the first package.
Okay.
The one you're holding with your right hand. And this one is the actual shirt. Heat sealed, mounted for display purposes.
Are there any markings on either side of the shirt?
Yes.
What we're looking at here, do you see like a label here on the shirt?
Yeah. Yes, I do. The Clarence.
Does that say Eddie Bauer?
Yes, sir, it does. Eddie Bauer, and then the size is tall XL.
Now, there's a label right here, correct?
Yes.
What is that representing it?
Something of interest by the New Jersey State Police.
Now, amongst the items that are found in that southeast corner of the basement, was there a point in time that you identified a scarf?
Yes.
Okay. And was that ultimately sent for some forensic testing?
Ultimately, yes.
Now, prior to it being sent for testing, what did you do with it?
initially photographed it and then conducted a visual exam.
Okay, when you conducted a visual exam, did you make any observations?
Yes.
And what did you observe?
Multiple defects into it, meaning marks that appeared to be like cuts in them, and then multiple 3 hair or fibers.
Just show you. I have S1A. Slide 161. You recognize that, Lieutenant?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the black Brooks Brothers scarf.
And can I have slide 162? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What's that?
That's the label.
Can I have slide 163? What are we looking at there, Lieutenant?
Those were those defects that I had noted. The yellow, those yellow triangles are just kind of like evidence markers. Just trying to draw your attention to what was in the photo.
And you talked about defects in the scarf that you observed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, are they represented, at least in part, in that photograph?
Yes. So behind them, I placed some white paper to help with some contrast so you can see them a little clearer.
Okay. And again, did you locate anything else physically upon the scarf that was of interest to you?
Some hair and fibers, and then there was some unknown type staining I couldn't identify.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked as S237. You recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the Brooks Brothers scarf we were just talking about.
Is this contain some evidence bags and samples and the like?
Yes.
Okay, and they came from where?
New Jersey State Police Lab.
Okay. Now, show you what's been marked as S238 for identification. Recognize what that is.
Yes.
What is it?
The hair or fiber A that I identified as A removed from the Brooks Brothers scarf.
Can I have slide 162, I believe? Sorry. Go forward, sorry. Okay. What are we looking at on the screen? We can, I think we.
So that's a scale with the letter adhesive scale A. And then you'll see in the center of the photograph, though it's blurry, a hair or fiber.
Okay. And there's an A there, correct?
Yes.
What does that represent?
It's just a marking so we can identify it visually.
Okay. Does that correlate to what's in S238?
Yes.
Okay. That would be, you described it as being hair fiber A, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just going to show you S239 for identification. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Hair fiber B removed from the Brooks Brothers scarf.
Okay. And who removed them?
I did.
Okay. And where were they taken to?
Ultimately to the New Jersey State Police Lab for testing.
And S240, do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
Hair fiber C removed from the Brooks Brothers scarf.
And again, sent out for forensic testing?
Yes.
Now, just earlier, I wanted to circle back for a second. Show you S230 identification. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That's the small piece of black glove from the rear passenger floor, driver's side.
Okay, and is there any markings on that within that envelope?
Yes.
And what are those markings?
Markings by the New Jersey State Police Lab.
Okay, and Does that represent the square that's in there with the handwriting?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to draw you, I guess, draw your attention back to November 23rd, 2018, approximately 8:50 p.m. Did you have any contact with Paul Caneiro?
Yes.
And what was the reason for that?
To obtain a buccal swab control sample, it's a DNA control sample from him, and to obtain additional photographs.
Just going to show you what the marked as one SQ42. Can we just have one moment?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Just going to show you what the mark is S242 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a buccal swab control sample from Paul Caneiro.
Okay, and who took that?
I did.
Okay, from,
Mr. Caneiro. Paul Caneiro.
and were there photographs taken at that point in time?
Yes.
Can I just have slide 154, please? Quickly, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that a photograph that you took?
Yes.
And the point of that photograph is what?
Just document injuries that I observed.
Slide 155. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
That's Mr. Paul Caneiro's left hand.
Had you photographed that previously at a different location?
Yes.
I have slide 156. What do you see there?
That would be a photograph of one of Mr. Caneiro's knees with a scale, there's some bruising that I observed that I attempted to photograph.
And slide 157. What do you see there?
Again, a photograph of Mr. Caneiro, I believe was one of his lower extremities with what would appear to be bruising.
And then lastly, I just have 158. What do you see there?
That's the side of Mr. Caneiro's right foot with some bruising as well.
Now, on or about November 26, 2018, did someone take the handguns and maybe some other evidence to the state police ballistic lab for potential testing?
Yes.
Do you recall if that was done by you or someone else?
I believe that was done by somebody else.
Just going to show you what the market has 350 for identification. If you can recognize that.
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a ballistics unit evidence receipt from the New Jersey State Police Lab.
Okay, what is it? Does it indicate that items have been delivered there?
Yes.
And what type of item?
The ballistics lab, it was all of the handguns that were recovered in the basement of 27 Tilton, along with the gun barrel and the unknown firearm parts from the book bag of the kayak.
And did it say who delivered that?
Yes.
And who did it?
Detective Boat.
You work with Detective Buck?
I do.
You talked about him previously?
Yes.
Now, just for purposes of clarity, just I'm show you S349. You recognize what that is?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a New Jersey State Police Ballistics Unit evidence receipt.
And it indicates
The delivery of evidence to the lab.
Okay, now is that different type of ballistic evidence?
A different type, yes.
And where's that from?
This was from 15 Willowbrook Road. It also has a different case number and a different lab number that was assigned because we were treating them separately. It's two different instances.
Now, was there a point in time when you took a buccal swab or a DNA sample from another individual?
Yes.
And who was that?
His name was Sean Edson.
And who's he?
He was a volunteer firefighter for one of the local fire companies that assisted with 27 Tilton.
Why was the buccal swab taken from him?
We had located two areas of blood staining, one at the front door and one in the foyer. It was ultimately determined that he had injured himself while fighting the fire, and we had identified those stains as coming from him.
When you said you identified you potentially identified the stains as belonging to him, is that accurate?
I'm sorry, yes.
Just for purposes of that, did you swab those areas where the firefighter may have drawn blood?
Yes.
And were those swabs sent anywhere for testing?
Yes.
Where?
New Jersey State Police Lab.
I just want to show you S245. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a swab of biological staining from the left side of the front door frame of 27 Tilton.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you S246.
It's a swab of biological staining from the foyer wall of 27 Tilton.
Okay. These were sent to the State Police Lab?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell based upon anything that's on these envelopes?
Yes.
What is that?
The state police case number and the item number and all of their markings on it.
Including that sticker?
Yes.
And that sticker?
The yellow stickers, yes.
And they have item numbers, is that accurate?
Yes.
S245 is what number?
New Jersey State Police item number 2.
And S246.
State Police item number 3.
And I'm going to show you the marked as S243. You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
Buccal swab control sample from Sean Edson.
It's a DNA sample.
Yes.
Was that sent to the lab?
Yes, it was.
Now, we talked about yesterday. X165 is this gas can,
Yes.
right? What, I think you may have said it yesterday, but just to be clear, what did you do with the contents of this?
I reserved 2 ounces of that after it was measured, how much was the content of it. I reserved 2 ounces for laboratory testing and preserving it, and then the rest was discarded.
Did you do anything with the container?
Yes.
What'd you do with it?
Attempted to develop latent fingerprints on it.
And how do you do that?
In this particular case, because of what it's made of, it was exposed to cyanoacrylate, which is a superglue fuming. And then once that was done, I applied black fingerprint powder to it in an attempt to develop fingerprints.
Is there anything on this container currently that would be indicative of the fingerprint processing?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
All the black powder that's on it still.
Were you able to identify any potentially identifiable fingerprints on here?
Yeah.
Now, we talked earlier about that pinch and slide bag that was in the Porsche Cayenne within the backpack, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you do anything with that item?
Yeah.
What'd you do with it?
Attempted to develop fingerprints on that as well.
Did you do it in the same manner or a different manner?
The bag itself, the super glue theming, the paper towels that were in it, I used a different process using a chemical called ninhydrin. So that reacts to the different proteins found in a blatant fingerprint. If there's any fingerprint proteins in it, then it will turn purple and expose the fingerprint.
Now, as far as we were talking about the shirt, the long sleeve shirt, the short sleeve shirt, the jeans, obviously, I think you said that they went to the state police in a big pile, so to speak, correct?
Yes.
And then, obviously, were they separated by state police personnel?
Yes.
Okay, so when did you ultimately get them back?
Yeah.
Okay, obviously they're here, correct?
Yes.
Did they come back with different numbers or specific numbers as it relates to the separation thereof?
Yes. Through the state police lab numbers, they were divided into additional numbers.
Were those represented at times also, like the actual numbers? Are they represented on, instead of white tabs, say on the Gs? Do they reference those numbers?
Yes, they do, sir.
Just to be clear. Showing you S232, just briefly again, the Gs. We have these markings, correct?
Yes.
And there's a number, for instance, I'm pointing at the right shin area, correct?
Yes.
And what's the number this here?
They have it marked as item number 6-1-8.
Okay. There's one up here on the left thigh area, correct?
Yes.
And what's the number there?
6-1-7.
So the 8 or the 7, they're subsamples of areas from 6-1?
Yes.
Now, just showing you, just going to show you purposes of clarity, S131.
Yes.
Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
Okay, and what is it?
It's my a supplemental technical report that I drafted.
Okay. Now, what I don't want you to read it or anything, but what are you documenting in that report?
Photography and additional processing.
Okay, and do you make note in your report, like the delineation of the items that came back to you from the state police?
Yes.
Okay, and is that contained on, partially on the first page?
Yes, it is.
And just to give us like an overview, you list one item towards the bottom of the first page, right?
Yes.
And what does that say, item number and description?
It says NJSP item number 6, pile of articles.
Okay, then for instance, underneath it, what does it say?
NJSP subsample 6-1.
Okay, and what does it say?
Jeans.
I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but we just talked about subsamples when we were looking at the jeans, right?
Yes, sir.
Here at the top, we have subsample 6-1, 6-11, correct?
Yes, sir.
6-1-2,
Yes, sir.
and it continues on down to 6-16, correct?
Yes.
Do you delineate what those subsamples represent based upon information received back from the state police?
Yes.
Okay. And do you document like locations on the jeans?
How they are listed in their report is how I wrote it in mine.
Okay. So you want it to be consistent with what they said because they did it?
Yes.
Okay. And there's also some similar information with respect to the T-shirt and different gloves.
Yes.
Real quick, was there a point in time when a label was taken off the jeans?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do with the label?
We retained it.
Okay. Did you take note of the size of it?
Yes.
And what was the size of it?
I believe it was 34, 32.
Okay. I'm just going to show you again real quick. That's 131 on the history. Look at the first full paragraph of page 3 to yourself. Is there a point in time where you documented the waist size?
Yes.
Okay. Was what you said a moment ago accurate?
Yes, it was. Thank you.
The waist was what?
34,
The length was what?
32.
Now, just a couple more questions. He talked about, I believe at some point, having been in the garage of 27 Tilden,
Yes.
and I showed you slide 120 again of S1A. You told me if you recognize that.
Yes.
Now, did you locate a safe in that area?
Yes.
Okay. And could you describe where the safe was?
In the center of that picture against the back wall, you'll see like a bag of plastic bags hanging. That is the safe.
Now, ultimately, was a search conducted of the safe?
Yes, it was.
Have slide 121. Now, can you tell us what, if anything, you located in the gun safe in the garage?
Nothing.
No guns?
Nothing.
You talked about different items going to the New Jersey State Police Laboratory for DNA testing, correct?
Yes, sir.
As well as for ballistic testing.
Yes, sir.
Was there a point in time that another lab, a private laboratory was used?
Yes.
Okay, and was that for DNA testing?
Yes, it was.
And do you recall generally who brought the items to that laboratory?
Detective Vogt was tasked with that.
Just have one moment, Judge.
Sure.
Ron, I have no further questions.
Ross?
What?
There's no objection if I just publish photos that he's
No,
taken.
no, not at all.
Can I have the front? Lieutenant, we heard testimony about the jeans, right? these, so you testified that when you performed the search in the basement, right, you found like a pile of items, correct?
Yes.
And that's what I want to focus on that for a moment, and specifically the jeans. So in that pile of items, when you originally found them in the basement, you took some photographs, correct?
Yes.
And then you brought them upstairs and you put them in the garage for a while, correct?
Actually in the driveway first, and then the garage.
Okay, we're gonna talk about that in a moment.
Yeah.
And then I think as you testified, you sent the jeans or the items to the New Jersey State Police Lab.
Yes.
You tried to kind of separate some of the items yourself, but ultimately you decided better to just send it as is and let the lab figure it out. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And at some point, when the lab had the items, they were able to separate them.
That's correct.
And for example, the jeans, they separated the jeans.
Yes.
And when they sent them back to you, you took more photographs of those jeans.
Yes.
And so I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-141. Now, we saw the jeans as they're packaged for preparation of the trial, but they're in a plastic bag, correct?
Yes.
So there's a little bit of a glare. So I want to be clear with this photograph. In the photograph, you can see the red staining, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that there's red staining throughout the jeans?
In multiple places, yes.
Multiple places. Why don't you take the stylus and can you just circle where on the image you can see some of the staining?
Top portion is not very clear, so I'm not gonna. These are two obvious areas that I can see.
Two obvious areas. We do know though that there's some additional staining above and below that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But those are the two main areas.
141.1.
You can undo. Well, one of the areas that was just captured, I'm going to publish what's 1-145. And this is, looks like the left leg. Or the right leg. The jeans. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a close-up of some of the staining, correct?
That's correct.
And now I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-146. And this is the lower end of the right leg, it appears, correct?
Correct.
And so we can see some of the staining here, but then we can see more staining throughout the body.
Yes.
Throughout the bottom, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't circle that in the original photo, it wasn't as visible, but in this close-up version, do we agree that we can see it better, that there's more staining?
Yes.
Now I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-147, and this would be the left leg, correct?
That's correct.
And this is more toward the bottom of the leg,
Yes.
and we can again see more staining, correct?
That's correct.
Maybe it wasn't as visible in the original photograph, but here we can see that there's not only staining here toward the rib, but there's some additional staining like at the bottom here.
That's correct.
I have another photograph, it's D1-148, and again, it's just more staining. It's a close-up of what we just saw, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show two more photographs. It's D1-149 and D1-150. And again, we're just looking at more staining. Do you agree with that?
I agree with that.
Okay. And the last one is the 1-150. And more staining, correct?
Yes.
And again, these were the genes that you had, were in a pile that were sent to the lab. You then received them back from the lab. They were tested.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Now, one of the things that you did when you arrived on scene on November 20th, you were on the scene of 27 Tilton for multiple days, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were there November 20th, that was the day of the fire, right?
Yes.
And we also know that you were there the following day, correct?
Yes.
21st. And that was one of the days that you performed a search.
Yes.
And then I think the next day was Thanksgiving, so there was a break.
Yes.
You continued that search on the following day, which is the 23rd.
Yes.
Okay, because the 22nd was Thanksgiving.
Okay.
And then there was a subsequent search, I think, on the 28th, correct?
Yes, I believe it was the 28th. I'd have to refer to my report to get the exact date, but yeah, there was another search.
And then there were, so there were multiple searches of both the house and multiple searches of the vehicles, correct?
The vehicles, all of the vehicles, no, just the one time. The Macan, there was the photographic documentation the first day, and then an actual, ultimately a search.
Okay, so yeah, let's break that down. So there's 4 vehicles that were on the scene, right?
Yes.
And one of them was the 2014 Porsche 911 convertible white, correct?
Yes.
And another one was the 2016 Jeep Wrangler, correct?
Yes.
Now, those 2 vehicles were searched one time,
One time, yes.
and there was nothing of evidentiary value, correct?
They were done on the 21st.
The 21st.
Yeah, not the day of the fire.
The vehicles that, for investigation purposes, that were more focused on were the 2018 Porsche Macan,
Yes.
and that's a SUV, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the 2016 Porsche Cayenne, which is a larger SUV.
Okay, yes.
And the Macan specifically was searched multiple times, right?
Just the one time. The first time, again, I just took photographs of the damage that was done to the car.
Okay. So maybe we're not agreeing on the term search. So on the 20th, the vehicle was, are you aware that Mr. Caneiro consented to a search? He was presented with a consent to search form.
Yes.
And so on the 20th, there was a search performed of the vehicle where they looked under the hood and they looked inside, and I think you took photographs.
Yes.
And then on the 21st was the day that you returned to the house to search the home.
Yes.
And then did you search the Macan again on that day?
Yes, that's where I physically went in the car and I looked in all the compartments, looked through all the property that was in there. That didn't occur on the 20th.
So there was like sort of just a cursory search on the 20th and then a more like an actual in-depth search on the 21st.
I wouldn't call it a cursory search. I didn't go in the car except to open the hood. And then I just photographed the engine compartment of the car. So if you want to call it a search.
Well, there was a consent to search form.
Yeah, I think it was just more of a formal way of documenting me being allowed to go into the car and to do the photographic documentation.
Right, because without the consent to search, you would not be permitted to go into the car at that point.
That's correct.
Okay, so Mr. Caneiro agreed you can search the car, and then law enforcement looked inside the car, opened the hood, and you took photographs.
Yes.
Okay. And so that's what I'm referring to as the cursory search.
Okay.
It's a form of a search.
Yeah.
And the second is the actual search where you looked through things more thoroughly.
Search for evidence, yes.
Searched for evidence. And at some point you processed the Macan as well.
Yes.
Was that same day or a different time?
Can you
Is it the same day as the 21st that you processed the Macan?
where I thoroughly searched it, and then, yes, that would be the 21st, yes.
Okay, so you did that when the vehicle was still in the driveway of Mr. Caneiro's home?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you performed the search of the Macan, you're obviously looking for evidence,
Yes.
anything that could be helpful to your investigation, right?
Yes.
And you learned that the Macan was, you probably didn't know this on the 20th, but by the 21st, perhaps, you were aware that the McCann was significant to the investigation because you'd seen surveillance videos of the vehicle leaving and coming back to the house. Were you aware of that?
I wasn't aware of that. As far as any surveillance videos go, the way our office operates, especially with the crime scene unit, we're not really privy to surveillance video, all of the other aspects of that investigation. As they're collecting it, we're just focused on the physical evidence at our crime scenes.
Okay.
So getting a request to photograph, like at night, the lights, we would just get the phone call, we need these photographs taken.
Okay.
And then ultimately later found out it was in relation to video surveillance, but how that tied in at the time, I have no idea.
Okay, so you later learned why this vehicle was significant.
Yes.
Okay. Not at the time you were searching, but at some point, because you're part of this bigger investigation, you were made aware why this was important. So I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-10. And this is a photograph that you took of the McCann on the 20th, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Looks like it.
And this is the driver's side. It's the inside of the driver's portion of the vehicle.
Yes.
And so this was from the time that you arrived on scene, which was approximately what, like 8 o'clock? 8 a.m.?
8:06 a.m. when I arrived.
8:06 a.m. So approximately 8 a.m. When you arrived, this is the first time you were coming into contact with this vehicle,
When I first arrived, yes.
but it was taped off with crime scene tape, correct?
The whole property was,
Right, including the driveway.
including the driveway.
And so the point of that when you arrived was that obviously law enforcement had created a barrier to protect whatever was inside of the crime scene taped area, correct? So it hadn't, to your knowledge, it hadn't been disturbed.
No.
Okay. And when you took this photograph, did you measure the distance between the vehicle and the gas pedal? The driver's side chair to the gas pedal to see what the distance was?
No.
Okay, so we don't have any record of that distance.
No.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as D1-9. This is the inside of the McCann, but the passenger side, correct?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show the inside of the McCann. This is the passenger, but the side, but the back side.
Did the rear seat passenger?
Yes.
Yes.
Looks like we have,
We're on the last photo, sorry.
I'm sorry, that was D1-6.
6, thank you.
And D1-12, we have photographs of the rear passenger, but from the driver's side.
That's correct.
And this is D1-11, and it's just a close-up of the driver's side chair, seat.
Yeah.
And lastly, we have D1-7, and this is the trunk of the vehicle, the inside of the trunk.
The cargo, yeah.
Now, unlike the jeans, when you were just taking these photographs, you didn't notice any red staining in the vehicle, did you?
I wasn't even looking for it at that time.
Okay. But if you had seen it, if you're taking photos of the vehicle and you saw red staining, it's something you would note in your report or something to that fact, right?
Depends, but yeah, that would draw my attention to it. Yeah.
Your attention would be drawn to it.
Yes.
That's fair to say. So the next day is when you processed the McCann,
Yes.
right? And at that point, you're actually looking for things like blood.
Yes.
Right? And when you processed the McCann, What did you do exactly?
At the scene there, it was just pretty much just an article search inside the interior of the car. Later on, I don't know if it was that night, I'd have to look at my report, or a different night, we applied Blue Star. It's a blood reagent to the inside of both cars with no results.
So,
First, upon a visual examination, you didn't see any red staining or anything that you suspected to be blood, correct?
Did not.
and then you used an alternative light source,
Yeah.
correct? And an alternative light source, or an ALS, is basically like a special type of light where you can see things that ordinarily with the naked eye you can't see.
Yes.
And some of the things that you can see with an alternative light source are things like biological fluids, like semen or urine, saliva, and blood.
That's correct.
You can also see you can better see hairs and fibers, things of that nature.
Yes.
What about gunshot residue?
I'm not so sure about gunshot residue. That's,
And what about explosive accelerants? Can you see that with an ALS?
that I'm not sure of as well.
So you use the alternative light source, and in this case, it was the Searchy Mega Max ALS,
Yes.
and you used it throughout the vehicle, correct?
Yes.
It was a thorough search.
Yes.
I mean, obviously, you're not going to miss anything because it's important to document everything in your investigation, right?
Try not to miss anything.
Okay. And so you searched the front driver's side, right?
Yes.
And the passenger side of the front,
Yes.
and the entire rear,
Yes.
and the trunk.
Yes.
And I think you even lifted up the cargo area and you looked underneath as well.
Yes, I did.
And when you are performing the search, you're looking not just at the seats, but at the floors, right?
Yes.
And you're lifting up the armrest in the back,
Yes.
and you're looking at you're looking under the seats, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you searched that entire vehicle with the alternative light source, you did not find any blood.
That's correct.
Okay. And after that, you then used what's called a Blue Star agent.
Yes.
And do you want to describe Blue Star really quickly? I think you sort of did.
So it's a chemical agent. It's mixed with either it comes pre-mixed or you have to mix it with a solution, and you spray it on the interior of the car. The chemicals react to blood, and it fluoresces at that point. The purpose of that is to visualize any blood staining.
I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-83. And this is a photograph that you took, I think, on the 21st, correct?
I believe so.
And this was when you were in the midst of processing the vehicle, right? And we can see that the back seats look a little bit dirtier. Is that from the Blue Star?
That's not from the Blue Star.
What is that from? Do you know?
We had an accelerant dog come to the scene and search, and that's the paw prints from the dog.
Okay. So that's what we're seeing on there is from the dog, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And we can see how, the armrest is sort of moved and the floor mats are lifted up, correct?
Yes.
Because again, it's a thorough search.
Yes.
Now, again, with the Blue Star, it's a chemical that you cover the item with, in this case, the vehicle, the inside of the vehicle, and you're looking for evidence of blood or trace blood, right?
Yes.
Because Blue Star, what it does is it can detect even minute traces of blood that you wouldn't necessarily be able to see with your naked eye, or maybe even with a, magnifying glass, but the Blue Star is a chemical reactant to trace amounts of blood, correct?
Yes.
And it even can detect
detect blood if it's been washed or cleaned,
That's correct.
right? So if there was blood on the seat, but it was wiped or attempted to wash it away, even with different types of detergents, the Blue Star can detect it.
Yes, it also reacts to other chemicals as well. And that's where we have to determine if, based on the patterns, if it was something that contained blood or didn't.
And Blue Star, things like the ALS and Blue Star, they're very useful investigative tools because a lot of times with crime scenes, evidence is cleaned up or something to that effect, right?
Yes.
So this allows law enforcement to find things like blood or other biological stains on pieces of evidence or in areas or in places that otherwise they wouldn't have observed.
Yes.
And in this case, that was done to the Porsche Macan, right? The vehicle that we now know is alleged is to left the property and come back. There was not found any blood in that car.
No.
And there were no, what about gunshot residue? Did you ever test the vehicle for gunshot residue?
No.
Okay, so there was no testing for gunshot residue, so we don't know whether there was any gunshot residue in the car.
No.
Did you swab any portions of the vehicle for DNA?
No.
Okay, so the handle to the driver's side wasn't swabbed, nor was the steering wheel, or the buttons in the car, or the inside trunk latch,
No.
or the outside trunk area,
No.
passenger side.
No.
Okay, no DNA swabs taken whatsoever from the Porsche Macan.
No, there was not.
So we don't know who, if any's DNA would have been on that vehicle, so we don't have results, right?
That's correct.
Now the Blue Star, what else did you use the Blue Star on? The gas can?
Not on the gas can.
Okay, what else did you
Just
use?
the interior, I believe, of definitely of the Macan. And I have to look at my report if I included the Cayenne or not.
Look at your report.
It might take me a second to find it.
No problem. If it makes it easier, is your testimony that if you used the Blue Star, it would have only been on the vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. So the Blue Star, the special chemical that shows trace amounts of blood even when washed away, that was not used anywhere inside of the home.
27 Tilton, no.
Okay. So the bathrooms, it wasn't used in the bathrooms upstairs to detect and search for blood in the sink area? To see if blood was maybe washed down the sink?
No, ma'am.
And not in the shower area?
No, ma'am.
Not in the kitchen sink?
Nope.
Not on a single thing inside of the entire house was there a search for blood?
Well, with the exception of the 2 blood stains that were found at the front door in the foyer, no.
Right, that was from
Yeah.
firefighter Edson.
Yeah.
Because firefighter Edson, in the process of fighting fire, he injured himself
Yes.
and left like a small little, I don't think we saw a photo, but it was like a little blood smudge on the door frame, the outside door frame.
Frame and the foyer wall.
Okay.
So yeah, we did search for blood, and the only blood that we did find at the scene was those 2 areas that I had already discussed.
But that blood you saw with your naked eye, right?
Yes.
Because, you took photos of it and you can see it in the photos. with respect to blood that would not have otherwise been visible with a normal observation of looking at it, that was not searched for in anywhere in this house.
No.
Now the gas can, I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-48, 1-94, and 1-95. Lieutenant, is this a photograph of the gas can that you observed near the garage area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is a photograph you took, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it fair to say that the gas can looks pretty clean in that photograph?
Yes.
And in this photograph, D1-94, it's a little bit more zoomed in. But again, you can see the gas can and it looks fairly clean, right? And then I'll show one more zoomed in photograph of the gas can. Does it look like it's pretty clean?
Yes.
When we saw the gas can though, it had like stuff all over it. What was that from?
Fingerprint powder.
That's fingerprint powder.
Yes.
So when the prosecutor showed the gas can and it looked dirty, that's not because it was dirty at the scene, correct?
That's correct.
It was not found that way.
Not when I found it, no.
And later on, when you were trying to see if you could find any fingerprints off of the gas can, you covered it in powder, and that's why it appears to look dirty.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you testified on direct that you didn't ultimately find any fingerprints on the gas can.
That's correct.
Did you swab it for DNA?
No, I did not.
Now, you observed gas cans in the shed, right?
Yes.
And you took photographs of those as well.
Yes, I did.
Also, you note in your report, ultimately this was determined to be you can kind of see it in the photograph. It's a 1 1/4 gallon. Is
Yes,
that right?
that's correct.
Okay, so it's a small gas can.
Yes.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-96. And these are, this is a photograph that you took of 3 gas cans that you observed in the shed, correct?
Yes.
And these gas cans are larger than the small one, right? Yes. And they're also dirtier. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. These 3 gas cans are, you can see that they're sort of covered in various areas with glue, right?
Yes.
And I think you testified in direct that you visually observed this like sort of empty spot there, right?
Yes.
And you approximated that it would fit the gas can, right?
Yes.
Did you ever measure it?
No, I did not.
Did you ever take the gas can and see like if it fit there, if it was too big or too small?
And I knew at the time of collection that I was going to attempt to develop fingerprints on it. I didn't want to fit it into that space and potentially destroy any fingerprint evidence, so that wasn't done. It was just a visual observation that there was a space there that can could fit in that area.
When you say that, to potentially damage the fingerprint of it, like what do you mean by that?
Well, that's a small space. If I were to put it in that space and the sides would, say, rub together, if there were fingerprints on the sides, I could potentially destroy those fingerprints by smearing or smudging them.
Okay. Well, you are aware that the gas can had been moved prior to you arriving on scene. Are
I
you?
just found that out recently, but at the time, no, I did not know that.
Okay, you didn't know that at the time.
So,
But now you know that Craig Flanagan, who was the fire marshal guy, he had moved it to take some photographs before you arrived.
I'm not aware of who actually moved it, but I am aware that it was moved and then it was placed back where I found it.
Okay. But you never measured it, right?
No, ma'am.
And you never asked Mr. Caneiro, hey, is this your gas can?
I never did know.
And you never asked him when you were on scene, does this gas can belong there?
No, I did not.
Now, in addition to these 3 gas cans, you also observed 2 additional gas cans, correct?
Later on, yes.
And those were also in the shed?
Yes, they were.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-15. And this is a photograph of 2 additional gas cans, right?
Yes.
And these were, what, toward the back of the shed?
Well, towards the south side where I was referring to the front, with the more decorative side, it's got the 1 door and the 2 windows, as opposed to the rear or the north side had double doors.
I'm sorry, this is toward the front of the shed. And again, these gas cans are larger than the other one, right?
That's correct.
And you can also see from the photograph what appears to be some dirt along the bottom and sides of the gas can.
That's correct.
Now I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-29, and this is just kind of to orient ourselves a better view of the inside of the shed, right?
That's correct.
So where the view that we have currently, we're at the back of the shed
Yes.
and we're looking toward the front.
Yes.
And this is like the door you were mentioning, the nicer door.
The more decorative door.
With the like window panes.
Yeah.
And so the 3 gas cans are toward the back of the shed, right?
Yes.
And then the 2 that we can't see in the photograph are more toward the front.
Yes.
And the reason why we're at the back of the shed, looking into the shed and can see a door is because the shed had a door in the front and a door in the back.
That's correct.
So you could walk through the front door and then walk out the back door and vice versa, obviously.
Yes.
And the gate to the shed, though, kind of like if you were in the shed and you walk out the front door, you're inside of the gated area of the backyard, correct?
That's correct.
But if you walk out the back door, now you're outside of that gated area.
Yes.
So if you wanted to get from inside the gated area to outside the gated area, one way to do it would be to go through the shed.
That would be correct.
And you also note in your report that that you observed 3 gates.
Yes.
And one of those gates was directly next to the shed.
I don't believe so. The 1 gate was by the garage, and the driveway. The 2nd gate that I observed was, I guess, midway in the backyard along the back fence there. And then the 3rd was on the south side by where the main fire was.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-126. This is the front of the shed, correct?
Yes.
And we can see the gate here in the photograph.
No, there's no gate there. I mean, that's definitely the fence, and it goes to the left in this picture and then comes towards you around that white box, but the gate is behind and to the left. if you're looking at this
Are
picture.
you defining gate as the door that opens
The gate is, that allows entry through
through the fence?
the fence.
So this is the front of the shed, correct?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show what's been marked as D 117. This is the back of the shed, correct?
Yeah.
And does this appear to be a gate?
It could be. I didn't identify it as a gate.
I'm going to show you one more photograph. This is D 1-31. Can you tell whether that's a gate?
Yeah, it's like a gate.
That's a gate, right? Okay. So there's actually 4 gates on this property.
Okay.
Yes?
Sure. Yeah.
Well, you identified 3 in your report, correct?
Yes.
And then you just told the jury what those 3 gates were, right? Yes?
Yes.
And this is a 4th one.
Okay. Yeah.
You agree?
Good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's next to the shed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ever do any processing? I know that on direct, the prosecutor showed you what appeared to be like a handprint on the shed door,
Yes.
and you attempted to lift fingerprints from those markings, but there were no bridges, or you couldn't do it, right?
I didn't attempt to, I examined them. I didn't attempt to collect them. We would only collect them if I observed any potential bridge detail for identification purposes.
Okay.
I did photograph them though.
I misspoke. You saw the potential fingerprints on the shed door,
Yes.
and you observed them visually to see if there was anything there that you could potentially try to lift.
Yes.
Okay, and you did not see anything at that point.
That's correct.
So you made no attempt to lift those, right?
No, I
'Cause
didn't.
there was, okay. What about DNA swabbing of the shed? Did you swab the shed for DNA anywhere?
No, I did not.
What about that gate we just saw?
I didn't even know that the gate was there, so no.
We also heard testimony previously, as well as I think on your direct, about the footprints that were found near the shed.
Yes.
And specifically, there were two footprints, correct?
I was told about one, and then when I went to go look at it, I did not observe one, but then I did observe another one.
The one that you observed is the one we saw in your direct testimony on the wood, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And the one that you were told about that you didn't see, I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-17, is where this bucket was,
Yes.
right? And that was an attempt to preserve the boot print, correct?
Yes.
But it didn't work, right?
It did not. No.
And the boot print had essentially dried at that point. So that's why it didn't work.
Yeah, I don't know if it was a boot print or not, but whatever was they were protecting wasn't there to observe, or at least for me to observe what it was.
Some version of a shoe print.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-21. I think the jury's already seen this, but just to be clear, this is the photograph I think you took where you could no longer see the boot print, correct?
That's correct.
And it's the dry stone.
Yes, you could see the line where it was covered on that center stone, where to the left is wet and then to the right is dry.
In
Yeah.
the corner of the center stone.
Yeah.
And were you able to observe any other blueprints or footprints in the area?
Just that one that we spoke about that I photographed.
By the way, I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-116. What we can see in this photograph, you agree with me, sir, is that this stone, so this is where the blueprint was that we lost, right, the bucket. And the stones are actually going to the gate, right?
Yes.
Now, when you searched Mr. Paul Caneiro's home, we saw photos on direct examination. I'm gonna show what's been marked as D1-55. I think we saw a photo like this during the direct examination testimony. This is sort of a collection of clothing articles, maybe some coats and some shoes downstairs.
I believe that was in the mudroom by
Mudroom.
by the back door area.
To the first floor.
First floor, yes.
And in addition to that, this wasn't the only area in the home where there were shoes, correct?
No.
You've observed shoes in the bedrooms and in other locations.
Yes.
And anywhere from the first floor or the second floor of the house, did you take any of the boots or the shoes, particularly belonging to Mr. Caneiro, to process those shoes?
No. Not from the first or the second floor.
In other words, to process the shoes for DNA, to swab the bottoms of the shoes for DNA?
No.
Any visual observations of blood on any of the shoes?
No.
To see if there was maybe mud on the shoes or anything like that?
No. We did collect a shoe
From the
basement later on after we had located the pile of clothes with the blood on them. We took, right in that general area, there was a metal crate with the shoe in it.
Okay, and when did you find that?
That was Friday as well, the 23rd? The 23rd,
Okay,
Friday?
okay, so on the 21st though, when you were there, you didn't take any other shoes, right? And you later took a crate of things from the basement, it had one shoe in it?
I believe it was one shoe, yeah.
Okay. Did you do anything with that shoe?
Sent to the state police lab.
Okay. And the rest of the shoes in the house, no observations, no swapping or of any
No,
kind?
there was no observations made.
Okay. And with respect to the search of the home, you also observed, I'm going to show a more zoomed out version of what we just saw. So it's D1-56. And this is, again, that mudroom area with the clothing and the shoes, correct?
That's correct.
And in addition, there's like a laundry basket there.
That's
right?
correct.
And in D-1-57, another photograph that you took, and it appears like there's some additional clothing articles drying.
Yes.
When you searched you talked about the bedrooms upstairs, right?
Yes.
And there were 4 bedrooms.
Yes.
One's the master bedroom.
Yes.
Correct? And then there's 2, one for Marissa, one for Katie, the daughters.
Yes.
They each had their own room.
Yes.
Right? And there was a room that you designated as Paul Caneiro's bedroom.
That's
right?
correct.
Okay. That bedroom is actually, it's a guest bedroom, correct?
I was told that was the bedroom that Paul Caneiro sleeps in, so that's why I called it Paul Caneiro's bedroom.
Okay. Regardless of where Mr. Caneiro sleeps, right, you had the opportunity to search that room and the master bedroom, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you know that Mr. Caneiro's clothing was all located in the master bedroom.
Most of it was. I'm not completely sure about whether there was clothing that belonged to him in that other bedroom.
Okay. I'm going to show what's been marked as D-158. And this is a photograph of the master bedroom. I think we saw it yesterday, correct?
Yes.
And then here is a photograph of the master bedroom, but now you can see the walk-in closet, correct?
Yes.
And that was D1-59. D1-60 is a close-up of, we're getting closer, we can see the walk-in closet,
That's correct.
right? And D1-61 is your photograph where you can actually see all of the clothing articles in the closet, correct?
Yes.
Now, this clothing, did you search through the clothing?
The very first day of the fire, no. Subsequently, yes, during that,
On the 21st.
on the 21st, yes.
And so, did you learn that these clothes here they belong to Mr. Paul Caneiro?
No, I didn't take note of who they belonged to. It's just, they were clothes that were there and they were searched,
Okay.
and nothing of evidentiary value was located in there.
Apologies, just 1 minute.
Turn the lights on for a second. Can I have you guys stand up for a minute? You're welcome.
Thank you.
That was good, doesn't it? We're gonna come out here, each one of you are gonna do 10 jumping jacks, go back. Whenever you're comfortable, you can sit back down.
Sir, when you stated that there was nothing of evidentiary value, did I hear you correctly? You said there was really nothing of evidentiary value in the jeans, the clothing in the bedroom, including jeans that we saw in the photograph?
Yes.
What about the size of those jeans?
I didn't make note of any size of any of the clothing in the closets.
Okay. But we do know, we testified about it on direct. We do know that the jeans that you ultimately found, the ones that are still over there being presented in court, those jeans are a size 34 by 32, correct?
Yes.
34 meaning being the waist size,
Yes.
and 32 being the length.
That's correct.
Okay. So one thing that was not done was to check the size of all of Mr. Caneiro's jeans to see if they matched the size of the jeans that were worn, that they have all of the blood staining on them.
We weren't able to determine the size of the jeans that we found in the basement until many months later. So
Okay.
it didn't occur to me to check clothing sizes at the time that we had the search.
Okay, so it didn't occur to you that potentially you'd be able to ascertain the size of those jeans, whether the tag or measurements, and we don't know whether, we don't have anything documented what the size and the waist and length of those jeans are in comparison to the jeans that are sitting here in court today. Another, when you were searching the home, you also took photographs of the garage area, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to publish what's been marked as D1-134. And this is, we've seen this before, this is the garage area, correct?
Yes.
And I just want to orient ourselves again, that the left garage bay, that's the one where you indicate a car could not have pulled into that area because it was full of stuff.
That's correct.
Whereas in contrast, the right bay, that was an open area, and we know that the Cayenne was parked in there at some point, right?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. And this one, this open one in the corner that you can't see behind the red top convertible, that's where the fire was. It's this far left corner, correct?
That's correct.
And this view here, 1-136, this just enables us to see the shape of the driveway, correct?
That's correct.
So we can see that it's like an L shape, essentially. I mean, like an upside down L.
That's correct.
Because you pull out horizontally and then vertically toward the front of the photograph is the length of the driveway.
Yes.
And here's D1-137, which is just you can see the bottom of the driveway in that photograph, correct?
That's correct.
When you were taking photos of the garage, you also took some photographs of the keys, correct?
Yes.
D1-64 shows an area in the garage where there are some keys hanging up, correct?
That's correct.
This was in the garage, right?
Yes.
And was this also in the garage, D1-65?
Yes.
Okay, so this is more keys that we see in the garage.
That's correct.
And D1-66 is a close-up of those keys, correct?
Yes.
And actually at least one of these keys was seized. It's the one where we see the little tag, correct?
That's correct.
That went to a storage facility?
Yes, it did.
You were not part of that search, were you?
No, I was not.
Now, in the garage also, we saw a photograph earlier of where the DVR that was taken, where that was located on top of the refrigerator, correct?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you a couple closer up versions. It's 1-204 is the first one. You took the photo, correct?
Yes.
And what we can see here is this is the top of the refrigerator area.
Yes.
And this is a Power Max box.
Yes.
That goes to the cameras themselves, not the DVR, correct?
I have no idea where that goes or what it is. I was just photographing that general area to document where I was told Ocean Police took the DVR and that switch.
Okay.
So I have no knowledge whatsoever about what any of that stuff does.
And this is another photograph. It's D1-205. And this is again sort of another photograph of the top of the refrigerator area.
Yes.
And there's no other photographs of like, we can't see what is plugged into what from this photograph, correct?
That's correct.
There's no photographs of any outlets in the area.
No.
You didn't move the refrigerator to see what was potentially plugged in behind the refrigerator.
No.
There's no photographs of like what's back here, whether there's any power strips or extension cords. We don't have photographs of that, right?
No.
And this item here, this white circle on the ceiling, that are you aware that that is what's called an access point?
I have no idea what that is.
Okay, you don't know what an access point is.
No, I don't.
And I think we saw this D1-202. You took this photograph as well, correct?
Yes.
And I know you don't know what an access point is, but did you take any note of this when you took this photograph? Did that have any significance to you?
No.
Can I actually have the state slide 59? Actually, we do 57 first. In this photograph, there's a circular object on the top right of that window, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
On the wall there?
Yeah, above the curtain rod.
Yes, above the curtain rod?
Yes.
Now, can we look in, please? Okay. Again, I know you indicated you don't know what an access point is, but did you take any note of that circular object as
No, it was
an
just in the-
access point or anything of significance?
No, it was just in the photograph I was taking. It was the subject of this photograph was the burn patterns on the wall. So
When you, we saw from the garage photograph, this is D1-63, if I could have the front table again. This was that the item that the bags were hanging off of in that photograph we saw in your direct examination. It's the safe in the garage.
yes, the bag of other plastic bags. Yeah.
Right,
Yeah, I
yes.
used as a landmark to what I was talking about at the time.
You had, in this photograph, the bags are taken off.
That's correct.
And we saw on direct, I think, I don't know if we saw a close-up of it, but this is the essentially the gun cabinet that was in the basement, correct?
That's correct.
And I think you had mentioned that you used bolt cutters to remove this sort of like a bronze lock.
Yes.
Did you, there's no note in your report as to whether it was like actually locked or unlocked.
It was locked.
It was locked, so
Yeah.
you did try to unlock it?
I did not have a key, and I wasn't going to, there was a lot of keys there between at the house and in the book bag. I just used the bolt cutters to get into it.
Right, that's not noted in your report, right?
Then I used bolt cutters to get into it.
No, that part is, but the part where you checked to see whether it was locked or not is not noted in your
No,
report.
no, but it was obviously locked.
Okay, obvious to you because you were there,
Yeah.
right? Now,
If it was unlocked, I wouldn't have used the bolt cutters. So
okay. Now you said that you didn't have a key, but that lock, doesn't it have it had numbers on it? Like it was like there was a number combination on it?
I don't know if it was a combination or a keyed lock. It was locked. I used the bolt cutters to cut it open to get into it.
Okay, well, you mentioned the key, so that's why I was wondering. But we don't have any closer photo lock, right? Do we?
No,
Okay, so
this
that,
might be as close up as I have of that.
okay, so you didn't take the lock off and take more photographs of the lock, see what maybe numbers were showing or anything like that?
No,
And, did you try to collect fingerprints or DNA from the lock?
no.
What about the door or anywhere on the cabinet?
No, there was so much fire damage in that basement. To throw black fingerprint powder on a soot-covered bed, it just seemed
What about DNA
no,
swapped?
no.
Because you did find other stuff that was covered that
Yeah, but
you sent for DNA, right?
the stuff that we recovered was, fortunately protected at some point, and then encased in plastic that I guess melted and protected it from the heat and the water and the fire damage. So this was not protected like that.
Are you talking about what plastic are you talking about?
Talking about the chart articles where the jeans were, it had the plastic lid that it was adhered to the state police lab for testing.
I see. Okay.
So that I'm sorry if I wasn't clear on that, but that's what I was referring to.
Okay. So
Ms. Maslon, can you just tell us the number of that photo, please?
yours D1-62.
62. Thank you. Sure.
So yeah, I found that Miss Mastalone has 11 years of experience. So she's been doing this for 11 years. She's in Toms River, New Jersey Office of the Public Defender, located in Toms River. So they should be breaking for lunch.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch very early.
Very early? No.
All right, 7 minutes early. That's kind of early, right? Juror number one, stop hiding. I can see you. All right, so we're going to break for lunch now. I'll bring you back up at 1:35. I hate when I can't see everybody. So I'll bring you back up at 1:35. We'll start right back up at that time. I hope you have a nice lunch. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. And we'll see you back up here at 1:35. Thank you.
Yeah, well, we've been watching this trial now. This is our day 7, so we know that they break at 12:30 and then for lunch, and then they usually end between 4:30 and 4:45. So, and they start at 8:30. So judge is pretty prompt, with 2 breaks, morning and afternoon break. So, is it kitty time? Yes, Mama, it is kitty time. Aaron just fed them, and they're playing, so they are ready. They are ready. I'll do a quick recap and then we can get to Kitty Cam.
Lieutenant, you can take your lunch break. Obviously, you're still under oath. The same statement that I said to you earlier. Just please don't discuss this with anyone until we're done. Okay?
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, everybody, we'll take a break and I'll see everyone back in your seats, ready to go at 1:35, please. Thank you.
1:35 though is interesting, coming back at 1:35. Usually they come back at 1:30, but yeah, 1:35. All right, so quick break here. Let me see. I'll say we'll come back at 1:30. Let's see here. So, trying to think of what was interesting from this cross. Actually, before we got to cross, melted sock and jeans were sent to a lab. Items from Keith and Paul was scientifically linked. Let me put this up because I don't want to see that. All right. So he's laying foundation right now. So we're going to get obviously to experts. He sent the jeans to a lab. We're going to see if the DNA accelerant was there gas on there. We know that there was a reddish brown stain. Most likely it was blood. The only blood that they found, injuries to Paul. I thought this was interesting. So he had one under his left armpit, and they showed that. His left hand, which we've all seen. His left knee, which was bruised. And then the shin, we're not quite sure which that was, if that was right or left. And then his right foot, the side of his right foot had a bruise. So to me, it seemed like everything was kind of on his left hand, right? Like he either fell or got punched or something happened. But it was also under his left arm, which is interesting. I don't know if Keith struggled and fought because he got shot in the back, but Jennifer certainly did. And those kids, I mean, they can only fight so much. But it seems like Jennifer probably did, or he injured himself trying to rip off the meter, the electric panel. But you wouldn't really bruise yourself. I mean, maybe the hand. But you wouldn't, and under your arm, that's a weird place to have a bruise. That to me, somebody was, that's just a weird place to have a bruise. So a firefighter did injure himself, so that they did swab those two spots. But that was the front door and the foyer wall. No weapons were found in the gun safe in the garage. So he had a gun safe in the garage, he had a locker downstairs, and a safe downstairs. This guy was like armed to the teeth, man. All right, so then Cross comes in. Okay, so she starts with the jeans in the SUV. Oh, no, she starts with the jeans first, then she goes to the SUV. Really nothing much happening there. The lieutenant wasn't aware of the surveillance videos. He was focused on the physical evidence of the crime scene. No blood initially seen in the SUV from visual, and then he used the ALS, which is an alternative light source, and then he used Blue Star. There was no blood found there. It doesn't know whose DNA was on the SUV or in the SUV because they don't have the results. That was weird. He searched the house for blood. The only blood was from that firefighter, which I talked about. He didn't use Blue Star in the house. There's really no reason to. He doesn't know the size of the jeans, but then we discover the jeans were 34-32, which is a 34 waist, 32 length. Then she talks about access points for his surveillance. And then the gun locker was locked, so he used bolt cutters. So, excuse me, really nothing. I'm not getting much from Cross. Claire, let's see, what are you saying, Claire? I imagine with 16 stab wounds that Sophia did struggle. I know, but what she's 8? I mean, what can an 8-year-old do, right? Was she like 8 years old? I mean, I'm sure they struggled, and Jesse, I'm sure they did, but, as terrible as that is to think and to say, what's an 8-year-old going to do, like, to me, the only person that could have caused any kind of damage would have been Keith, for sure, and then Jennifer. Jennifer might be more, but under the arm, that's just a weird place to have a. I could see, and he had I think his ribs or something, and then his knee fell. I mean, I could see that. Don't forget, Keith's body was discovered, and there was a tree that was. Do you guys remember that? There was a tree that was probably about this big, like a little sapling, and it was like that much of an angle. I wonder if they got in a fight and they pushed that over. I don't know. MLC, do we have any idea yet on when the defense case will start? Nope. We still have a lot of testimony to go. We got the ME, we got the DNA, we've got GPS, digital data. What else? Yeah, we still have a lot. Still got a lot on the state side. Amy, this photo of the family. I know. It is so sad. Hellrider, yep, waiting on digital and the ME for sure, and DNA. Throw DNA in there. Got to hear the DNA folks. Robin, maybe hurt underarm when reaching to take camera off in garage. Yeah. I'm trying to think how that would have. It would have had to been a blow, right? I mean, just reaching wouldn't have done that, but pressing up against something can give you, yeah. Well, you know what a bruise, how you get a bruise. You have to hit something. Pammy, first thing I thought of for under the arm bruise, the stair railing as he chased and attacked the girl and mom. Ah, there you go, Pammy. There you go. That could have been. And it's all kind of on his left side. It's only his right foot and possibly his shin, because I didn't know there was I think even the lieutenant said undisclosed or unknown body part, but it was like, it kind of looked like a shin. But it was his right foot, outside right foot had a little damage to it, but all the other photos that they showed yesterday and today, it's all on his left side. So whatever happened to him happened on his left side. Yeah, and Corey. Yeah, Corey for sure. Lily Wayne, yeah, I would think the kids and Jennifer, I don't mean to be, please don't come at me, but I would think more scratches. I would think more scratches too. Oh, he fell when reaching for the camera. Possible. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, 17 times for, it was 17. I heard 17 in the opening. I know, Claire, you say 16, but whatever. It's too many. It's one too many. Let's just put it that way. JMS, Keith's shirt was pulled up too, indicating a struggle. Yep, it was his hoodie was pulled up over his head. Yep. All right, if Keith grabbed him around the trunk, it could have caused this bruising, especially if he ran Paul into something as they struggled. Yeah. Well, they were outside, and I'm telling you, Keith's body was found, and that sapling, I think I took a picture of it. Let me see if I can find it. I'm pretty sure I took a picture of it, because to me, that's really, really interesting that his body is found next to a tree that's bent. And he seems like the type of people, or they seem like the type of people that kept their yard in really nice condition. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, a tree that's like that, I don't think they would let that stand for a while. All right, so this is the body, but it's covered, so just be prepared. So I want you to focus in on that sapling, though. Look at that tree. And that's where he's found. That's Paul. Or, I'm sorry, Keith. That's Keith. So again, don't focus in on the body. Sorry, but I'm more interested in that sapling. And I guess that's bigger. That's more like your arm. And here I have another picture too. Hold on. I have this one too. So again, don't focus on poor Keith, but there's that sapling. So I could totally see them falling into that, struggling with that. You know what I'm saying? I could see that. So what do you guys think? Again, sorry, it is Keith, but I'm more focused on that tree. What do you guys think? Hellrider, normally with all the stab wounds, it's personal for sure. Could have been recently planted. It could have been. Yeah. Could have been. but it just seems, I don't know, the location of Keith just makes me think that there was a struggle and that tree. And here's the other view. There was a struggle and that tree got knocked over. So. Yeah, a fight was happening. Sharon says, yep, bent for sure. Lori says, Joanne, he was struggling with Jim while trying to save his family, right? Lily Wayne says, I hope one side does bring up that little tree. No one would plant it like that. And he had professional landscapers. It's not like, he was cutting the lawn by himself. I mean, he had professional landscapers. Let's see. Susie, thank you for joining us. He may have fell over the tree when he was shot. Yeah. Yep. Sherry, it's been disturbed. You can see the lawn, dirt is up. Yeah. Yep. Brad, definitely looks like something hit that tree hard. The underarm bruising could be from there too. Yep. Sharon, weight was on that. I think so too. If they show the house before the struggle, we should watch for the tree. Oh, yeah. That's a good point. So, Claire, I agree. I think maybe that's what Keith and Paul fell into during a struggle. I cannot imagine Keith not going after anyone he saw outside. Yeah. See Gilmore, yep. You're seeing it too. Hellrider, yeah, I think so. Joanne, that leaning tree is definitely a possibility. A newly planted tree is anchored down by small rope. That is true. I don't see any rope. Let me try the other. Let me try another angle. The other angle. Yeah, that thing jumped out at me when I saw Keith's body, and then I saw that tree. I'm like, whoa, something happened there. I don't see. You're right. Usually, usually it's tied down by like three different, to keep the wind from knocking it over. That you can really see. That's really at an angle. So, all right. If a tree could talk like Ranger Randy. He is covered. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yes. Let's check the front of the house before. Lori says, I don't think we have I don't know if there's a photo of it before. Unfortunately, I don't think there's one that exists. So, all right, you guys, go enjoy your break. We'll be back 1:35. He said, so we'll be back at 1:30. So it gives me about 45 minutes. I'm going to have some calzone from last Friday. I haven't had any calzone yet. So we got farmer's calzone, which is mushrooms, spinach, cheese. So I haven't had any of that from last Friday. So I'm gonna go enjoy that. I'll put on some music for you guys. I'll get kitty cam going, and we'll see you guys back in about 40 minutes or so. Let's see here.
trau, trau, trau. Ay, alegría del valle y con su bieneo, estaba su bieneo, sabete. En la alegría del valle y con el viento del mar viene de tocao, viento del mar viene de tocao. Ay, ay, tú que mandas capata, manda callao al pueblo entero.
día que voy perdiendo la razón de seguir viviendo cuando tú no estás. Sueño por la noche con volverte a ver. Ay, una vez más. Siento cada día que voy perdiendo la razón de seguir viviendo cuando tú no estás. Sueño por la noche con volverte a ver. Ay, una vez más. Siento cada día que voy perdiendo la razón de seguir viviendo cuando tú no estás. Sueño por la noche con volverte a ver. Ay, una vez más.
Thank you, Sherry. Appreciate the welcome back. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch, dinner, tea, whatever it is that you guys, breakfast. Hope you guys had a good one. So welcome back in. Welcome back in. I'm trying to see what the latest is. Here, let's check this out while we wait. This is the latest.
Here's what supplement companies don't tell you about NAD. Your cells literally can't absorb them. NAD is a
All right, so here's the latest track. So winter alerts all the way from Del Rio, Albuquerque even, all the way to New York City. You got Oklahoma City, Little Rock, Jacksonville. There's a winter storm severity index through Sunday. So that's precipitation. That's starting today west of Dallas, between Albuquerque and Dallas. That's where the ice is going to start. So then Saturday, you can see how this is going to be just a long-term event. All right, so it's, you know, it's going to be over Dallas for at least 24 hours. Silver Fox, good afternoon to you. And then going to get down into Houston maybe with some ice there. Heading out over to Nashville. This is where the Cleveland gets into it. Illinois, Indiana, Pennsylvania. They're starting to get into it now. New York, New Jersey. So this is Saturday. So New Jersey is going to be in it on Saturday and Sunday. Here's the snowfall. So again, that's Maine all the way back to Albuquerque. And here's what's really, really bad. At least 1/4 of an inch of ice. That's the chance. That's damaging ice chance. At least 1/4 of an inch of ice. That's not good. That's not good. Atlanta, north, up over to Charlotte and Carolinas, both North and South Carolina are going to be ice. Of course, Nashville. Looks like Kentucky's going to be getting in on that. Back to Louisiana. And here's another thing, is these wind chills. Look at that, minus wind chills, 42, 43, 31 for Fargo. Duluth isn't much better. Minneapolis, minus 31. Thursday, Green Bay's minus 12. Detroit, your wind chills are going to be minus 16. All right, they might be, it looks like they're coming back. All right, they're coming back. All right, we'll look at that later. Sounds like they're coming back. Yeah, it definitely was scary. Jennifer King sitting in 77 degrees. Nice. Yeah, especially for the southern states that are not not used to it. Yeah. Ice is no good. That brings down power lines. That brings down power lines. That brings down tree limbs, which brings down power lines. Could fall on, houses, cars, people. Just got to be careful out there, you guys. Stay weather aware. Stay weather aware. Nana, that ice is nasty. Please, everyone, take it from me. You broke your pelvis in 2 spots falling on that ice. Yeah. All right, he's back.
Good afternoon. Can I feel strong, ready to go?
Ready to go. Room feels different.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Will you put the screen down? Ken? That's just Lawson behind there, just in case you're wondering. Judge Lawson was the assignment judge here for well over 20 years. And then after Judge Lawson, then Judge Thornton took over for 9 years before, unfortunately, she passed away, and then I took over after that. So that's a lot of history back there. Yep, of assignment judges in our county throughout the years of this courthouse. So
That's yours right there, right? Your portrait?
me? No, I'm not up there. They're not going to put me up there. Let's be honest. So no.
You don't want to scare people
It
away.
doesn't happen until after you're done. So maybe. Yes, they can just say, forget him. Whatever they want to do. All right. We're back on the record. It's State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-02-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge Chris Decker for the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Monica Mastalone for Mr. Caneiro, who's present.
Good afternoon, Judge. Andy Murray from Mr. Caneiro.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Caneiro. Okay. Lieutenant, you're still under oath? All right. We're ready for cross-examination, Ms. Mastalone, as soon as you're ready. Thank you.
I'm just going to need the front table again.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon.
So one of the things I just wanted to circle back to earlier, this is what I was looking for. Basically, when we talked about the size of the jeans that were ultimately found in the basement, right?
Yes, ma'am.
We talked about how they were 34 by 32, correct?
Yes.
And the reason one of the reasons we know that, or the reason we know that is because when the lab was able to separate the jeans out from the pile of items, we were able to access the tag of the jeans, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you took photographs of that.
Yes.
So I'm gonna publish what's been marked as D1-152. And we can see in that photograph, it says W34, L32. Do we agree that's what it says on the tag in the photo?
Yes.
And that would be width 32, width 34, length 32, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And just a zoomed in version, D1-151, we can maybe see it just a little bit better in that photograph.
That's correct.
Now, I want to talk about the French doors for a moment. You testified yesterday on direct that there were 3 back doors, correct?
Yes.
And there's like a single door, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That goes into the mudroom.
Yes.
And then there's sliding glass doors that go into the kitchen. And then there's the French doors that go into like a dining room area.
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm going to show. So to be clear, your testimony yesterday was that you did or did not process the French doors?
I photographed them and then I examined them.
Examined them?
Yes.
Okay, did you, so and I guess I'll just publish 1-127. Again, just to orient ourselves, on the far right of the photo is the single door that goes into the bedroom, correct?
Yes.
Next to that would be the sliding glass doors from the kitchen,
That's
correct? And then these doors here are the French doors, correct?
That's correct.
And now you said when you arrived, obviously, I think you mentioned just before we broke for lunch that you arrived on scene around 8:06 a.m.
That's correct.
And that's a few hours after this all started.
Yes.
Right? So I think you said yesterday you come to the scene and you kind of get it as it is when you get there.
That's
Right?
correct, yeah.
So, you had no control over the fact, for example, that someone had moved to the gas can, right?
That's correct.
And there's firemen, there's police officers. So whatever's happening between 5 a.m. and 8 a.m., those 3 hours before you arrive on scene, you're not involved with that.
That's correct.
So when you arrived, you found that all 3 doors were unlocked, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But were you informed, though, that the first officers on scene indicated that only the French doors were unlocked?
No knowledge of that.
So no one told you, hey, pay close attention to these French doors. Those were the only back door unlocked when they first arrived.
So I'm hearing this for the first time right now, so.
I'm telling you for the first time now?
Yes.
Okay. So when you observed the French doors, you didn't take any swabs for DNA?
No.
On the handle or the door's frame or the door itself, the window panes,
I
nothing?
wouldn't have with obvious fire damage.
Okay.
That's why I concentrated my examination to just visual.
Okay.
And same thing, even though the other 2 doors didn't have obvious fire damage, my visual exam, like I said yesterday, about surface disruption, and there was no obvious sign that anybody had touched those doors.
Well, just to be clear though, when you say fire damage, right? Fire damage can mean it's more difficult to get like evidence such as DNA, right? But it doesn't mean it's impossible. We know that.
No, but heat and fire generally do destroy DNA, fingerprints, so it's not impossible. I've never had any experience where I recovered either fingerprints or DNA from a fire damaged surface, so.
Okay. All right. We'll put a pin on that for now. Here's the inside. This is D1-116. This is the inside of the house. Those are the French doors?
Yes.
Okay. On the inside, did you take any swabs of the inside of the doors, or look for fingerprints on the inside of the doors where perhaps there's less fire damage on the inside?
No. But again, that was part of my overall observations and checking of the doors themselves, so exterior and interior.
Okay, but you can't see DNA, right?
No.
Okay, and you didn't swab it for DNA, right?
No, I didn't observe any blood either, so.
Okay, well, we talked earlier about alternative light sources and Blue Star, right?
Correct.
Because you can't always see blood, right?
That's correct.
Sometimes it's wiped off.
That's correct.
And, okay, so the fact that you didn't see blood doesn't mean that there might not be DNA there, right?
That's correct.
And I know you're not a DNA expert, so I'm not asking you to get into anything specific, but I think we all know, would you agree, tell me if I'm wrong, that you can get DNA from things other than blood, like touch DNA and, sweat, things like that.
Yes.
Okay, so, and you can't always see that when you're looking at a surface.
That's correct.
Okay. And moving to, since we're inside the house, yesterday we saw a photograph of the lighters inside of the house.
Yes.
I'm just going to show what's been marked as D1-400, and this is a photo. I think we saw the photo yesterday or something very similar to it, right?
That's correct.
This is a photo you took of it's a lime green lighter and a blue lighter, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm gonna show what's been marked as D 1-52, and this is a zoomed out. Would you agree with me that this is a zoomed out version of what we just saw?
Yeah, overall photograph of that room.
Yeah, and I know.
Probably the opposite side of where that first picture you showed me was.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. And that's right. This is the first photo was taken from like you were standing closer to the door.
Right in that
main
area.
door,
Correct.
And now you're standing more in the living room.
Opposite side of it. Yes.
Okay. And we can see the theme too. We see the lime green lighter in the center of the photo, and we see the blue lighter on the ground, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And also in this photograph, we see a candle on top of the where the TV is in the living room,
That's correct.
just a few feet away from the lighters.
Yes.
And it might, I don't know if you can see it, but do you see that there's also additional candles on the bottom right of this photograph?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show D 1-51, and you might be able to see some additional candles in this photograph.
That's correct.
Now, I know we talked a lot about the shed throughout, not just with you. So I'm not going to show any more photos of the shed, but I am going to show near the shed, because we heard a lot about the black nitrile gloves, right?
Yeah.
And we know that there were, which we'll talk in a little bit about, in the pile of items, there were numerous black nitrile gloves.
That's correct.
And then there was also the box of black nitrile gloves that was kind of burnt.
Yes.
And I think you showed the jury the contents of what was inside of that
Yeah.
box, which was like a pack of black gloves.
Yes.
Right? But those weren't the only gloves that Mr. Caneiro owned, right? Those weren't the only gloves that you photographed on his property.
That's correct.
So I'm going to show what's been marked as D 1-35. And this is a box of blue, either nitrile or latex gloves that's close to the shed, correct?
Yes.
And was it found like this, or did you remove it from this bucket?
I don't recall if I removed them from that bucket. I believe I did, looking at this picture.
The reason I ask is because if I show you D 1-34, we see it appears to be the same bucket,
Yes.
and it has like a glove in it and something else.
Yes, you're correct. They were in the bucket, and then I moved them out to photograph them
Okay,
and examine them.
so these were blue gloves that he had, right?
Yes.
And then also, I think this is now we're inside of the shed. Some photographs that you took. I'm going to show you what's been marked as D 1-36. And I don't know if you can tell from this photo, but do you see this gray item in the middle there?
Yes, it did.
And does that, can you tell whether that's a gray, like latex or nitrile glove?
Yes. It
Is
was
it?
very similar. It was very similar to other gray or white gloves that I found on the exterior of the shed in the back, strewn throughout the yards there.
Okay, and those ones, I think, I don't know if you testified to this, but you didn't bother to collect them because they looked old and.
I believe I didn't testify to that in my report. I articulate that they were all examined. The ones in the bucket were either submerged in water, or the ones out in the grass or the curtilage around that area were either soiled from the elements or things like that, just not worthy of collection. There was no visible blood staining or anything like that. Some of them were brittle.
Not worthy of collection, you said,
Yes.
right? Okay. And then, just so the jury sees, the 1-37 this is a more zoomed in version of that gray glove.
Yes.
And then 1-38 is actually, I don't know if this is the same glove or a different glove, but this would be an example of one of the gray gloves that were found.
That's correct.
I want to, going back to the Porsche McCann, when you performed the search, this is a photograph, D 1-38, 81, this is a photograph of the inside of the McCann, correct?
Yes.
And what we see here in the center console, do you know what that is?
In the cup holder there, that's like a gauze pad with like tape.
Yes, so I'm going to show you D1-80. That's a close-up of what we just saw, right?
Yes.
And that's like, would you agree with me when you go to the doctor and you get a shot and they put the little thing on your...
Yes, I would
Yes,
agree that
you
that
agree
is
that's what that
very
is?
consistent with that. Yes.
Okay, and just so we're clear, you took photographs of Mr. Caneiro, right?
Yes.
Saw some of them.
Yeah.
Here's one of the photographs where it shows perhaps an injection site consistent with that, correct?
Yeah.
And I'm going to show. D1-401. That was this one. And then I'm going to show D1-402, which is just.
This one, that was the picture that you, just for the record's sake, that was the first picture you showed with this arm, which you asked the witness questions about. Now you're going to 402.
Correct, yes. And 402 is just a zoomed in version of what we just saw, correct?
Yes.
You took this photo?
Yes, I did.
Now, we also saw a couple photographs during your direct testimony. I'm going to show what's D172. I think this was shown, something similar to this, and it appears to be a marking on his, on Mr. Caneiro's arm.
Yes.
And I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-73. This is just a zoomed in version of that.
Yes.
And D1-74 is just you, same thing, but now you're holding up a ruler to measure it.
Yes.
It's very small.
Yes. Well, not to measure it. It's for scale. If I have to reproduce that on a 1-to-1 level, meaning actual life size, that scale helps me be able to do that.
Right, so we know the size if we need
Yes.
to.
Yes.
Now, you testified that on direct that originally you testified at some point you assisted with getting Mr. Caneiro's medications out of the house.
Yes.
And then we saw a photograph of the back of the Cayenne, the larger SUV, and there was a pillowcase full of some medications.
Yes.
Okay, one of the medications, I'm going to show what's been marked as D1-53, was a collection of insulin in the refrigerator, correct?
I didn't examine the medication. If you're saying it's insulin,
Well, you took these photographs, right?
yes.
So 1-54 appears to be it's a photograph you took, and it appears to be a collection of insulin.
You're saying they're insulin. I just knew that.
You don't know.
I don't
Okay.
know. I just was told that's where the medications were,
When
and I collected them and then turned them over to the family.
When Mr. Caneiro and his family were asking for the medications, you were not made aware of the fact that he was diabetic.
No, just that they wanted his medications. There was no reason for me not to provide them. I didn't want them going into the house because of obviously the nature of the fire. So I asked them where they're kept, and then I went to those collection points, put them all in the bag, the pillowcase, and then brought them out to the family.
Okay. And so these the insulin, these vials that we see, that was in the refrigerator, right?
Yes,
And then there were additional medications upstairs.
that's correct.
And you have no idea, you did take photographs of the medications, right?
Yes.
But you're not a doctor.
No, I'm not.
And so you have no idea what the potential side effects of those medications are as far as bruising.
Objection,
easily.
Judge. I think she's testifying to facts.
I agree, sustained.
With respect to the injuries in this case, right? We saw some photographs.
Yes.
And again, you're not a doctor,
No.
right? You can't tell us, you have no personal knowledge. We saw some like minor bruising, right?
Yes,
You can't tell us because you have no personal knowledge of how that happened, right?
no, I'm not. All I was doing was documenting what I saw.
Right.
and that was it.
So no, and nor do you know when that happened, right? Whatever caused.
Based upon her question alone, he's not a doctor. So.
Right, he doesn't know how they got there or the time frame of when they got there, correct?
That's correct, sir.
You only documented what you saw, period, end of story.
That's correct, sir.
All right. Next question.
When you were documenting the McCann on scene, we've seen this before, 1-119. This is the burn mark that you, on the vehicle that you photographed, correct?
That's correct.
And below the vehicle, I think we saw this 1-118. This was like a ring of something. Yeah. What can you tell us about the something, or what do you know about it?
I just knew that it was odd looking, so I photographed it.
Okay. And did you do any like testing with respect to it?
No, ma'am.
In the basement, I just want to show you a few photographs that I believe you did take. This was on the 20th.
Okay.
These photographs. We're gonna return back to that. Focusing on some of the other things that you testified to on direct examination. You testified about, I'm going to show it's D1-332. This was the microtech knife that we saw you like retracted on the stand.
Yes.
Right? And you sent this to the lab.
Yes, it did.
Okay. And obviously you're not here to testify about results, right?
That's correct.
You just know that you sent it to the lab.
That's correct.
But visually, you didn't observe any blood on that or anything like that.
No, I did not.
Did you fingerprint it?
No, ma'am.
Now, you also testified on direct about 3 separate things that were found. One was the FLIR, another is a laser target,
Yes.
and the third is the Mantis X.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Let's start with the FLIR. The FLIR comes in a little case. I'm going to show what's 1-331. Do you recognize that as the FLIR
Yes, I did.
case? The case, and you can see maybe that's even your hand. So it's small, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show what's marked as D1-330, and this is the inside of that case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The FLIR item is on the left,
Yes.
and I'm going to show what's marked as D1-329, and this is just a close-up of the FLIR, right?
That's correct.
This way? Okay. So this is something that you put into, like it plugs into your phone, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it essentially is like a heat vision type thing. It's an application on your phone.
Yes.
So you plug it into your phone, and then you can use your phone and look around and see if things are, warm, if they're red colored because they're warm, or they're blue colored because they're colder, things like that.
That's my understanding of how that operates.
Okay, so it's almost like an external application for a smartphone.
It's definitely an external device. I don't know if it has an app that goes with it or how that works, but yeah.
You didn't test it, or?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But what we do know about it is that it's not a firearm specific accessory. It's just, it can be used for anything.
It's a device that attaches to your phone that can be used for any purpose.
Okay. And I'm going to show what's marked as D1-328. This was the laser target that we saw earlier.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you said, like, if you shot a real gun at this, it would break.
Yes, ma'am.
It's not meant for live fire.
That's correct.
And lastly, there was the Mantis X. That one, I think is State Slide 171. Didn't we just pull it up? Oh, never mind, actually. It's not, I'm sorry. I can't recall, did we show a photograph of the Mantis? Did you have that?
Oops.
What slide is that? Do you know? We didn't-
I don't know if I see a picture of it. I don't know if I saw a picture of that.
Yeah, I'm not sure we did, Judge.
It's around 66 is around where it, I think what we're talking about. It's 68, 69. I could be wrong.
I don't think we have a picture. I don't think we have a picture. The device? Put it downstairs.
Okay, the last item was the Mantis X, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And we don't have a photograph at the moment. Do you want to, can you just describe it for the jury, maybe to jog their memory if they saw
It's
it?
a small black rectangular device. It's really nondescript, just it's small and rectangular,
How,
like a cube, but not a rectangle shape.
is it about the same size as the FLIR?
No, it's a lot smaller.
Smaller.
Oh, no, the FLIR? No, it's smaller.
So smaller, I'm just showing again, D1 321, smaller than,
It's definitely wider, but smaller width-wise, not width, deep. It's wider, it's deeper, and thinner.
okay. And is it also something, what it's, to be clear, the Mantis that we're talking about,
Yes.
right, is a dry fire training system.
That's correct.
And what that means, what dry fire means, is you don't use live rounds. You don't use it with bullets, right?
That's correct.
So you attach it to the firearm,
That's correct.
and it's just for to help assist with your firing form, so to speak.
It's a training aid, yeah.
It's not meant to be used with live ammunition.
I don't believe so, no.
And it's not like a scope or a laser sight or anything like that.
No, ma'am.
And it wouldn't help you actually hit the target in real time because you don't use it with a real bullet.
That's correct.
Now, we saw a lot of photos of a lot of bullets.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think I need to show them again, but 170 is an example of one of the metal tins with all of the bullets.
Yes.
And then 1-97 is an example of like what each of those would contain inside.
Yes.
And then I think you said there was so there was a bunch of those, and on top of that we have loose rounds.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say loose rounds, you're talking about there were metal containers of basically unused bullets that did not have, they weren't in like a box.
That's correct.
And so I think you said in direct testimony, you're guesstimating, you're approximating to be fair, but I think you said like thousands of bullets.
Yes.
Okay.
And again, just based off the math of that one can that I had here was 650 in that one alone, and then that's where I got that number from.
That's how
so
you
we're clear.
arrived at that number, that estimate.
Yeah.
But it's a lot. We can agree it's a lot. And if we're talking, if we can focus on the basement for a minute. When you arrived on scene on the 20th, right, the day of the fire, you went at some point into the basement that day.
Yes.
Then you noticed that there was approximately 4 inches of water on the floor.
That's correct.
So when you went into the basement, you were getting wet?
Yeah, I had to put boots on.
Put boots on, okay, because
Pretty common with house fires where all the water that's used to put out the fire collects in the basement.
okay, so when they're doing the fire suppression and they're, throwing water with the hoses and things at the live fire, water ultimately can collect in that area.
Yes.
And that's what happened here. There was approximately 4 inches of water in the basement as a result of that.
Yes.
And when you returned the next day on the 21st, was there still water in the basement?
No, the fire department after the 20th, after we left, they pumped out the water in the basement.
Okay.
Which they commonly would do.
And on the 21st, when you were in the basement, I think we saw something similar to this on direct. It's D1-120. This is the unfinished portion of the basement.
Yes, ma'am.
And we can see how, like, a lot of things are, melted and from the fire.
That's
There's
correct.
fire damage.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you mentioned that there's a bunch of these, what we see as kind of black crates with yellow lids.
That's correct.
And I think you mentioned that you repurposed some of them, right?
That's correct.
So you took some of those crates and you put evidentiary items in them and then brought them upstairs outside.
Yes.
D1-121 is another photograph of the unfinished basement area. And what we just saw was like this area here, which is more sort of the center of the photo, I think. And now we're stepped back a little bit.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And on the left side, is that a workbench? Is that what you're referencing it as?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And on the workbench, that was D121. I'm going to show D124. On the workbench, we see on the left side, like a monitor to a computer, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and right next to that, we see like a tablet computer.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and those items were, I don't know if you can tell from these photographs that they were plugged in.
I don't recall if they were or they weren't. I would imagine they were.
Okay. This is D1-125, and this is just a close-up of the tablet. And obviously we see fire damage, right?
That's correct.
Now D1-123, we saw this on your direct testimony, and this was a photograph of one of the many black nitrile gloves that we've seen, right?
That's correct.
And the prosecutor asked you, what is that on top of? And you said the workbench area, correct?
That's correct.
But actually, it's also on top of a keyboard.
Okay. It looks like a keyboard.
Okay. You agree?
Sure. Yes.
Did you seize the keyboard, or did you take it, or no?
No.
Okay. So fast forwarding a little bit to the 23rd. Because again, you were there on the 20th, came back on the 21st, started a search, but then stopped at some point, came back on the 23rd because you skipped over Thanksgiving. And I think just to go back for one moment, on the 21st, right, when you got there to search, you were going to search the vehicle and the home, right?
That's correct.
And you noted in your report that there was media outside, so you searched the house first.
That's correct.
By the time you were done, you came outside, the media was gone, and then you searched the cars.
That's correct.
Okay. And on the 23rd, when you came back, that's when can we agree you did like a more thorough search of the basement?
Yes.
And D1-85. Again, I think we saw something similar to this on direct, but this is what we're talking about when we reference the pile of items, right?
Yes.
And the jeans that we saw, were in this pile.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So there's a lot going on there, right?
Oh, yes.
When you said earlier they were protected,
Yes.
they're like somewhere in there. Is that what you mean?
What I mean by protected is at the start of the search, all of this was covered. And remember, I was explaining how I started at the top and then slowly moved away excess articles and then looking through. This is at some point through that process. So everything that was covering all of that had been removed. And then what couldn't be removed, I brought upstairs as a whole and then did the thawing and then further examination in the garage and then ultimately stopping.
Okay, you bring up the thawing.
Yes.
So tell me if I'm wrong. You collected this item and then you bring it upstairs and you put it in the driveway.
Not in that state. It's in the basement. I put it in a paper bag.
Okay.
And then I bring it upstairs and I lay with it in the paper bag in the driveway in the sun.
Okay. And the reason you did that was to thaw it.
Yes, so I can thoroughly search it and try and separate as much of potential biological items from it. So I didn't have to send it all as one big item. But that ultimately did not work. So.
Okay, so the thawing though, just so that the jury understands, the reason why you had to thaw it is because we talked earlier about the water from the firefighters.
Yes.
And the water got into the basement and it got all over things, right?
Yes.
And then overnight it froze.
That's correct.
Okay, so these items were sort of like, they were tell me if I'm wrong, sort of simultaneously melted together, but also frozen together.
There were parts of it that were melted that I couldn't separate the plastic from the cloth material, whether it's blankets or a dog bed. I thought initially it was a dog bed. Couldn't separate that. There were parts of that pile also that were frozen. So again, I couldn't separate all of that together. That's why I brought it all to the driveway to try and separate it some more. And then once I saw additional blood staining, what I thought was blood staining, that's when I decided to just stop it right there and then send it to the lab.
Okay, so just a yes or no on this question. So we do agree that some portions of it were melted together and some portions of it were frozen together.
That's correct.
Okay. And then you put it in the driveway in the sunlight so that it could thaw or melt.
Just so we're clear, in the bag still, not out in the open.
Right.
Just so.
In the evidence bags.
In the evidence
paper evidence bags.
Paper evidence bag.
Okay. Were the evidence bags closed or open?
They were closed.
They were closed.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take any photographs of what's inside of that trash?
No, ma'am.
And okay. Do you recall what was in that trash can?
No, I do remember searching it. I don't recall what was in it.
Were there more gloves in that trash can?
I probably would have collected if I saw more gloves.
So we don't know.
I didn't collect any, so.
Okay. I'm going to show what's D187. Is this what the when I showed D185 and you said this was like in a stage of like uncovering it? Was this what it looked like? And it was when it was more covered?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Or substantially similar to what it was looked like. For best reference would be a photograph of the basement the morning of the fire when I first got there. And in the background, I can't really tell in the background of this photograph, it would be like the fire hoses in the window.
Okay. And this is a zoomed in version of that, right? And this is D1-86.
It's hard to tell with that reflection, but it is, generally speaking, a more close-up photo of the pile of clothing and articles.
And I'm just going to show a few more photographs of so D1-84. This is part of that pile.
Yes, ma'am.
And D1-88, is this part of that pile?
I believe that was underneath that pile, so that was that second art pile of. So it was blankets, jeans, the gloves, all that nonsense. Then the yellow lid, then a black container that was searched, and then these were underneath that.
Just want to make a note. And D189 is the close-up of that, right?
Yes.
D190, this is a photograph I think we saw in direct where you had to label J for jeans, G for glove, and something else for the crate.
The shirt.
The shirt?
Yes.
Or maybe this is a different photo then. This doesn't have the shirt? Or it does have the shirt?
That has the gray Eddie Bauer short sleeve shirt.
Mm-hmm. All right, so these are the items together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
D191 is a photograph of the jeans.
Yes, ma'am.
And D192, we can start to see some staining in that photograph, right?
Some staining and some fire damage.
This is D192, 1-92. And again, closer up, you can start to see staining.
Yes.
Yeah. And lastly, D1-93, same thing.
That's right.
And the jeans are touching the gloves, and the gloves are touching the crate, and maybe the shirt's in there somewhere. We see some feathers, things of that nature.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we put the jeans? These are the jeans that we saw earlier, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the front of the jeans, right?
Yes, ma'am.
These markers, these white markers, who did that?
The New Jersey State Police,
Okay, and what do they indicate?
just areas that they examined.
Okay, and they leave that there so that law enforcement, when you receive it back, you know where it was tested, right?
It's really for them where they find their items that they tested.
But once they give it back, now you know where it was tested, right? Like, they're not keeping it, they give it back.
No, yeah.
Okay, and this is how they give it back to you.
Yes.
Now,
Well, obviously, like I testified before, not in this condition, but
I mean, they gave it back to you with the indicators, with the white marks on them.
yes.
What is it like a piece of, it's a tag?
It's a piece of paper, looks like, with like a garment tag that you would find, that holds a receipt for, not a receipt, the tag on it.
On a clothing item. So these are little white tags throughout the jeans that show where they did testing or something.
Yes.
Okay. And then we have the back of the jeans, right?
Yeah.
And we can see pretty clearly what the back of the jeans look like, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So I can leave those there for one moment.
Lieutenant, when we're talking about the jeans, we're talking about S232, correct?
I'd have to look, Judge. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. Just want to make sure the record was clear because we didn't identify it.
S232, yes.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Okay, so this is S-231, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, does this appear to be a second pair of jeans?
I don't believe so. They could be a part of those. I don't know if they were, if it's a transfer, but I just,
Well, how about this? Can I have help for a second? Do you mind holding this? He's gonna hold this. And I'm gonna show you the back of these jeans, right? And do you see how the back of these jeans, we can see both pockets and this label here?
yes, ma'am.
And we see a piece of the label here,
Yes, ma'am.
right? And then if we look at these jeans, we also see the back of the jeans and the full label.
See how the border here is missing on these jeans, but you have it all on here. It could be just a mirrored image of this on the back here.
So if you turn that
Could
around
be.
though,
I mean, I haven't done an exam on these, so it
Right.
looks like it to me.
well, so but we see this has a whole piece here,
Yeah.
and this piece is here. We have a full label, right?
They're on the outside, so some of it's missing, like right over here.
But you can see that
You can
it's,
see that it could be generally the same shape if it's mirrored.
how about this? If you take a close look at these jeans, can you tell that they're two different colors?
One looks, this is blue, and that looks blue, but like a rusted blue. I don't, it's
Okay.
not really,
I'm gonna put this down for one moment. So, can I have the front table? What I'm showing you, the 420. This is a photograph of the full jeans that we have right next to you, that are next to you right now, correct?
that's correct.
These are the jeans that were that we just saw these photographs with the staining on them that were sent to the lab, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they were returned back with the white tags.
That's correct.
And now I'm going to show what's D1-166 and D1-167. Though that's the second item that's on the ground at the moment.
That's the one right here.
And can we see, and I'm going to show you 167, this is the same thing, right?
Yes, ma'am. Judge, do you need the item number?
That'd be great. Thank you.
It's S231C as in Charlie.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
So, can we see how, kind of like how you testified to on direct, that one gene is more of a rusted blue and the other gene is more of a bright blue? And it's hard to tell through the plastic, but you can tell in the photos, can't you?
There's a slight difference in the shade of blue, but yes. At least to me.
Now, these genes, the ones that you're holding, they don't have any white tags on them, or do they?
No.
Okay, so that's an indication that those genes weren't tested?
I believe so.
Thank you. A few more questions. We saw photographs of Mr. Caneiro, right? When he was at the Ocean Township Police Department,
Yes,
and you took some photographs of his body.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever test Mr. Caneiro for gunshot residue?
No, ma'am.
What about accelerants or trace accelerants?
It was significantly later than the time, this was like late evening, by the time I had that opportunity to interact with Mr. Caneiro, so I don't know if he used the bathroom or anything like that.
Hey, you never know, right?
No.
Doesn't hurt to try.
But
I don't understand that. That's sustained. Doesn't hurt to try. I'm not sure that that's a question.
I can rephrase it.
Okay.
Would you agree with me, sir, that there would be no downside to trying to ascertain whether there's gunshot residue or accelerants, trace accelerants on Mr. Caneiro?
at that particular time, I wouldn't necessarily say it was a downside. It's just something that, because of the lack of time or the passage of time, that it just wouldn't have been probative.
You made a judgment call.
Yes, I did.
At the police station, at some point, I think, did you testify on direct, am I remembering correctly, that you collected Mr. Caneiro's cell phone?
I didn't testify to that at all.
Okay. Did you
I
collect
did.
his cell phone?
I believe it was turned over to me, yes.
Okay. And you gave it to Detective Midlarisi?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get the passcode to the phone?
No, I did not.
You didn't have the
It was
passcode?
more of a conduit to getting it to Detective Midlarisi.
Okay.
So I didn't.
You just gave him the phone, you didn't give him the passcode?
If there was any paper, I don't remember if there was any paperwork or anything written anywhere.
Okay. You didn't personally ask Mr. Caneiro for the passcode?
Objection, Jackson.
Yeah, you can. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to strike the testimony as it relates to the passcode and getting the passcode. I want to take out that number 2 pencil, the eraser from your brain. I'd like to add a few things to mine, but it's a little late for that. But go ahead.
You referenced a few times in this case your technical report, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But you also wrote a few supplemental reports.
Yes, ma'am.
And those supplemental reports, they discuss things that you did later on in the investigation.
That's correct.
Because your initial report is everything that happened, let's say the first week or two or so, and then if you did anything later on, you would write an additional supplemental report.
Yes.
One of those supplemental reports, you testified under wrap that you would transport items back and forth to the New Jersey State Lab.
That's correct.
That's for testing,
That's
right?
correct.
One of the things I think you testified was getting a buccal swab from Mr. Paul Caneiro.
That's correct.
And that's a cheek swab for his DNA.
That's correct.
And you also at some point transported DNA cards for Keith, Jennifer, Sophia, and Jesse, correct?
I don't recall if I did the actual transport of that, if it was another detective, but somebody from our office did. I'd have to look at the lab receipt or report.
You or someone did, is what you're saying.
It's either me or one of the other detectives assigned to the unit. Be completely accurate, I would have to look at to answer your question accurately, I have to look at either a report or the evidence receipt.
So I'm going to approach you with what's been marked as S-130. Do you recognize this as one of your supplemental reports?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's dated at the bottom, I think it's March 8th,
Yes.
2019.
Yes, ma'am.
And so it's a few months after all of this happened.
Yes.
And if you want to just read that to yourself and then let me know when you're done, it's a short paragraph.
Yes. I'm good.
Did that refresh your recollection as to whether it was you or someone else who transported the?
It was me.
It was you. Okay, so you transported the DNA for the 4 people I just mentioned.
Yes.
You never transported or took possession of any DNA related to Paul Caneiro.
No, ma'am.
And you also, we talked before about how you used things like an alternative light source as well as Blue Star, right?
Yes.
Which are 2 mechanisms that law enforcement can employ to try to find evidence that, particularly maybe trace evidence or evidence that isn't totally visible or isn't visible at all to the naked eye.
Yes, ma'am.
And another thing that you did consistent with that was used Fujifilm X-T1 infrared camera.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that basically a camera that has an alternative light source aspect to it?
Yes, ma'am.
So you can use this camera to take photos and you can see hidden detail like blood stains and maybe gunshot residue patterns or things of that nature?
Yes.
And you wrote a report on you using that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in your report, you indicate that you used it on the thermal shirt, the scarf, the sock, and the cord, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you also indicate that there was no additional evidence found based on that.
Yes.
There's nothing in your report where you used it on the jeans that we just saw?
Yeah, that's the reason why that wasn't, is those items that are detailed in that were not actually examined by the lab. They were returned. These were. So I was looking for additional areas to maybe submit to the lab for retesting or any other sort of additional testing.
But those didn't have any of the tags on them, right?
No, they did not.
And You mentioned, so there was, we talked earlier how there was multiple searches of Mr. Caneiro's home, right?
Yes.
You did like a walkthrough on the 20th.
Yeah.
Then there was the search on the 21st
Yes.
of November. Then it was carried over to the 23rd.
Yes.
And then there was a later search on, I think it was what, the 28th or something.
That sounds about right. Yes.
And that search was more geared toward like electronics,
Yes, ma'am.
and a lot of electronics were seized from the house.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you said under wraps something about like there was a bunch of spare phones that were found.
Yes, those were found, not on that. There could have been phones, but the ones I've testified to were about the ones that I found in the basement on the 23rd, or whatever date that was.
And of course, everything that's found is itemized, right? Yes. Everything that's found is documented with photographs. Everything that's taken is listed and itemized in evidence receipts.
Yes.
The prosecutor showed you some of those during your direct testimony. Okay, and at no point, at any time, was Jennifer Caneiro's phone found in Mr. Caneiro's house or vehicle for possession?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't examine any of the electronic evidence. In some cases, I'll collect it, but our computer crimes unit generally handles all of that sort of examination.
So to your knowledge, no.
Love it.
And I think the prosecutor asked you about this on direct. We heard a lot about the various firearms and guns that Mr. Caneiro owned.
Yes.
Right? Those guns were lawfully owned.
To the best of my knowledge, they were.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Before we approach sidebar.
You know, as soon as I start to talk, they're going to come back out of the sidebar. But all right, so far, cross-examination by Miss Mastalone is kind of like what we've seen all trial. She goes over everything that the state has gone over without making much headway. I have a few notes. She goes over injuries to Paul, showed a photo of a bunch of insulin bottles. I'd say at least 20 or so. Wasn't aware that Paul was a diabetic, so that's kind of a new one. It's a photo of a metal container with ammunition inside. He estimated there were thousands of them. She goes over another set of jeans, trying to make some kind of point there. I wasn't quite following that. Lieutenant did not test for GSR, which is gunshot residue, or accelerants. He didn't collect cell phones or the password, and that got sidebarred. And now we're at another sidebar. So, yeah, just not getting much from these crosses, unfortunately. because usually that's where the good information, the juicy information comes in is during cross, and I'm just not feeling it. So, Arwen, can the judge instruct her to be more concise and not just go through everything? Only if it's like asked and answered, if it's already been brought up. But in general, I don't think a judge will tell a lawyer how to run their case. I mean, it's their case. The judge is just supposed to be the judge, you know. It's like telling a tennis player, "Hey, I don't like your style of play." It's like telling John McEnroe, you know, or Roger Federer, you know, or Novak Djokovic, you know, or, you know, Rafa Nadal. I don't like your style of play. So there are things that judges can do, but it's all within the, you know, it's all within the law. Just because they may not agree with something like that, they can't say much. So she's running her case the way she wants to run it, and if that means going over everything multiple times and jumping all over the place, that's her prerogative. So yes, widespread. John McEnroe wouldn't have taken criticism from anyone very well. That is true.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it took a little bit longer than I expected. Sorry. Redirect.
Now, Barry, Lieutenant, you asked questions, we talked about it, and then you asked questions about that Mantis device and the laser light.
Yes.
What is the purpose of those two devices, generally speaking?
For training purposes, for firearm marksmanship.
To assist one in...
Objection leading.
Is it designed to assist one in an attempt to become better or worse at marksmanship?
Better.
You were asked some questions about blood in the house and things that you look for in the DNA context, correct?
Yes.
Now, you talked about identifying ultimately 2 swabs on near the front door area. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And that you had been provided some information before swabs were taken and sent to the lab, correct?
That's correct.
And that was that someone injured their hand, correct?
That particular information I didn't learn about that until afterwards.
Okay.
Not before.
But at some point, did you learn that someone said they hurt their hand in or around 27 Tilton?
Yes.
And was the area swabbed?
Yes.
And ultimately, I think Ms. Mastalone told you that the DNA returned to be consistent or to be the DNA of Sean Edson, correct?
Yes.
And he's who?
A volunteer fireman?
Okay, so those 2 areas of blood near the front door, I think it's inside the house, correct? But near the front door?
One of them, I believe, was on the exterior, right at the front door, and the other one was up the foyer wall, just inside the front door.
So that blood near either the entrance point of 27 Tilton or near the exit point of 27 Tilton, it didn't belong to Mr. Caneiro, right?
No, it did not.
You were asked some questions about that little bandage in the car, correct?
Yes.
And fair to say, we didn't talk about that on direct examination, right?
No, we did not.
Because it was consistent with blood being drawn from someone, correct?
Yes.
It was a doctor's appointment that day,
I understand, yes.
November 19th?
Yes.
Okay, so we didn't think it was relevant?
No.
Now, just to get back to that, the southeast corner, ultimately you locate what is later determined to be some items of evidence, the jeans and the what, correct?
Yes.
Were you with anyone when you discovered those items at the house?
Yes.
Who were you with?
Trooper with the New Jersey State Police.
Okay, was there anyone with it?
Not another person, no.
Was there another animal?
Yes,
What was the animal?
it was a cadaver dog.
And based upon your observations, did you then look at that pile more closely?
Yes.
You asked some questions about, you asked a bunch of questions about the shed and the gas can, right?
Yeah.
Now, when we looked at the gas can, I'm not gonna bring it up again, was there any liquid on the gas can in some of the photos at 27 Tilton?
Yes.
Okay, and did you determine, or did you make any observations of how that happened?
Yes.
How did that happen?
Like I said, one of my first observations when I got to the scene, there were periods of rain, and then all the fire suppression activity in and around the house.
And could you see any evidence of rain on some of those slate tiles near the shed?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Recross.
So when we saw photographs earlier, and I think maybe it was on your direct testimony, we saw can I have the front table? Sorry. So when we saw some of these photographs earlier, such as D1-84 and D1-166, you were trying to ascertain like what's in this pile, right?
Yes.
One of the things that was in the pile was a dog bed.
What I thought could have been in parts of the dog bed, yes.
Okay, and then a cadaver dog alerted to the dog, to that pile with the dog bed.
Yes.
Okay, and that cadaver dog also had actually come straight from, or earlier that day, was that 15 Willowbrook, correct?
I don't remember the exact sequence. I believe we were the first area that they stopped at 27, I believe. I gotta have to look at my report again. I know that he was going back and forth, whether I was the first stop or being 27 Tilton or the other address.
Do you know if that's something that you would have documented in your report, or if that would probably be in the cadaver, in the...
No, I documented it in my report. I just need to look at it real quick.
Do you have it up there?
I do not, no.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S from 29. If you have it in there, let us know.
So on page 27 of my report, at the very bottom, Friday, November 23rd, 2018, 8:55 a.m., I arrive at the Tilton. And then other members of the prosecutor's office arrive, and then around 8:40, so around that time, sorry.
Around that time is when...
8:40 in the morning is when the trooper arrived?
And that was for the Canine Creed?
Yes.
Okay. But you don't have an indication in your report of where Canine Creed came from?
We were the first stop that morning, I believe. I don't know what time he arrived at 15 Willowbrook, but based on those times, I would believe that he would be the first.
So you're assuming?
My assumption would be.
Okay. Obviously, you don't have Canine Creed's handler's report in front of you, right? You're just looking at your report.
I am looking at my report. I'm just. do believe, no, yeah, at 117, it's on page 30. I guess the third paragraph at 1317, so 117, completed his assignment and responded to 15 Willowbrook Road.
Okay, so the canine was going back and forth between the two addresses.
At 8:55, I arrive. He shows up. Oh, sorry, not 8:55. Yeah, 8:55, and then at 1:17 he leaves to go to 15 Willowbrook.
If I could just.
I'm sorry, at 12:32, we go to the Ocean PD where the dog searches the Cayenne.
Okay, there's no question pending. If I could just have. Ultimately, sir, you're not the handler for the canine, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you don't know what this canine's history is with respect to his certifications, his accuracy rate, or anything like that.
No, ma'am.
You just know he showed up.
That's right.
Nothing else.
Mr. Decker, anything else?
Judge, I don't have any further questions.
Sorry, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we start our next witness, we're going to take our break now, so to give you a break. We'll be back out at about 3:05, 3:10, depending on how long you guys need, and then maybe I need it. I don't know. But 3:05, 3:10, and we'll get started right back up. Thank you. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. Okay, see everybody shortly.
All right, so that's it for Lieutenant Nick Catalone. He was on the stand the end of yesterday and then most of today. They only have another hour and a half, right? 3, 4, yeah, 2 hours. Wait, it's almost 3, so they go to 5:30, so another 2.5 hours. So, what do you guys think? Who else? Okay, I was gonna say, who else do we need to hear from? I know we need to hear from a lot of people. Definitely need to hear from the ME. Definitely need to hear from DNA. Definitely need to hear from digital, meaning GPS of the McCann or the McCann and his cell phones and maybe any searches that he did on his devices. Who would come next? I would think now they would start to bring in DNA. I would say now they need to start to bring in DNA because they've introduced and or ballistics. We need to hear from ballistics as well. Judge is still there. I see him. See his head there. Judge Lemieux has not left. Corey and DNA, Terry, yep. Terry, what's the recipe for rice, please, and soy sauce? Do you melt it? Just make a cup of rice or whatever. Get some peanut butter. I thin it out because it thickens back up. It's really interesting when you add water to peanut butter. It thins it out at first, but then it thickens it up again. So peanut butter, I'd say I like a lot of peanut butter on my rice. So I'd say three tablespoons of peanut butter. Put a little bit of water in, mix it up. A little bit of water, mix it up until you get you don't want it runny, but you want you don't want it as thick as regular peanut butter. You want a little bit of runniness, if you will, but not watery. Then I put probably a teaspoon. Did I say 3 tablespoons of peanut butter? I'd say a teaspoon of honey. I like mustard. I throw some mustard in mine too. Some hot sauce if you have hot sauce. A teaspoon of mustard, a little sprinkle of hot sauce, some soy sauce. Oh, shoot. I got to get this, you guys. Hold on. I got to get this. Hold on. All right. Sorry about that, guys. Yes, we were talking about peanut sauce. Yeah, Michael. Yeah, chicken satay. I love satay. I don't do chicken, but yeah, tofu satay over jasmine rice. Absolutely. Basmati rice as well, for sure. All right. Let's see. Dream Horse, peanut butter is your favorite and Oriental food? Yeah. I love Thai. I love pad Thai. So that's peanut sauce over pad Thai. udon noodles. I do that. I do a peanut sauce over udon noodles. I'll put that over kale as well. If you, yeah, I like it over a bed of rice, but I've done it over udon noodles with kale as well. You know, you steam some kale, get some soy sauce, and sesame oil. Good stuff. Must have chili. Yes, yeah. Have definitely hot sauce or chilies for sure. All right. A call from the courtroom. No, not a call from the courtroom. A call that I've been meeting. They've been calling me for a while. I needed to take that. So, Sherry, you love udon noodles. Yes. I love udon noodles as well. All right, Dream Horse, you're with you could live on peanut butter and milk. Every morning I have oatmeal, blueberries, strawberries, yogurt, banana, peanut butter, and nuts. That's what I have pretty much every morning. That's like my breakfast. So milk I'm not a fan of. I never really liked milk. I was never a fan of milk. I would always have to have chocolate or strawberry. Remember Quick? You guys remember that growing up? So I was never a fan of just straight up milk. It just always tasted sour to me. But I could do as a kid, graham crackers and milk. I would do that, but I couldn't just drink straight milk. I just was never ever a fan of just straight milk. It always just tasted sour to me. But that's just me. Doesn't that food run your glucose up? Probably. That's why I add the peanut butter and oatmeal and nuts to try and balance the sugar. Because yes, I know I'm getting sugar from the strawberries, but I don't feel like if I have I very very sensitive to sugar. Erin, you know, she she always teases me about that, but if I have, like, especially first thing in the morning, if I have something that is like processed or sugary or something, it just immediately just goes to my head and I immediately feel lightheaded and bleh. So like if I have a strawberry, if I eat just a strawberry straight away, I'll feel the sugar. But if I eat a banana, I don't feel the sugar. Blueberries, I don't feel the sugar. Nuts, of course, I don't. Oatmeal, I don't. So that's why I try to balance it. I try to balance it out. Yeah, Sherry, it's everything. So I do a bed of oatmeal, and it's a little bit. It's like a little bit of oatmeal. Then I put I put blueberries in first. Then I put the oatmeal on top of that, mix that up. Then I cut up like two or three strawberries. Then I'll throw some yogurt on that, blop of yogurt, Greek yogurt. Then I cut up a banana, and then I throw peanut butter on that, and then I sprinkle nuts on top of that. So do I put peanut butter in my oatmeal? I mean, it's all kind of mixed together. Peanut butter and honey sandwiches are the best. Interesting. Yeah, you know what? I like peanut butter and honey sandwiches on fresh bread. That I do like. Aussie, I do like that. Oats are a good slow GI climber. Pammy, you love milk. Shirley Roth, I used to eat peanut butter and jam every morning with tea. I did that for a long time in New York City. That was my breakfast, was peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. That was my breakfast for a long time. I mean, a long time. like a decade, if not longer. Jenny, you like apples and cinnamon and oatmeal? It's really funny. I grew up eating oatmeal. My mom would always make oatmeal, and then we had eggs and toast. And when I got out of the house, I was like, it was kind of like me and flannel. I'm like, I'm never going to have oatmeal again, because it just reminded me of being a kid. So I'm like, I'm an adult now. I'm not going to eat oatmeal. And now the older I get, I've circled back to oatmeal, and it's truly like one of the best things. I'm glad I'm eating oatmeal again, because I got away from it for a long time, like decades, just because it reminded me of growing up, and I was just like, I don't want to be a kid anymore, C. Gilmore, you add cinnamon to that? Yeah, cinnamon is good. Cinnamon and apples, like Jenny just said. Have I ever had my A1C checked? No, I have not. I have not, and I'm sure, whatever, I'm not going to go there, but yeah. Steel cut. Oh, it's Aaron bought them. I usually get the Quaker just from the store, but then Aaron found this other place. Because I grew up with Quaker, I think we all did. So that's what's available in stores. But Aaron found this other place that she bought. Let me go. It's not going to be an endorsement for this place, but let me go get them. All right, so this is, Aaron found this online. And again, this is not an endorsement, but Terra Soul. Organic, gluten-free, non-GMO, old-fashioned, so it's rolled oats. Terra Soul. So, where do they come from? They're out of Fort Worth, Texas. Certified organic by CCOF. So Terra Soul Superfoods. They have a website. Their mission at Terra Soul Superfoods is to distribute the freshest, most nutrient-dense foods grown in integrity and healthy soils on sustainable organic farms. Working in close partnership with our suppliers enables us to offer the highest quality ingredients at a superior value. So they're out of Texas, out of Fort Worth, Texas. I had never heard of them before, but I like I said, I usually get Quaker, and I forgot one shop, and it was I wasn't going to go back out just to get them. So Aaron found these Amazon, and there you go. Oh yeah, Aaron says we also get our nutritional yeast from them. Okay, we get our nutritional yeast from them as well. Terrasol, we get our nutritional yeast. Miss Business, PB is in oatmeal so good? Yeah, it is good. So, C. Gilmore, to answer your question, no, they're rolled. So it's rolled oats, not steel. Zoo's watching from the UK. Thank you. Thank you for watching, and thank you for joining us, and thank you for chatting. Appreciate that. Terry, New Hope Mills from upstate. Very good. Thank you for watching. Pammy, yep, I figured. Where are my Texans? Kathy, I love Irish oats too, but expensive and take a long time to cook. I've never heard of Irish oats. Zoos, hello. Welcome in. Dreamhorse, what's a kipper? I gotta look that up. What's a kipper? Oh, is that herrings? Kipper is a whole herring that has been split, gutted, salted, and cold smoked. Interesting. I don't think I've ever had a kipper. Yeah, oatmeal with brown sugar and milk. That sounds good too. Zeus is from Cardiff. C. Gilmer, you prefer the steel cut, less processing, has a nutty taste and texture. All right. I'd be okay with that. Okay, Zeus, you're from Wales. Awesome. Steel cut, they're hard to make, Tulip says. Yeah, I don't need a whole container of the fruit. No, I have, well, here comes the judge. Yeah, I think I have, like I said, I have 2 to 3 strawberries, which I don't think is going to spike my blood sugar. A banana. Bananas have sugar, sure. But not a lot. At least I don't think so. I don't get affected by them. And then blueberries, I probably have like a half a cup. I'd say, yeah, half a cup of blueberries. For the antioxidants, you know, all that stuff. Obviously, the strawberries for vitamin C, banana for the potassium, and yeah. So, Lily Wayne, your grandfather used to eat kippers like sardines. Yes, Kimber's natural sugar for sure.
Just want your step up to come up, please. Left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, please?
Sure, I do.
All right. Once you get seated and comfortable, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
My name is John H. Lightbody, Lightbody.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us where you're currently employed?
I currently own an investigation firm. I'm the chief investigator and president of Find the Cause Investigations. It's a firm I opened up 4 years ago.
Okay. Find the Cause Investigations. What's the nature of the investigations that you guys most commonly conduct?
Fire origin and cause investigations, fire suppression strategies and tactics, as well as code, building and fire codes.
Okay. Now, I want to draw your attention back to like November, December 2018. Where did you work there then?
At that time, I was an investigator doing fire origin and cause investigations for James F. Valentine and Associates.
Now, I guess it's safe to assume that at some point you left there and you started your own business.
Correct. 2022. I was with his firm for 17 years.
Before I go any further, I'd just like to show you something that's being marked as S343. Ask you if you recognize that document.
I do.
What is it?
This is my CV.
Okay, what's a CV, just so we understand?
My curriculum vitae, which outlines my work history, as well as my educational background, predominantly related to this particular one is for fire investigations.
Now, to be clear, I guess at some point you were asked to become involved in an investigation at 27 Tilden Drive in Ocean Township?
Yes, I was.
And who actually asked you to become involved?
I was contacted by Chubb Insurance Company, Mr. Steve Costanzo.
Now, back when you were working for Valentine and Associates, and even currently with your own business, is it common for you to do work for insurance companies?
Yes, they're my primary clients.
Right, so to be clear, were you or were you not involved in a criminal investigation at 27 Tilden Drive in Ocean Township?
I was not.
Okay. Now, that being said, do you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I do, sir.
Okay. And can you tell us for how long and where you worked?
I worked at the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office. I retired as a detective sergeant. I was the architect and built the arson task force there in a major crimes unit from 1988 until 2004. Prior to that, I was a career firefighter at the Naval Air Engineering Center, Lakehurst, now known as Joint Base McGuire-Dix, for 8 years from 1980 to 88.
Okay, so from 1980 to 1988, your primary job responsibility was what?
Full-time firefighter, career firefighter.
And is it fair to say that you had to get some training to be able to do that?
Quite a bit, yes.
Can you talk about that initial training?
In that aspect of my career, I was involved and am involved in all the disciplines of the fire service. So it's fire prevention, protection, suppression, and investigation. In that particular point of my career, I was in the fire suppression aspect I joined the Eastover Volunteer Fire Company at 16 years old, and I took a ton of classes. And when I was 18, I was appointed as a firefighter at Navy Lakehurst because of that education that I had. So from there, it was primarily a fire suppression strategies and tactics area, and I worked in the crash fire rescue crew, aircraft crash fire rescue. And that's when I began in that 8 years taking classes in fire origin and cause investigation, as well as in inspector's licenses.
Okay, at some point thereafter, did you attempt to transition that investigative training into law enforcement?
I did.
Is that when you joined the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office?
In 1988, yes.
And
Excuse me.
during the course of your time at the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office, where was really the focus of your investigation? What units?
At the prosecutor's office, I was hired specifically for then the arson unit in 1988 under Sergeant Larry Wilson in major crimes. And then subsequently, when he retired, I was appointed as a sergeant, and they gave me the opportunity to develop and build an arson task force, which was a task force, a multi-agency task force for the investigation of fire and arson matters, as well as environmental crimes.
So, on your CV, which is marked as S343 in front of you, do you document, the majority or the most important investigative courses that you took with respect to fire investigation, cause and origin?
In this particular CV, I do.
Okay, can you just give us a summary of the investigative trainings that you have completed?
So, in this particular piece, there's 110 classes. I'll give you some of the highlights. I attended the DCJ Academy 90-hour arson class, which was put on by the state of New Jersey, and subsequently, after in 1998, I became an instructor, lead instructor for that class. In addition, I went to the FBI fire arson class in Quantico, Virginia. I attended between 5 and 10 international conferences for the International Association of Arson Investigators, and probably 20 to 30 for the state chapter of that same association. Extensive investigation in origin and cause, building construction, hazardous materials as it relates to that, and fire suppression classes as it relates to fire origin and cause investigations and the effects suppression have on our investigations.
So fire dynamics and what other people do, like firefighters do before investigations start. Understanding that, is that important?
Very important, yes.
And also, I think you talked a little bit about building construction. Can that sometimes be important?
It's extremely important because you can develop a theory as to how fire spreads. In the scientific world, there is a whole science to fire and how it spreads, how it moves, how it's deflected, and how it ends up from point A to B, C, and D. There's variable ways that happens, and building construction is one of the primary factors in that concern.
Now, as far as any certifications in the field of fire investigation, do you have any?
I do.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
I'm what's identified as by the International Association of Arson Investigators as a certified fire investigator. That is a extremely difficult position to get. In this state of New Jersey, I think there's 50, maybe 60 of us. Also, I'm a certified fire and explosion investigator through the National Association of Explosion Investigations, NAFI, fire investigators, and a certified fire investigation instructor, as well as a level 1 fire instructor.
Now, working predominantly on the civil end of fire investigation, is that accurate based on what you do now on the civil end?
Yes.
Okay. So, do you have more opportunity as a result of the civil end than you did, let's say, when you worked as a criminal investigator with the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office?
Currently, yes. 99.9% of my job is civil matters. I do get called into criminal stuff, and I may evaluate it and not get involved.
Okay. Now, for criminal investigations, there's not always a reason, if the fire is not suspicious, for police to investigate. Is that fair?
Agreed.
Okay. Now, from the civil context, your job is to come in and make a determination for the insurance company, right?
In the civil side of the case. It's more for identifying potential subrogation matters. And what that's for is say if a product fails and causes fire damage or damage to a building, and one insurance company insures the owner, somebody insures the product, we pursue against the product failure for subrogation to recover any monies that are spent. And on the same side, liability, say a plumber works on a house and he causes a fire, you defend those people if you can, or those incidents if you can.
Now, any professional associations that you hold?
Yes.
Okay, can you just tell us what those are?
I'm currently a life member of the New Jersey chapter of the International Association of Arson Investigators. I belong to the International Association of Arson Investigators probably for a good 35 years. I'm a life member of the Ocean County Fire Chiefs Association, as I was a past fire chief in Toms River and a past district fire chief in Toms River. And I'm a life member in the Ocean County Firemen's Association and several others.
Now, have you ever had the opportunity to be offered as an expert in Superior Court in New Jersey in the field of fire investigation or origin and cause determination?
I have.
You know approximately how many times?
Approximately a dozen times in the criminal and civil matters, both Superior Court of New Jersey and federal courts.
At this time, Judge, the state would offer John Lightbody as an expert in the field of fire investigation and origin and cause determination.
Any objection?
No, Judge, thank you. We're satisfied with Mr. Lightbody's experience and qualifications.
All right, thank you. You heard me read this twice already. I don't want you to sit here and say, did he forget that he read it already? It's my job to make sure that I remind you every time that there is a new expert that may come in on this case, so I'm just going to do that for you now. So here we go. As a general rule, witnesses can only testify to facts known by them. This rule ordinarily does not permit to be received as evidence the opinion of a witness who is not testifying as an expert. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give their opinion as to any matter in which they are versed, which is material to the case. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by an ordinary juror and who thus may not be able to assist, who may be able to assist the jury in understanding the evidence presented and to determine the facts in this case. You are not bound by such an expert's opinion, but you should consider each opinion and give it its weight as you deem it should be entitled, whether that be great or slight, and you may reject it. In examining each opinion, you should consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of an expert is based actually exist. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon and is no stronger than the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether, from all of the evidence in the case, you find those facts are true. You may, in fact, determine from the evidence in this case that the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true, not true, or true only in part. And in light of those findings, you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert's opinion will depend, therefore, to some extent, on your findings as to the truth of the facts that you rely upon. You and you alone are the sole fact finders in this case. You must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial when determining whether the state has satisfied its burden. As the sole judges of the facts, you are to determine the credibility of the various witnesses as well as the weight to be afforded to their testimony to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt all elements of the crimes charged. So with that, we'll go on to the questioning. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Leipa, I'm going to show you what's been marked as test 344. You recognize that?
I do.
Okay, what is that?
This is a copy of my report I authored on behalf of Chubb Insurance for them in this matter.
Now, you have that in front of you, and you also have your CV in front of you, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you need to refer to S344, that report, if you could just let us know, that would be great. Now, I want to ask you about an investigation conducted at 27 obviously, okay? Now, you talked about how you were hired on the civil end, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Now, during the course of your investigation, did you have any contact with law enforcement?
I did.
Okay. Why was that?
Well, generally, before I go to any type of fire, I contact the local authorities and determine whether the scene is accessible by the private sector, that would be me, or any of our people, so as not to interfere with any ongoing investigation they may be performing.
Do you need to correspond with law enforcement in order to actually go on the property?
I do not.
What if the scene is being held by law enforcement still?
I would defer to them, so as not to interfere or contaminate anything they're doing with their investigation.
And during the course of your investigation, did you at any time work with any others as part of your team?
On my team, I retained Michael Plick of Plick and Associates. He is a mechanical engineer, as well as Mr. Martin Grant, who works for Mr. Plick, who is an evidence technician.
Now, you said Mr. Plick is an engineer, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you often utilize the services of like experts, so to speak, in fields like electricity or engineering?
Yes.
Now, is fire investigation, or can fire investigation be collaborative?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you with respect to your overall investigation at 27 Tilton, did you use a specific method?
I did. I used what's known as the scientific method. It's a methodology in how we perform fire investigations.
Okay. Now, is that the scientific method pursuant to NFPA 921? Is that something that you learned during the course of your training in fire investigations?
Yes, sir.
Is that also something that you teach in fire investigations?
I do.
Okay. Because you said you had been for a period of time the lead instructor at the Attorney General's office fire course, correct?
That's correct.
Now, can you just tell us what that scientific method consists of?
So in general, it's a collaborative effort to structurally perform your investigation. So there's 7 points to this whole thing, and how it goes is you recognize that there's a problem that has to be addressed. That's step 1. And then the problem here is you identify the problem, and that's step 2. We have a structure fire in Ocean Township at Mr. and Mrs. Caneiro's home. That's step 2. Step 3, we begin to gather empirical data through interviews, contacts, fire scene examination, photographs, documents, whatever we do when we do our investigation. We gather that data. And once we gather the data, we then look at it, we assemble the data, and we examine it to see where we're at with this. And step 4 becomes develop a hypothesis as to what potentially could have been the cause or contributing cause to the fire and the spread of fire. And then subsequently, we test that hypothesis. Once we test the hypothesis, we come to an opinion as to what the cause and the potential spread of the fire was.
I think you mentioned steps 1 and 2 are kind of simple, correct?
Yeah.
You know, we have a problem in that there was a structure fire, right?
That's correct.
And step 2 is I got hired to go investigate, right?
That's step 2.
Okay. Step 3, we talk about doing an investigation, bless you, and gathering empirical data, right?
That's correct.
Can you tell us how you start to do that in this case?
Well, generally, mine starts from the minute I get the case, as soon as it's a daytime call and I can contact the local authority. I start calling them again to affirm that I'm not going to interfere in anything. And then I go to the site and I conduct witness interviews of those who may or may not be there. If they're not there, I can't talk to them. But generally, I meet with a family member or an owner of the home or the policyholder and conduct an interview as to the circumstances surrounding the event. Not only the fire, but the circumstances previous to that. I.e., did somebody work on a house in the last 10 years? Were there any problems with electrical and mechanical devices? Does anybody smoke candles, incense, etc.? And we try and get those circumstances known before I go in to conduct my scene examination.
Can you start with who lives there, right?
Yes.
Could you also gather some data on the internet or anywhere else regarding, who owns the property, what year the home was built and the like?
Correct. My office does a search for the structure, and hopefully most times we can get the type of construction, the square footage, when it was last purchased, etc. In this particular case, I came up with the construction year, the square footage, I think over 4,000 square feet, and the home itself.
Now, can I just put up S1, please? Can I, now there's a PowerPoint that was put together for your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And it was based upon photos taken by who?
By whom did you say?
Yeah, who took the photos?
I did.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that you recognize the contents of the photos in that PowerPoint?
I will.
Okay. Now, I just want to show you basics. I want to show you slide 25, please. Can you just tell me what that shows?
This is the front of the Caneiro house, which faces west to, what's the street here? Hilton Drive. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. Now, that is the, you can see that that's basically the west side or the front side or the A side of the house, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you take note of any damage to that area of the home?
I did. I know as we do damage assessment as well as the lack of damage, because that becomes important to us as we do our investigation. And we could probably talk about that shortly.
Sure. So, is part of your initial assessment, is it exterior based?
Yes.
You walk the house and try to make any observations. Is there damage here? Is there not damage there? Those sorts of things?
That's correct.
And then eventually you go where?
Into the house.
Okay. Now I just want to go to the north side of the house or the B side of the structure, and I'm going to show slide 26. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, what does that show?
So this is the north side of the house. You can see that the garage area is a two-car garage. It's a one-story in height, and it's attached to the two-story residential portion of the home. What I note here is that the gable, where the roof comes together, that little window, is there pointers?
There's a stylus up there, a little pen, that if you wanted to mark what you're talking about, we'll preserve it before you undo it.
No.
I'm not good like this.
Exactly. Use this point.
I don't think I need to draw.
Yeah, yes, with that soft point.
If you draw, then everyone will see what you're talking about. So if you wanted to,
So I just draw with this?
there you go.
Okay.
So why did you circle that, sir?
Because I wanted the jury, if they don't know what a gable wall is and a gable vent, that is a gable vent in the roof system. It's ventilation for the attic of the home. You'll note there that there is soot damage coming out from the attic because smoke and heat did get into the attic. So that vented out of the north side.
Okay. Now, can I have slide? Can we preserve that? Sorry.
26.1, it's S1D.
So once you hear that print, if you do that again, you can just hit that undo button. Okay. It'll go away. Now slide 27, please. And just, could you tell us what you're looking at here?
This is a combination of a photo of the north side and the east side of the structure. The photo's taken from the north facing south. This particular photo, you see much better. On the bottom left side of the garage, you'll see a fire pattern. It's at ground level, and it causes damage to the door jamb of the garage, the door of the garage, and the ground and the underside of the garage door.
So what you circled there, was that an area of damage that you were able to identify based upon your exterior survey of the residence?
I did.
And again, is that something that you're going to further investigate as you continue with your investigation?
Yes, sir.
We could preserve that.
27.1.
That's slide 28. And sir, can you tell us what that shows right there?
It's a close-up view of the previous photo showing the fire damage to the door jamb and the garage door and the ground and the underside of the garage door itself.
And then slide 29, please. What do we see there?
Additional view focusing more on the door jamb, displaying fire damage to the jamb and the door again.
And based upon your observations only at that point in time, were you able to deduce anything about the door jamb there, the fire patterns or anything of the like?
It's at ground level, it burns up and out from there, it's pretty isolated, but more importantly, there's no electrical or mechanical devices in that area which could have caused or contributed to this fire pattern or caused the fires at this location.
Now, based on what you just said, you just said that there's evidence of fire damage, correct?
Yes,
And then you said there's no electrical or there's no cigarettes burn out over there. At that point in time, just based upon that information alone, do you draw an ultimate conclusion or do you do something else?
I don't draw a conclusion to that yet because I haven't seen the rest of the house and I don't have the rest of the knowledge of what I have to look at. That will be included in the totality of my conclusion later. Again, because fire does travel in different ways, and I want to make sure that this isn't a fire that communicated from somewhere else somehow. So there's no conclusion yet on this, although it's certainly a point that needs to be addressed.
Okay. So it's something that you kind of take note of and then you continue to go on with your investigation?
That's correct.
And as part of that investigation continuing, do you go to the east side of the residence?
I do. Everything I do is clockwise.
Now, can I have slide 30, please? And what are we looking at there?
This is an overall view of the east side of the house, east side, I'm sorry, yes. East side of the house prior to any boards being removed as I found it on November 24th was when I first went there. So this is what I encountered when I got there.
And I'll ask you an obvious question, but were you able to identify where the majority of the damage on the rear of the home was located?
Yes, that's identified as the southeast corner of the home.
Okay. Can I have slide 31? You recognize that?
I do.
Okay, what does that show?
This is a close-up view of fire damage to the exterior of the home. The fire burning from ground level up. The boards are there covering some windows and a window well. And the fire communicated to the underside of the roof system, what's known here as the soffit, and communicated into the structure at multiple points from this area.
Now, there's some plywood in that photo, obviously, right?
Are you the new plywood?
The new plywood.
Yes.
And that was put there to cover windows, right?
To cover windows and provide security on the home, yes.
Now, obviously, based upon when you took this photo, this was at some point days after the fire. Is that accurate?
Yes, I took this 4 days after the fire.
Have slide 32, please. Oh, sorry.
Undo.
As soon as you hear the printer. The slide 32, what's that show?
Slide 32 are the plywood boards removed, obviously, and what you see here, folks, is you have a gas meter here. It's a gas meter set. The meter's still intact. It's still there. There's a window well right here. If I may, I just do this for you. That's a window well. The well is the hole in front of the window, and the window enters into the basement. Above that, these windows are on the first floor. They enter into a living room in the east wall. And then above this, you'll see what appears to be almost new plywood. That's actually a piece of plywood that was installed because it appears there was a window there. Behind that plywood is a walk-in closet. And then to the right, you'll see the new plywood here. This is the bathroom window, which was boarded up as well.
Before we that's fine. Preserving print is fine. But do we see, are you able to determine when you take this photograph and observed it a few days after the fire, anything about fire patterns?
Yes.
Okay, can you talk about that?
So when we recognize fire patterns, fire traditionally burns up and out. Okay, so that's why when you're told to crawl in smoke, it's all rising above you. So is the heat. In this particular case, it'll burn up and out, fire will burn up and out until it's deflected by a horizontal surface. In this courtroom, it would deflect across the ceiling once it hits the ceiling. So that redirects the fire, as we talked about fire spread before. So in addition, there's what's known as a V pattern, the letter V. Now this is more of a U pattern because it's pretty spread out right here.
I'll get rid of this one and print it again.
So it's not print until after it's done.
So traditionally, the base to a V pattern or U pattern is what's known as the point of fire origin. So as you can see in this photo, the fire was later determined to originate in this window well in the ground area there. It burned up and out. It communicated on the vinyl impression sidings, which allowed it to continue to burn vertically. So you see how this burns from here. It goes up this way, and the reason why it turns left here and then right over here is because we do what? We hit a horizontal surface, and that is the soffit. So once that soffit's penetrated, sorry about that, once the soffit's penetrated, it allows the fire to enter into the attic. This particular fire, I can look at it and bring the fire all the way down to the ground level and show that the fire originated at ground level.
Now, two things. I think you talked about a point of origin or an area of origin that was depicted in that photo, correct?
Yes.
Now, based upon everything you said, you seem to be able to identify that with that photo. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, do you draw your ultimate conclusion, though, at that point in time?
No.
And that's going to be at the end, right?
So this is a suspected area of origin, subsequent point of origin, and that has to be identified once we determine, so let me just, if you don't mind, once we determine where the fire originates. So we do an investigation, we determine the area of fire origin. And in this particular case, it's on the outside of the house right here. And then the point of fire origin is later determined. Once we determine that, we determine if there's any electrical, mechanical, any other heat devices that could have caused or contributed to the cause of this fire. In this particular case, we would probably looked at improper discarding of smoking material or other heat sources that may have been there.
Now, as part of this investigation, I think we could preserve it now. Thank you.
32.1.
Now, I'm going to show slide 33. Undo that.
Just hold it down for a few seconds.
Yes.
If you hit it a bunch of times, it'll eventually. Sometimes you have to hit it more and more.
Yeah, that's not my fault, that's not a drawing.
We switch slides. Just get rid of it. Sorry. So I'm showing you now slide 33. I'm going to ask you whether or not you examined or investigated that basement window.
I did.
Okay. And how do you go about doing that, and what did you see?
In this particular photo, oftentimes when we deal with area of origin and point of origin, there are variables to this, but I will tell you that oftentimes the most extensive amount of fire damage and deepest and heaviest charring is normally consistent with the longest area of fire burn. Now, there's variables on that. In this case, there's not a lot of variables. So what I'm showing you here is, you'll notice on the plywood right here, the sheathing is consumed. It's not consumed anywhere else. So that would tend to suggest to me that it burned there for a longer period of time. If you also notice, in construction, this is called a double plate. So you have two 2x4s that form the base of a wall system. There's a bottom plate, which is the lower one, and a top plate on top of that. This fire penetrated there into the wall system, consuming the plywood, and caused heavy charring on the 2x4 bottom plates. As you move away from this area, you'll notice that the fire damage, although extensive, is of a much lesser degree in comparison to that.
Okay, we could preserve that.
33.1.
I have slide 35. Now, you talk about progression, extensive damage versus significant damage, but maybe of a lesser extent. Can you talk about what you see in slide 35?
I see the fire communicating, and on the previous slide, I didn't point it out, I apologize. You could note that the underside of this windowsill, these windowsills, had fire damage to the underside of them. So you remember, if fire's burning up and out, it's underneath it burning up, attacking this ledge. It's the same thing on that windowsill. So that's what occurred here. It continued to communicate up, and at the same time, it penetrated the windows on the first floor and entered the structure on the first floor within the living room. It continued to burn up and out until it hit that soffit system, and then continued to burn horizontally to the left and right until such time it penetrates that soffit and enters the attic.
And when we talk about penetrating the soffit, entering the attic, is that ultimately how you made the observations above the garage?
Yes, that's, once it enters the attic, that cavity called the attic fills with smoke and heat, and it's pressurizing, so it starts to push out. And in this case, it pushed out on the north side gable vent.
Now, just briefly, the areas, did you identify areas where the fire penetrated the interior of the home?
I did.
Okay, and where were those areas?
Based on my observations and fire patterns, the areas were located first in the attic, the basement window at ground level. The fire got into the basement, and then the first floor windows into the living room, and then subsequently it got into the attic via the soffit, and it also entered the master bathroom window.
Okay, so while you're making observations on the exterior of the home, do you examine at any point the gas line?
I do.
Okay, and where was that specifically located?
Well, the concern here was that the gas meter was directly adjacent to what was identified as a point of origin. So during this investigation, it was critical for us to, we used the process of elimination to consider that as a heat source and/or a fugitive gas that might have leaked and found an ignition source and ignited this fire. So that's where our engineers came in, and collectively we did gas line testing. But this particular meter is directly adjacent to this window well.
And did you participate in other testing, like the gas testing by the engineers?
Yes, I was a part of it, yeah.
Now, I want to just show you slide 40. I'm going to ask you to recognize slide 40.
I do. That's the gas meter located on the east side of the house at the south corner.
And what do we see atop the gas meter?
Melted vinyl siding on top of the gas meter.
Does that play a role, or does that mean anything to you as a fire investigator?
Well, as I look at it, I identify that predominantly, although it's damaged, it's intact over the meter. So my consideration here is if I had a gas leak at this meter and it ignited, I probably would not have, more than likely not have any intact siding on top of that meter.
Now, on the exterior, continuing with other potential sources, things that you would need to eliminate in order to draw a conclusion, did you find something called a mist-away system?
I did.
And what is that?
The mist-away system was located on the south side of the house, and what drew my attention to that is, on a comparative value, we could call it a sprinkler system above ground. So there's hoses with distribution nozzles for this system. I had never seen one before, so I followed it back and found this mist-away system. It's a bug spray, or it's a bug spray. It's a bug repellent in the ground and discharges into the grass area.
Now, just for clarity, can I have slide 43? Is that a photo you took?
Yes,
What is that of?
that's the nomenclature label on the system itself.
And can I have slide 42? What do you see there?
That's the mist away system. It's an AC powered system. The tank you see there would be the product that's dispersed along the grass. And my concern here was if the product was ignitable, a liquid that could have contributed to a spread or cause a fire ignition. And that's what I was looking for, to include or eliminate that as to why this fire spread the way it did.
Okay, did you make any observations or do anything to determine whether or not, or how much liquid was potentially actually in the containers?
I did. This tank was empty, and that's the only mist away system I located in the home, on the property.
Okay, now, you also said you did some investigation as to like what it was and what type of liquid would be involved, correct?
I did.
And how'd you go about doing that?
I searched the mist away system. I found out what products were in it. I do have them if you want me to read them. They're very big words, chemical. But all of them, what's known as the material safety data sheets, I located those for each product. A lot of it is water, and there's small percentages of product for infestation of bugs or eliminating bugs. And there's nothing ignitable, there's no flammable or combustible liquid in this particular product.
Okay. So you note that and you move on? I mean, you note that information and you move on with your investigation?
Yes.
Now, was there any electrical in the area of the gas meter or the window to the basement outside?
No.
Okay. Now, is that something that you would consider as part of the investigation?
Yes.
Okay, did you locate any type of discarded smoking materials, cigars, cigarettes, anything else out there?
I did not. I cleared all the vegetation that was there in the first couple of photos very gently. And I looked through there looking for any smoking materials that could have caused or contributed to the cause of the fire, which met with negative results.
Because we saw a bunch of foliage outside the window in the original photos, correct?
Yes.
Can I have slide 44? What does that show?
That's a cleared area of the foliage where I can now identify the ground. And you'll see when I identified this mist away system, you'll see the tubes that run here. There's some over here and some in here. So that's what drew my attention to that and made me realize there's something here that I got to identify.
Okay. Now, you could preserve it, sure. Thank you.
What's that?
You could preserve it, thank you.
44.1.
If you could just sit that on do. No, you're good. Now, I want to ask you about whether or not you needed to take any measurements or anything outside of that window well.
I did. I took measurements of the window well, as well as the size of the window that enters that basement.
Why do you do that?
To determine, the area and the volume of air that could get into that particular window. And I later looked at another window, and this particular window opens from the top in. So generally, I think that's made for break-ins where you'd have to climb in the window, go over in the well over the window. So it's a security type window, in my opinion.
Now, just briefly, have slide 45. Is that just a photo showing the measurements that you're taking?
Yes.
And 46, you recognize that?
Yes, it's the windowsill, and as we have this photo up here, this is what I was referring to, the underside of the windowsill melting because it was being attacked by fire from below. The window is 17 inches, 16 inches from the well.
Now, at some point, do you continue your investigation into the interior of the home?
I do.
And why do you do that?
Now I want a couple reasons. One, you want to document the damage, and you want to find if there's any other areas of the home that need to be addressed. Right now, I have two unusual fire patterns that are not connected. Right now, in my mind, the first fire pattern at the garage door is not connected. It was caused by this fire. So the verbiage would be, there's two separate points of origin right now, is in my consideration, my hypothesis, with no natural fire communication to the two. In other words, this one didn't cause the one at the garage, and the one in the garage did not cause this one.
And you want to go inside and continue to ensure that that hypothesis is ultimately where you're going to land. Is that accurate? So how do you enter the home?
Through the front main entrance.
Now, for purposes of just understanding how you did this, we'll run through this, but can I have slide 49?
Can I just correct one thing? I said it was 16 inches, I apologize. It's 4 foot 5 inches from the ground. Couldn't do the math that fast.
53 inches, 53 inches, 4 feet, 5 inches.
Okay, yes.
Checking it. Is that the door you entered to the home?
It is, that's the front main entrance that fronts Tilton Avenue.
Now, you enter a lot of homes. Is that accurate as far as your work?
I do.
Okay. Now, do you do it, and I know every house is different, but do you try to do it in a similar manner each time?
I do every fire investigation I do consistent, yes.
Okay. And what's the consistency that you use?
I do the exterior of the property, I document those fire patterns, then I enter the home. As you noticed, I did a clockwise around the house. Unless there's an obstruction where I can't do that, I do that every time, and I've done over 3,000 investigations. In this particular case, I enter the front main entrance and I photograph the door I walk through, and then I do systematically clockwise photographs of every single room of the home.
Okay, so I'm going to go to slide 51, please. You recognize that?
Yeah.
What's that show?
That's after I entered the home. I did an overall photograph of the door that I came through, and you'll see this double door closet is in the north wall of the hall of the foyer.
Okay. Now, beyond that yellow wall, is there another room?
There is. There's a almost like a formal living room or a living room type.
Okay. Can I have slide 52? Can I have slide 52?
There it is.
Is that the room you were discussing?
Yes.
Okay. And now, when you're walking through these rooms, are you looking to see if you can observe any fire damage, soot, smoke, anything like that?
So I'm looking for that in addition to habits of the occupants. So if I suspected smoking, and I'm further buttressing the whether anybody in home smokes, I didn't find anything like that as well.
Okay. Can I have slide 53, please? What do we see here?
This is taken from, I believe it's a dining room facing the kitchen, facing north.
Now, north through that door leads to what?
The garage, a laundry room, and a bathroom.
Can I have slide 54, please? What do we see here?
An overall view of the kitchen, which shows the Viking stove and a table. And this particular doorway we just talked about leads to the garage and the bathroom and the laundry room.
I have slide 55, please. Now, you take a photo of the Viking range, correct?
Yes.
Why is that?
It shows devices and their type of fuel. In this particular case, we were going to test all of the appliances that use natural gas. And in this case, the Viking stove does use natural gas. And again, we're going to look for any leaks or any problems with the piping that may have contributed to the cause and or spread of this fire.
Okay. Can I have slide 57? We're continuing to where here?
This is clockwise. You see the stove in the lower left corner here. I'm facing now south, and this hallway leads into the, I believe, a dining room, and then the living room, first floor where the fire penetrated. That would be the south end of the home, first floor.
And slide 58, turn back in the other direction, correct?
Yes.
Showing what?
The garage entry door, and then I go to the left.
Can I have slide 59, please?
The laundry room, which is a gas dryer, and the bathroom.
Now, those gas dryers would be something that ultimately you would evaluate during the course of your investigation?
Yes, I took photographs of that and behind it.
Okay. And then we're moving to that dining room. I'm going to show you slide 60. Recognize that?
Yes.
What's that show?
I'm taking a photograph from the living room on the south side where the fire penetrated those two windows facing north. It's the dining room. And you can see we start to develop and see smoke conditions and some heat conditions around the electrical switch the outlet down here, and then across the top here, and then you see the development of smoke, which is now into the home.
60.1.
And from there, can I have slide 63? What do we see there, Mr. Leibach?
I stepped back to take this photo just to show the communication of fire through the windows, and if you notice, they're still boarded. Fire came through the upper portion of the windows and then continued this way, and then at some point, fire suppression forces, the fire department, came in and stopped the fire spread on the interior side.
So based upon the analysis that you're doing, the observations, you think that the fire would have continued to spread had it not been for suppression efforts?
Absolutely.
And is that area there where we're looking at the transition from living room to dining room, that's the approximate area where you believe the fire stops on the first floor interior?
Yes. You had extensive heat. You can see that the paint in the header above those windows, as well as the ceiling moving this way, had begun to bubble and burn off and drop.
Can I just have slide 67, please?
Just print that. It's at 63.1.
Can you tell us what you see?
So I'm continuing through the living room clockwise, and you can see the other side of the window, the south window, which is right here. That's the south window. And we do have pretty good soot and heat here, but not as extensive to the window on the north. So you can see a line of demarcation here of where the heat and smoke hits the ceiling here, it begins to roll down, and then once it fills this cavity, it starts to bank down and creates this line of demarcation of smoke. You have a clean area here, and you have a sooted area here, right?
67.1.
Now, was there a point in time, obviously, during your investigation where the boards, the plywood were taken off the backside of the living room window?
Yes.
Okay. And at any point, did you take a photograph in the downward direction?
I did. I looked out that window and looked down, and that window is directly above the window well.
That's slide.
First floor windows directly above the window well.
That's slide 66. You don't do that. You could undo those.
Undo that?
Now, just to be clear, how is this picture taken?
I was looking out the window and I photographed down.
Okay.
You can see the window well here. And then here's the gas piping to the gas meter.
66.1.
Now, you testified earlier that you had identified areas where the fire penetrated the rear of the home into the interior, correct?
Yes.
Now, based upon observations that you make in that living room, are you confirming what you saw outside as far as that goes?
Yes, and confirming the fire pattern, it comes into the window. You see, these are vinyl windows. So vinyl windows burn, right? So the fire patterns continue in here. You can see the window sash is burned, and it continues through this window that's glass and into the home. Primarily at a higher level because, again, fire's still rising.
Now,
66.2.
thank you, Judge. Now, do you at some point continue your investigation to the upstairs of the home?
I do.
What do you find, generally speaking, upstairs?
I photographed all of the rooms upstairs, the bedrooms. As I accessed the second floor, I was told through interviews that Mr. Caneiro's bedroom was the first bedroom center of the house on the left, and directly in front of the hallway is one of the daughter's bedrooms, and to the right is another daughter's bedroom.
Did you inspect and photograph each one of the bedrooms that are on the second floor?
I did.
So the first one, you come up the stairs, you make a left. First door is, you were told, Mr. Caneiro's bedroom.
Yes,
And then one of his daughters was the next.
straight ahead.
And then across the hall, going east, was there another bedroom?
There was, to the right, there was a bedroom on the northeast corner. And then you came back the other way, there was the fourth bedroom, I think, was the master bedroom.
Now, as far as Mr. Caneiro's bedroom, can you tell us about any observations of fire damage you saw there?
No fire damage.
How about the next, and just to be clear, let me just go slide 73. Is that, whose bedroom is that?
I believe that's Mr. Caneiro's.
And the next bedroom, we're gonna go to slide 78. You recognize that?
I do.
Okay, what section?
It's the bedroom, one of the daughters on the northeast west corner of the home.
And did you make any observations of significant smoke or fire damage?
There's no smoke or fire damage, and I contribute that to I believe the bedroom door was closed at the time as well.
I'm gonna go to the next bedroom, slide 84. You recognize what that is?
Yes, another one of the daughter's bedrooms. This is on the northeast corner of the home, second floor.
That. Okay. And then it's fair to say, once you examine that third bedroom, you go out to the hallway again?
I do. I turn back around and face the south.
Can I have slide 91? What do we see in that photo?
So basically, I'm standing at that same doorway facing south, and here is a bathroom, and this is the master bedroom where Mrs. Caneiro stayed.
Now, can you talk about your examination of the master bedroom?
Yes.
Was that the area that you had determined had the most fire damage on the second floor?
Yes.
Was there specific parts of it that had more damage than others?
The master bathroom, where the fire penetrated through the window we spoke about earlier, as well as there is fire damage in the attic and the master bedroom closet, where the fire penetrated into the soffit and then burned in that area against the soffit.
Okay, can I have slide 98?
91.1.
What are we looking at here?
This is a view of I believe it's the master bathroom.
And you make, can you see evidence of fire smoke damage there?
Yes, in the ceiling, and soot damage within the bathroom.
Can I have slide 99, please? What are we looking at there?
It's the master bathroom window. You can see where the fire came in this area and caused damage to this. Remember what we said, most extensive damage moving away or intact. So the fires, as you face that from the outside, this is facing down this way is the window well. So that fire from the inside is burning from right to left. As we face it from outside, it's burning from the window well right, causing this damage.
$99.1.
Thank you. Can I have slide 30 just very quick? When we look at the windows on the exterior, the rear of the home, the window you were just discussing there's three windows up top. Which window are we talking about?
This window here. That's the master bathroom window. And you can see the fire pattern coming this way and getting into that window, and it continues along the soffit. And the fire department stopped it from communicating laterally at that point.
And again, we talked about earlier, but that leads ultimately out over the garage, correct?
This does?
the progression goes up
Yes.
through the attic and out that vent, correct?
Yes, heat and smoke.
Now, just want to show the slide 103. What are we looking at here?
It's a view into the master bedroom closet from the doorway. Up in here, you can see the trim and fire damage in the corner. Obviously, right outside on the other side of that wall is the soffit where the fire penetrated.
Did you confirm anything you had learned previously from the fire patterns in the master bedroom, closet, and bathroom?
I was confirming that the fire did penetrate into that area, and I confirmed that those areas of fire damage are caused by the fire within the window well on the exterior of the house.
Now, at some point, do you go down and do an examination in the basement?
I do.
And where specifically did you go in the basement?
So I've documented the entire basement, and, prior to doing all this, we also document all the utilities, so that was done as well. Documenting the entire basement through photographs, and most of the fire damage in the basement was directly in line with the window well, and it communicated left and right within the basement. And when we see photographs later, I'll explain how it was in the cavity, the joist cavity, which allowed it to communicate to the north.
Now, the basement, was it partially finished? What did you encounter?
It was a partially finished basement, yes.
Now, your examination of the finished part, what did that reveal as far as the extensiveness of the fire smoke damage?
There was moderate smoke damage there. There was not a whole lot of fire. There was no fire damage, but there was smoke damage throughout, very lightly.
And did your systematic examination lead you to a specific area of the basement?
Yes.
And where was it?
It would have been on the southeast corner of the basement.
Okay. And now, you pointed out your observations on the outside of the house, but are you drawn to that location based upon what you see when you actually go into the unfinished side of the basement?
I'm drawn to that location because of the fire damage. You'll see later there's a double set of doors. This basement had a nice wall that separated the finished portion and what appeared to be storage and maybe a little shop area. Once you go through those doors, there's extensive fire damage right in front of me because I'm in line with that basement window.
Can I have slide 111, please?
103.1 on the previous picture.
Now, do you recognize that photo, sir?
I do.
What's that show?
I'm standing in the finished portion of the basement. These double doors are here. You can see that, the opening. I photograph, and this is, again, I'm documenting, I'm headed toward the utilities, but you can see the plywood is still intact, and there's extensive fire damage. Here's the window, and all of this fire damage is located in here. You can see there's storage and rack storage, metal rack storage that contain combustible materials, ordinary combustibles, wood, cloth, papers, stuff like that.
Now, you drew sort of what's somewhere between a U and a V, and why'd you do that?
Just to show the amount of damage and how it's spread left and right. There's a more predominant V pattern here as you look at it, and it goes behind that shelf in line with this window.
Now, sir, you talk about how fire burns up and out, and you talk about, V or U patterns when you were making your observations outside. Why would there be a V or U pattern inside the basement?
There's two potential reasons for that. One, the fire penetrates that basement window and ignites all the materials that are on these shelves, and it drops down and burns back up. remember, things can burn, drop down, and burn back up. As an example, if the fire were here, across there, and burn this screen is gonna fail at the top because that's where all the heat is. It'll fall back down, and if it continues burning, it's gonna burn back up. That'll give me another V pattern. So that could be the case here, or if this is later was determined to be intentionally set fire with the use of ignitable liquid, it could have been poured inside the basement as well.
111.1.
I have slide 115, please. What do we see here?
This is a close-up of the photo we just observed. A lot of debris on the floor, which was later cleared by myself and one of my partners, the engineer. And we removed the shelf to expose the backside of the wall system. Now, what you'll notice, ladies and gentlemen, is styrofoam panels. It's insulation, it's glued to the block. Okay, so you have styrofoam panel intact here. I later learned a piece of furniture was there during the fire, which provides that protected area. And then on the other side, once we remove this, you'll see that all of the styrofoam insulation that was behind there is consumed. And then as you move to the north, it becomes intact and identifiable again.
Now, we're focusing on this area, the basement, but did you conduct a systematic assessment of all the fire damage in the unfinished area of the basement?
I did.
And I think you may have said earlier, but oftentimes you look to go to areas of least amount of damage to most amount of damage. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And is that something that you undertook in this home?
Yes, we're looking at photos before I even started to examine this area. I did this later.
Okay, we can proceed.
115.1.
Can I have slide 116, please? And you talked about a V pattern earlier, a better V pattern earlier, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now that's a photo you took in a slide or an image that you created, correct?
Yes.
Okay, what does that show in there?
It shows the same shelving unit, but what I identified as a V pattern in that area. You'll see that you have extensive fire damage to all of the contents from the first, second, and third shelf all the way across. But as we move to the north, although it's fire damaged extensively, you'll see later that the materials in the tubs themselves become intact and identifiable. So my fire is isolated in this area and displays what I identified as a V pattern, a potential point of origin, or again, if there's ignitable liquid poured through the window, used to facilitate the spread of intentionally set fire, that could also be a reason for that.
Yeah, when you talk about potentially ignitable liquids, do you do anything in that regard?
I did. I delayered this whole area. What that means is I shoveled it, I picked through it with a hoe and a shovel, hands and knees, looking for any other heat sources and or other materials. And we removed this shelf, and then I took samples of the debris at the base of these shelves behind it.
And what ultimately happens with those samples?
I took 2 samples. I was looking for the potential to have ignitable liquid introduced to this area and identified in the debris by Fast Labs, who's located in Georgia. I sent those materials to them, and they sent it back to me.
Now, was there any positive results for the presence of ignitable liquids?
Not in those containers.
Does that end your investigation?
No. No.
Now, I wanted to ask you about, I think you talked about it earlier, but ruling out other potential causes. Is that something that you did throughout the home, but also specifically in this area?
Yes.
And what were you doing in that regard?
I was looking for electrical outlets or devices in this area on the floor, or any type of materials that are heat sources within the shelving units. I combed through all that debris on my hands and knees and shoveled it out of the way and continued. There were no electrical or mechanical devices that could have caused or contributed to the cause of this fire or this damage here, with the exception of spread. Above this window to the right is the gas lines that enter through the natural gas meter, through the foundation wall.
Could I have slide 120?
116.1.
You recognize what we're looking at?
I do.
What does that show?
This is the natural gas piping that came through the east wall. If you remember the gas meter, the gas comes into the meter on the left. It's discharged through the meter to the home, through the wall system. You have iron pipe coming through the wall here, and it transitions to what's called CSST pipe, corrugated stainless steel tubing. And those are two gas lines that run north to a gas manifold, gas distribution manifold. And you'll see pictures of that later. So one of my concerns, ladies and gentlemen, were as to whether, again, we're still looking for leaks in this, any connection that may have a leak. If I have a leak here and it finds an ignition source and comes back here, that could be an accidental fire, a reason for an accidental fire. So we pressurized all those gas lines to include the CSST, the manifold, and the devices to determine the leaks, if there were leaks.
When you say we, you're talking about the engineers that you
Two
brought.
engineers and myself, that would be the we all day, yes.
We would preserve that.
120.1.
Thank you. It's like 126. What do we see here, sir?
This is later in the investigation, when we did our observations and did our delayering. You'll notice that all of the debris that was on the floor here has been removed. And up here, we tagged and identified each CSST tube and each T-fitting that came through the wall system. And then we followed it back to the manifold.
Okay. And when we talk about different lines of natural gas that kind of spread out from that manifold, what are they for? Did you determine what they were for in this particular house?
Yes.
And what were they?
So on the manifold itself, you'll see later, there's 8 different discharges. So the 2 gas lines come into a common discharge, and then we tee out. So there's, out of the 8, 6 were in use that we identified there. And I believe we identified them as being the barbecue, the gas stove, the Navion water heater, the HVAC system, the heater. How many is that? 4. And then I think we had the Generac generator and the outside light. There was a gas-fired outside light. And the other 2 were capped and shut off.
Okay. Now, you talk about pressurizing these lines, right?
Yes.
Could you just tell us why you do it and ultimately what you were able to determine based upon doing that testing?
So with the assistance of the engineers, we took compressed nitrogen. We went out to the barbecue and we pressurized the barbecue, and then we took the barbecue line and pressurized the whole system backwards, which pushed gas through every pipe or distribution pipe and appliance. We had the pressurization to those appliances. We did discover 2 leaks. One was very minor at the barbecue, and one was very minor at this connection, one of these connections here. And that was considered and contributed to the fact that the fire came through the window and attacked what's known as pipe dope, or putty used to seal those threaded connections. And it's our opinion that the pipe dope melted out and resulted in a minor leak. But certainly not enough to quantify or qualify the fire damage that's here, or to spread throughout the basement and result in an ignition of fugitive gas.
Based upon the testing that you did with your team, were you satisfied that the natural gas line was not the cause of the fire?
It was not the cause of the fire, nor was it leaking prior to the fire.
126.1.
Now, as a result of your investigation, or towards the end of your investigation, we talk about ruling out accidental causes, correct?
Yes.
And when we talk about that, were you able to make any determinations with respect to the electrical supply to the home?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any evidence to indicate that the electric supply had anything to do with the starting of this fire?
There was not.
Now, the natural gas you've already said, correct?
Correct.
Were there any other potential accidental causes that you considered that, led you away from the suspicious nature of this fire?
I consider natural causes, that being lightning. There was no lightning, no earthquakes or anything like that. Smoke and material we talked about. Incense and candles were not known to be outside, so they were not outside. So we considered any potential heat sources that could have been there, and we eliminated all of the accidental heat sources that could have been included.
And that process you're just discussing, is that part of testing that hypothesis that you've kind of come up with along the way?
Yes.
And based upon that, do you do any other final steps in the process?
So the testing of hypothesis is either conducted personally or known, tested, ignitable liquid. This open flame can be ignited by, ignitable liquid. So that's a proven fact, so we don't have to test anything. So the consideration here is, at the conclusion of this, I determined there are two separate points of origin at this home. One that originates on the exterior of the home at the window well and communicates, as we spoke, up and out and into the house at 4 different points. The second one was located at the garage door, which showed fire damage, and there was nothing there that would have caused or contributed to the cause of this fire that I observed.
Now, so with respect to the southeast area or point of origin on the backside of the home, okay, were you able to determine what the cause of that fire was?
It's an incendiary fire purposely set with the use of ignitable liquid, in my opinion.
And as far as that second area of origin, the one that we looked at near the left side garage bay, what was your opinion as to the cause of that fire?
Well, certainly was an unusual pattern that I saw. However, I didn't see any containers or anything there. But through interviews with the local authority, I did learn that at one point there was a gasoline container there that had burned. So there was no accidental causes. I determined that to be a second point of fire origin.
Now, the conclusions and the investigative steps and the conclusions that you've just talked about with respect to 2 areas of origin or 2 points of origin and the fact that this was an incendiary fire are your opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Okay. Cross.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You said that you described the fire near the garage as a second point of origin, right? You also described that as an intentionally set fire.
Yes.
And obviously the fact that there was a gas can, what is now known to you that there's a gas can located very close in proximity to that fire origin would contribute to that conclusion. Would that be fair to say?
As my understanding is that, yes, there was a burning gas can there, yes.
So with the fire that's located in the window well to the basement,
yes,
so that I understand your conclusion, that window well is what you've determined to be the point of origin for that fire.
Yes.
And that was an intentionally set fire.
In my opinion.
And that fire was set with the help of ignitable fluids.
I believe it to be true, yes.
Like gasoline.
Ignitable liquid, yes, probably, yes.
The fire at the garage is also an intentionally set fire.
Yes.
And also set with the help of ignitable fluids?
Based on the fact that I was told there was a gasoline container burning there, yes.
Okay. Were you also informed about a car that was parked nearby that fire origin at the garage?
Yes.
And you were told that there were burn marks on the hood of the car?
Yes.
And were you shown photos of the burn marks on the car?
I was not.
Okay. You were told that there was surveillance video of these fires?
My understanding is yes.
Okay. And were you given the opportunity to review that surveillance video?
I did not.
Did you ask to review the surveillance video?
No, I had sent OPA requests or FOIA requests for all the reports and any information. However, based on the circumstances surrounding the event, they were denied.
Was there a Mr. Tiberian that you talked to as part of this?
Fire Marshal Tiberian, yes.
And were you told about those surveillance videos? What they showed in general?
A large flash at the back of the house, the southeast side, and an additional fire near the garage.
Have you investigated fires in the past where you've had the ability to view surveillance video of the fires?
Yes.
And does it make a difference to you in viewing those videos as far as your conclusions are concerned, whether the fires begin slowly and build slowly, or whether the fires begin with more of an eruptive force? Is that distinction important for you?
It could be, yes.
And why would that be potentially important?
If I recall the conversation with Fire Marshal Tiberian, he said there was a large flash which rapidly died down on the east side of the house.
And a large flash which rapidly dies down would be indicative of what?
It's consistent with a rapid and intense buildup of heat at ignition of ignitable liquid.
So in just ordinary terms, it's consistent with the fire being set by gas.
Yes, ignitable liquid, whatever would provide that ultra rapid. For example, gasoline has a flash point of negative 45 degrees. So what does that mean to you? That means that gasoline at negative 45 degrees will provide push-off vapor enough to ignite. It won't sustain combustion without an external heat source. So that's it. So when you light that, it's an ultra rapid ignition. Now, in comparative value, kerosene, that's known as a flammable liquid. Kerosene is a combustible liquid. Kerosene has a flash point of over 100 degrees. The kerosene is 145 degrees flash point. That's why oftentimes you have to have your oil heaters have to have a very fine dispersement of that oil in order to burn. So if it's used with maybe old gas or kerosene, it would be a slower development and not as a large flash.
Right. But like gasoline that you got from the gas station, you have to be more careful with because that's highly combustible.
It's highly flammable.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm using the wrong words.
No, it's fine. I'm not trying to insult you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
But it's ultra rapid, I think.
Ultra rapid, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, if we were looking at a photo of the inside of the house, I think we were in like the kitchen to dining room area, and you were looking at towards the origin of fire at the window well. And we saw some damage to the outlets in the house, the light switch. Now, was that electrical, or was that smoke damage from coming out from outside the house into the outlets?
Smoke damage from entering into the wall system. And again, we're pressurized in smoke, right? We saw it come out the gable vent. The same thing happens in void spaces in walls. Once we penetrated that wall in the lower level and got the smoke and soot into the interior of that wall, again, it will push out. It seeks the path of least resistance. And in that case, it's the outlets and the switches.
When you were talking about that, the prosecutor asked you, I think, whether you would have expected without intervention from fire personnel for this fire to continue. And I think your testimony was that you would have expected without intervention the fire would have continued.
It would have.
And that means the fire would have continued to spread throughout other parts of the house.
To progress, yes.
And you're aware that, I shouldn't say quick or slow because I don't know what that is in your terms, but there was obviously a response of fire personnel to the location.
Correct.
And they at least responded to the scene very shortly after the fire was reported. That's your understanding?
Yes.
And the fire was reported very shortly after it began. That's also your understanding?
Yes.
But if, let's say, nobody had been home and no one had called and there wasn't an alarm for the fire to bring fire personnel there, this fire would have continued to engulf the house.
In my opinion, yes.
And obviously the damage that you've identified here, all of that had a chance, an opportunity to take place before fire personnel, who responded rapidly, were able to suppress the fire, right?
Correct.
Are you familiar with a term called alligator charring? Okay. And does that have to do with the burn impressions on wood, or what does that mean?
Alligator charring is a verb, or it's a description of charring of wood that's been debunked in the 70s, early 80s. They no longer identify alligator charring. And what they meant back then was just simply that the wood developed cracks and formulated bridges, if you will, consistent with alligator skin. So that particular term is no longer recognized or identified.
Okay.
Some people would identify it back then as being ultra rapid ignition of materials causing that, and that's debunked. That's junk science, as they call it.
Gotcha. So that has been shown to not be scientifically sound.
Well, the description of the pattern, yes.
Understood. With the understanding that it is junk science, I just want to show you a couple of photos. I don't think you haven't had access to any of the case photos.
Public thought? No.
Other than what the photos you've taken?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you this. This has been marked as D403 with the prosecutor's permission.
There was no objection.
D3?
D1-403.
I'm sorry. T1403. Okay.
Zoom out for a second. Okay. We have a little bit of glare there, but can you see that photo clearly?
Yes.
Do you see towards the upper portion of the photo, there is some charring?
Yeah. Are you referring to here?
I am. With the understanding that the term alligator charring is no longer scientifically sound in your field, is that the kind of pattern that would formerly have been identified as alligator charring?
No, and I'll tell you what you're missing on this photo, sir. The char pattern is what it is. You can see it intact here, yes? But here, it's not the same as out here. And the reason why is when the fire department got inside and used an 1 3/4 hose, which flows 150 gallons a minute at 100 pounds nozzle pressure, it washed off that char when they attacked that fire.
Okay. Okay. So you're saying that this would have looked different prior to the hoses being placed into the window well and turned on?
It probably would have looked consistent with what we have over here with the dishes here.
Okay.
You see the difference? You see the difference how flush and flat that is as compared to this? You can outline that. And this is all flat.
I can see the difference, yes.
of those 403.1.
Now, and I'm sorry, you didn't have an opportunity to see the burn mark on the vehicle that was near the fire garage, right? Okay. Show you D1-203. Showing you D1-203. You can see the photo clearly?
I do.
Okay. Do you see the area towards the left side of the photo on the hood of the vehicle?
I do.
Okay. Would that be consistent? Have you investigated vehicle fires before?
Yes.
And when you investigate a vehicle fire, is it similar to the methods that you use to conduct the inspection of a house fire, or are they different?
They're consistent. They're each identified as a structure.
Okay. If you noticed damage to the hood of a vehicle that was consistent with fire damage, how would you proceed to investigate that?
I would obviously document this, and I would open the hood and see what's underneath it. I'm not familiar with a Porsche, whether the engine's in the front or the back, I have no idea. But I would determine whether there's any fire on the interior of that particular area that could have caused that damage on the exterior.
And if you looked under the hood and saw no damage underneath, you could conclude, I'd imagine, that fire damage on the hood must have come from an exterior source.
I would tend to suggest so, yes.
Okay. And is that damage we see in this picture, is that consistent as far as you can tell with heat or fire damage, or would it be difficult for you to tell from a single photo?
Well, single photo is very difficult for me to tell. And the distance between, I don't even know where this car was parked. I know it was parked in front of the garage. The distance between the garage and the gas can, or what that circumstance, there are a lot of variables that come into play there.
Mm-hmm. You were obviously at the house.
I was.
And you did a walkthrough of the property.
I did.
And the gas can was not there when you arrived at the house.
Correct.
But you were told it was near the garage. And I'm just going to show you. This is D1-48. You see the front grille of the vehicle we were just talking about?
Yes.
You see the gas can lying on the ground?
I do.
You see some police tape there as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. You recognize this to be the driveway area of that home, 27 Tilton Drive?
It appears to be, yes.
Does that can, I mean, as far as, your opinions about origin and fire cause, does that can appear to be in close proximity to both the garage door and that vehicle?
It's in between, closer to the garage door.
So, surveillance video of a rapid ignition would be consistent with the fire hazard and the air source.
In my opinion, in this case, yes.
Okay. All right, you know what, sir? I think that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, I have no further questions of the witness.
All right, sir, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Appreciate it. Bad you want to say. But no. All right, so we're going to send you home for tonight. We'll start back up again tomorrow morning. Same time, same place, same stupid jokes. 8 a.m. We'll have you up here at 8:30. Have a great night.
Thank you. Have a good night.
No, discuss.
Just waiting to see if judge is going to come back, say anything. So day 8, we only got through 2 witnesses today. But they were good. These were good witnesses. Both of these witnesses were good. John Lightbody, love that last name. His conclusion was natural gas line was not the cause.
White voice, please.
And the conclusion was an incendiary fire purposely set with ignitable liquid with 2 points of origin. That was the conclusion. So the other big thing I got out of that, the point of origin was the basement. Southeast corner of the basement is the origin of fire, and it started below the master bedroom, and that was the unfinished portion of the basement, and that's where Susan slept. But I think it took time. Like he said, he woke up to the smoke alarm going, and it was actually Caitlin that called 911 or called the fire department 911. So was he trying to, smoke out his family too? Who knows? They had a fire alarm. They all, they woke up to it. Caitlin called the fire department. So, but it is kind of suspicious that he started it right below where his wife is sleeping. Right? Interesting. Barry, did Judge Lemieux light Monica up? Nah, not really. No, actually, no. Maybe in sidebar. We didn't hear it, but not really in front of anybody. What's up, buddy? So yeah, two witnesses, Lieutenant Nick Catalone and John Lightbody. Nick Catalone brought in all the firearms that Paul had in his house, which in and of itself is, no, don't be eating my oatmeal. Ugh, I knew that was going to be a problem. All the firearms that were in Paul's house, and then John Lightbody, fire investigator, just Paul's house alone. All right, this is going to be a problem. I can tell.
We go back down. All right, we just went off the record for a second to talk about some scheduling issues. All right, so I hope everybody has a good night. I'll see everybody tomorrow morning, same time. Everybody have a nice night.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so that's that. That is that. I want to get to this again because we were going through this, I think at lunchtime or something, or no, at a break. I just wanted to go through this again. So this storm is tracking a little bit further south, which is going to mean more ice for the south, and I think more snow for New Jersey. So this is Saturday's precipitation. It's not in New Jersey yet. This is Saturday at 9 p.m. at night. So that's hitting Jersey. That's definitely hitting New Jersey there. You see New York, and there's New Jersey right there. And then here's Sunday. That's a mix. So Jersey's going to start with snow and then switch over to maybe a mix. And then here's the snowfall outlook. Definitely a lot of snow around New York City for sure. And then damaging ice. If you guys are in this area, definitely pay attention to your local forecasts, because that is going to be nasty, and it's going to be there for a while. That's 72 hours. That's the next 72 hours. So it's just going to build and build and build. You know, power lines are going to come down. Trees are going to be affected. It's going to be a mess. And then here's the brutal cold. These are wind chills. This is in the upper plains, over to Detroit, down to Cincinnati, of course, Kansas City and Missouri there. Iowa's a part of that. Nebraska, just oof. And here's the Northeast. Brutal, right? Brutal. Buffalo, Albany, Pittsburgh. So New York's going to be on Monday. The wind chill is going to be 4. So again, New Jersey, New York. This is only about an hour from New York City. So whatever New York is showing, that's pretty much what Monmouth County is going to be dealing with. So 4 degrees. That's a wind chill. That's a wind chill on Monday. Let me see if I can find. Okay, I guess that's it. So not only is it going to be 6 to 12 inches of snow, but then they're going to have to deal with 4 degrees. Now I think, was it yesterday that the Judge Lemieux said, "Who here likes 7 degrees?" So it is cold there right now. So it's not like it's 20 or 30 degrees. It is chilly there right now. So, and these are wind chills. This is wind chills. So that means the temperature is going to be a little bit warmer, maybe 10 degrees, maybe literally 10 degrees, not 10 degrees warmer, but at 10 degrees. So if the wind chill's down to 4. So I'm still thinking that they're not going to have court on Monday, but we'll do a snow day. So you guys can join us and, send us your pictures and your videos, and we'll have a party. We'll make a party out of it. So definitely heads up if you're in this area for ice. That's damaging ice. That's not good. And then here's Friday through Monday in New York City. And then there's New Jersey is going to be definitely dealing with with this as well. So, be weather aware, take care, make sure you've got your plan in place now. Come hang out with us. We'll be doing a snow day with Squeegee. We'll be having a party here, and send us your pictures and your videos throughout the day, and we'll just make it a party. Let's hang out. All right. Let's see what else. Led Zepp, you're going to get a backup generator. Might not be a bad idea. Just make sure you got proper ventilation, as always. Pammy, clean your hands. Come in and say goodbye. All right. See ya. See you mañana. Have a good one. Shirley, colder over here then? Yeah, Sharon, no power will be the worst for sure. JMS, pink means ice, blue means snow. Absolutely. Yeah, that was all pink. Sorry. Yeah, the pink is the ice. So all this, see, it says snowfall and then damaging ice. I mean, you guys can read, right? It's pretty self-explanatory. So the South is going to be crippled. South does not deal with this kind of precipitation at all. They do not deal with this very well. Nobody deals with ice very well, to be quite honest, because that means power lines, tree branches are going to come down, power lines are going to be affected. That's a big mess. That is a big, big mess for a lot of people. From Dallas, actually further west all the way to the coast. I mean, that's a big swath. That's a big mess. That's a big mess. So, all right, you guys, have a good night. Sharon, you're going to sleep with the kitties. There you go. There you go. All right, Iowa backyard. Yeah, are you going to be affected, Iowa? You're going to get snow, right? Oh yeah. I don't know. You may not get too much snow. Iowa. Depends on where you are, but we'll be watching you on your cam for sure. But anyway, yeah, you guys. All right. Thank you, Zeus. Appreciate it. Yeah, come join us tomorrow. We'll be starting at 8:15 Eastern, and then if trial is off, if court is off, we'll have a party. We'll do a snow day with Squeegee. So, Grampy, we love and respect you too. And Grampy, as always, I always like to leave you with Super Ball, and here she is, the princess in all her glory. Yeah, it's a good girl. Here comes Roger Federer, and he gets a smack. Just really, really Super Ball. Super Ball. So there's Super Ball for you, Grampy. Yeah, it's a good girl. As she smacks Roger as he comes by. Oh, here I gotta show you this. This on this side, little bean over here, little bean over there. So ain't no party like a squeegee party. Yeah, that's true. We had fun on New Year's Eve, didn't we? We had fun on New Year's Eve, Hellrider. That was fun. All right, yeah, it'll be. Yes, Sharon, we will be doing Friday Night with Claire. Yes. Yep, we will be doing a recap tomorrow night. Today's Thursday, so tomorrow night we'll be doing a recap with Claire from Clairview. So be sure to join us tomorrow at 5:15. So again, we'll be ending, basically around the same time. And then Claire and I will do our recap of the week. So far, she's being silly. I gotta show you this. Oh, Super Ball. Super Ball's being all silly. Super Ball's being all silly girl. Yeah. Oh. Uh-oh. Super Ball's being all silly girl. Yeah. That's a good girl. Yeah, it's a good girl. So, yep. So anyway, we'll do what we did New Year's Eve. We hung out, we had a good time, and we'll do the same thing on Monday if there's no trial, because right now it doesn't look like there's going to be trial. I'm thinking there's not going to be court on Monday. But you guys, she's just being too cute. Oh my God, I'm sorry. I love my cat. She's just being so sweet. She's being a sweet little girl. Being crazy little girl. Yeah, it's a good girl. Try to leave you with something fun to look at instead of, we deal with court all day, and we'll leave you with something fun to look at. Super Ball's being all silly. Go get that tail. Get that tail. Yes, get that tail. No, it's a good girl. This is why Super Bowl is the queen. She smacked herself in the face. All right. All right, you guys. Thank you for joining us. Really appreciate you spending your day with us. Thank you to our mods for keeping our space safe for everybody. We try to be kind and courteous to each other. We respect the court and the witnesses and the judge and the attorneys. We don't do any disparaging comments. We don't try. We try not to put people down here. If it does happen, let's make sure it doesn't happen often. Let's keep it to a minimum. And because you never know who's watching. We have people in the courtroom watching, and we like them to know that we respect what they're doing. Even though we may not agree with what they are saying and what they are doing, we still respect them. They are still humans, and they are doing their jobs. Thank you to Erin for creating all kinds of cool shorts for you guys to watch. She's been working on our merchandise. So if you guys want to support the channel and go buy some merchandise, we got cool mugs. We've got hoodies to keep you guys warm. We got shirts. I can't wait to start to wear my shirt because it's been so cold. I don't want to wear it underneath. I want to show off my Trial TV Live shirt. So with that, have a fantastic evening. Thank you again for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow at 8:15. It's Friday. Tomorrow at 8:15, and then we're going to do Clairview recap. With Clairview so far, it's been a pretty good week. We've had some really good testimony, so I can't wait to hear what Claire has to say. So with that, you guys have a fantastic night, and we will see you tomorrow at 8:15 Eastern. Okay, bye.